This weak-faced young man is actually a master in disguise. By day, he plays the part of a pathetic healer while his teammates charge forward swinging their swords. He convincingly plays the role of a walking health pack, waiting to see who's in need before dragging himself over to heal them. And naturally, Leorium is always looked down on by his friends. But what no one knows is that besides this pathetic account, he's secretly been leveling up an Altan Avenger class that's 100 times more powerful than his main. After waiting for his buddies to pack up and leave, Leorium finally logs into his alt. In his VIP Pro Max form, he quickly finds a party of players. The scene at the high-level dungeon was the same old story. Nobody there could fight properly. A few guys were double-killed before they even managed to draw their swords. They bit the dust before they could even say their last words. Just when the battle was at a complete stalemate, Leorium jumped in with his main character Aura, obliterating the boss in a single slash, much to everyone's utter confusion. As usual, he tried to dodge all the praise and party invitations, quickly grabbing the loot and getting ready to dip. But this time, something was different. The system screen displayed an ominous-sounding notification, "Are you sure you want to log out? You won't regret your decision, will you?" As he confirmed, Leorium thought to himself, "Weird, is this billion-dollar server bugging out now?" Unexpectedly, after returning to reality, just as he set down his VR headset, he felt the space around him suddenly change. Even his own body began to look strange, like a robot with its circuitry exposed. Scared out of his wits, the guy bolted. He dashed in front of the mirror only to be stunned by his own reflection. This face, this body, it's clearly my Avenger character from the game. Before he could even process it, the system suddenly teleported him to a rooftop. Leorium was still trying to understand what was happening when an even bigger surprise appeared behind him. A monster with one glaring red eye. A boss from the game had somehow chased him here. Seeing it rush towards him, Leorium couldn't dodge in time and was knocked right off the rooftop, but despite falling from 5 stories up, he was completely unharmed. As he collected himself, he noticed a few pedestrians nearby murmuring amongst themselves. It was then that he realized this was reality, not some game-induced delusion. His train of thought was cut short as the one-eyed monster came after him again. Leorium panicked and tried to warn the people around him, but strangely, even though he screamed his lungs out, nobody responded. Looking at their expressions, Leorium suddenly realized that this was the real world, but no one could see him or the monster. This was a total mind-bender. It's like letting a rabid dog loose in a pen of cows. Leorium was bewildered. He thought this invisible battle had nothing to do with the civilians. But just a few seconds later, the monster went on a rampage. With a roar, the ground suddenly cracked and collapsed into a fiery pit. A young man casually waiting for a bus became the first unwilling victim. His girlfriend and other bystanders screamed in horror, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Watching this, Leorium broke out in a cold sweat, his blood boiling. At that moment, an idea flashed in his mind. He had to lure the monster away so it wouldn't harm any more innocent people. Seeing Leorium take off running, the monster gleefully chased after him. Before long, it had him cornered in a dead end. Just as Leorium thought this was where he would die, he suddenly remembered the bizarre changes to his body. It seemed that for some reason the real world had connected to the game's dungeons and the monsters were trying to expand their reach. Perhaps that's why players like him had transformed into the avatars they used for grinding. Realizing this, Leorium tried using one of his in-game skills. It worked. A wicked grin spread across his face. He instantly flipped into combat mode. With just a few basic moves, he quickly defeated the one-eyed monster. It's a long story, but it happened in a flash. In short, fighting monsters in real life is both thrilling and exhausting. But the upside is just like in the game, you get rewards. At least it was worth the effort. The next morning, news of the previous night's explosion was trending everywhere. Leorium casually toasted some bread in the kitchen, listening to the report. He was certain now that the world and that VR game were glitching out somehow. Just then, the front door swung open and a woman's voice called out, "I'm home!" His older sister hurriedly kicked off her shoes and stepped inside. She looked up to say something, but when she saw the man standing in the kitchen, her tone changed instantly. "Excuse me, but who are you?" Leorium wasn't too surprised by her reaction. He tried to explain that he was indeed her little brother. After hearing him out, his sister stood frozen for a second, then calmly pulled a taser from her bag with a menacing look. "Cut the crap. I know my own brother and he's supposed to look like a scrawny addict, not some buff dude like you." Leorium didn't know whether to laugh or cry, never realizing his sister had such a pathetic image of him. Seeing her lunge forward about to jam the taser into his head, he quickly leaped backward. Whoa, wait. You like carrots and perilla leaves, right? And you grind your teeth in your sleep. And whenever you go on a bad blind date, you come home, get drunk, and complain for hours. I really am your brother, Leorium. Hearing the man in front of her list off her personal secrets, his sister's face went pale, but then she just clicked her tongue, thinking this creep must have done some serious research. It wasn't until she heard the story of her parents' death from the person in front of her that she truly came to her senses and against her will had to believe the young man was her little brother, Leorium, because that was a secret only the two of them knew. The older sister quickly put down the stun gun and walked towards her brother, asking anxiously as she looked at the crisscrossing wounds all over his body. She was about to pull out her phone to call a cab to the hospital, but was stopped by Leorium. What kind of doctor would believe that playing a game for over 180 minutes could make you transform into your in-game character? Trying to explain it all would be more trouble than it's worth, so it was better to just keep quiet. Of course, teachers and friends would also be a big problem, but seeing Leorium's resolute attitude, his sister, with a pained look on her face, reluctantly nodded. To help this version of Leorium quickly integrate into society, the next step would be to go to school and explain things to the teachers. His sister ordered Leorium to get a move on, but the young man just stood there goofing off, thinking his sister was overreacting. He was sure he could handle everything by himself. Hey, Leorium? Yeah. Are you going to shut your mouth and come with me, or do you want a jolt to your family jewels? Seeing his sister's eyebrows furrowed so much they nearly touched, a shiver went down Leorium's spine. He quickly said yes, and immediately scurried after her. Down on the street, some bored people had already started to gather at yesterday's scene to live stream. This brown-haired girl stood on the sidewalk watching them. While checking her news feed, she muttered to herself, wondering if she should go check out the gossip. Her name is Kim Sewell. She dresses simply but has an extraordinary air about her. She's also a student at the school Leorium attends. The school hallway was quite empty at this time. Despite her friend chattering away in her ear, Kim Sewell glanced over and saw the two Lai siblings from a distance. Looking at the young man before them, who looked like a masterpiece of design, both girls' eyes went wide. Kim Sewell in particular felt a strange sense of confusion, as if she had met this young man before. Meanwhile, the Lai siblings had arrived at the faculty office. Although his sister kept reassuring him that it would be fine, he couldn't help but wonder what he was supposed to say once he got inside. If he said he just woke up from a nap and suddenly got isekai'd, who would believe him? Wouldn't they just drag him off to be a test subject? At that thought, Leorium hesitated for a moment, suddenly wanting to back out. He quickly used the excuse of needing the restroom. He pulled out the mysterious box he had looted from last night's battle from his pocket. Then he calmly used it to activate a skill. He heard a notification in his ear. Charming eyes. Brainwashing skill activated. Better to be lucky than good. Lucky. Just hearing the name of the skill made it sound totally legit, and it came at the perfect time. For persuading people, it was absolutely top-notch. Just as Leorium predicted at first, the homeroom teacher was extremely suspicious of his appearance having changed so much, to the point of being unrecognizable. Even with his sister, a nurse, vouching for him and explaining everything, the teacher just scratched his head, refusing to understand. Left with no other choice, our protagonist played his final card. However, he didn't use it directly on the homeroom teacher, but decided to brainwash the vice principal, who was standing not far away holding a cup of coffee. Leorium thought to himself that if he could successfully turn the vice principal into an ally, it would be like killing 10 birds with one stone. And sure enough, with just a few blinks, the vice principal's eyes sparkled with little hearts, and his whole body jolted as if he'd been shocked. He unconsciously walked right over and slapped the homeroom teacher's shoulder so hard it nearly popped out of its socket. He began to plead with all his might. Why don't we just trust Leorium? For once, handsome or not, he's still a student. Is appearance really that important? Is appearance really that important? The homeroom teacher, after getting an earful, just nodded his head vigorously like a chicken pecking at grain. The whole group stood there listening to the lecture while Leorium silently cursed to himself that he might have overdone the dose on the teacher. The vice principal loudly explained that in an age where dogs can fly to the moon, what's a little change in appearance? With that, he aggressively dragged the whole group to Leorium's classroom. He intended to personally enlighten everyone so they wouldn't discriminate against the boy. Standing before dozens of bewildered faces, the vice principal delivered a monologue while shedding tears. It left every single student stunned. No one dared to say a word against him. It was a bit of a clumsy move, but for now the problem seemed to be solved. Leorium habitually walked to his seat. Faced with a barrage of questions from his friends, the boy just gave vague answers. I don't know anything. Maybe it's some kind of weird syndrome. But the group was still very curious and didn't seem willing to let it go. On the outside, Leorium looked helpless, but on the inside he was cursing, "I knew it." Who the hell would believe the way the vice principal was talking? It wasn't until a female student sitting next to him spoke up saying she had heard of a syndrome like that our protagonist managed to dodge a bullet. It turns out Kim Sewell is in the same class as our protagonist Lee Leorium. Unable to bear seeing him in such a difficult situation, she jumped in to save him. Kim Sewell is not only beautiful and the daughter of a pharmaceutical company CEO, but also incredibly calm and composed. Every word she says carries a lot of weight. Leorium shyly turned to thank her and even let her borrow his headphones, increasing his favorability by tenfold. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, except the class bullies didn't think so. Leorium glanced over at their leader Eung-hyung, who was sitting not far away, only to see him glance back with a meaningful smile. Just when he thought he was in a new position now, that he was truly different from yesterday, and would surely be treated like a normal student, he ran into Eung-hyung's gang at the end of the school day. Despite his complete transformation, when faced with the three bullies, Leorium still found himself trembling uncontrollably, unable to move a muscle. Seeing him like this only made them more pissed off. "Lee Leorium, did you inject some muscle enhancers or something? But let's see. A little extra fat on your body won't make my hands hurt anymore." With that, he lunged forward, using a dirty move to immediately lock Leorium in a headlock. The insult, "You piece of trash," echoed in Leorium's ear. Orium gritted his teeth so hard he could barely breathe, and to think just a few minutes ago class was about to end. He was still feeling hyped about his new body, and the two girls at the next desk had even invited him to go hang out and de-stress. But a text from that bunch shattered everything. Did they really call me all the way out here just to pull this stupid crap? The more Leorium thought about it, the angrier he got. He was angry at them, sure, but 10 times angrier at himself. It was like seeing his old self standing to the side, staring at him with eyes full of resentment. Aren't you weak just because you refuse to fight back? It's not like you're some helpless kitten anymore, so why are you scared of these pests? Leorium was getting an earful from his other personality, completely caught off guard. Just then, a skill suddenly activated, and fueled by a surge of anger, he violently threw off the bully who was pinning him down, much to the stunned surprise of the other two. Caught off guard by the resistance, the bully Seung-hwan got absolutely furious. He scrambled to his feet, screaming the foulest curses he knew. Orium, snapping back to reality, found his hands and feet trembling. He couldn't believe he'd actually pulled something like that off. But true to his nature of hating trouble and wanting to avoid any more conflict, his first instinct was to turn and run. At that very moment, Kim Sewell and her best friend were standing at a corner waiting for the light to change. Sewell was fiddling with the earbud that Orium had lent her, lost in her own thoughts. Unexpectedly, she glanced up and saw a figure across the street running for his life. Leorium. Without looking back, he darted into a deserted alley, feeling as if a giant mouth was right behind him, ready to swallow him whole. Turns out the bullies had caught up. Before he could even get a word out, he ate a kick from Seung-hoon right to the face. The bully scanned his prey from head to toe, cracked his knuckles, and then lunged in for the beatdown. Orium lay pathetically on the ground, his body writhing with every blow he took. Crushing thoughts of failure and self-blame threatened to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind the group of bullies, and Leorium. They all froze for 5 seconds, staring in that direction. Kim Sewell shot the whole group a look of pity mixed with indifference. She stepped forward and said, "So noisy, you're giving me a headache. I'm actually short a shopping partner, and I was planning on hanging out with the guy on the ground there. So let him go, all right. And it's best if you don't meddle in my affairs. I do what I want." Leorium looked at the girl in front of him, who was radiating total girl crush energy and was completely in awe of the bullies. The other bullies, knowing she was the richest kid in school, got a little spooked. Only Seung-hwan, stubborn as ever, gritted his teeth and cursed right in Kim Sewell's face. "You think you can act all tough just 'cause you're rich? You want to get beaten to a pulp like that loser over there?" Kim Sewell looked at him with utter disgust. "Excuse me, but could you please take 5 steps back?" Before the bully could even process what she meant, Sewell fanned the flames. "It's because you reek of garbage. It's making me nauseous." Needless to say, the bully was absolutely livid. His face twisted with the rage veins popping on his forehead as he lunged forward to slap the girl. Seeing this, our hero Leorium heard that other personality of his egging him on. "Do something, you idiot! You're not a walking punching bag anymore!" Hit with that critical blow to his pride. Leorium's anger flared. He clenched his fists and let out a yell. Then, moving at the speed of light, he rushed forward and landed a punch that would have shattered the bully's face ID. Before the guy even knew what hit him, he went flying several feet back. Seong-hwan struggled to his feet and spat a mouthful of red syrup on the ground. So it's come to this. He swore he wouldn't let Leorium leave in one piece. Tossing off his jacket, he charged forward again, unleashing a flurry of punches while the onlookers thought our hero was just all talk. Yeah, but he had already activated his absorption skill. Every punch Seong-hoon threw, Orium took head-on, absorbed its power, and sent back a counterpunch that was even more devastating. This time, the tables had truly turned. It was the bully's turn to eat a combo of hits. Still not satisfied, Leorium intentionally lowered his own health bar so he could unleash an even more relentless barrage of attacks. And for the finishing touch, he didn't forget to add a swift kick across the face, giving him back that same gut-wrenching feeling from before. He looked down at the bully sprawled on the ground with his eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Radiating a murderous aura, Leorium hauled him up ready to finish it with one final punch. "Hey! Get up and run your mouth! Why so quiet now?" The onlookers stared at the hateful glare in Orium's eyes and backed away in fear. Afraid he'd go too far, his diamond friend immediately stepped in. "That's enough, Orium, it's over. Let's go." Looking down at his victim gasping on the ground, his rage finally began to cool. The two of them prepared to leave the battlefield. But unexpectedly, another idiot charged from behind, wielding a weapon. "You bastard, you dare hit my bro. Stand still, I'm gonna mess you up." Leorium reflexively leaped in front of Kim to shield her. But before he could even make a move, the approaching bully suddenly seized up as if he'd been electrocuted. He crashed face first onto the pavement, butt in the air. Leorium was just as confused. He clearly hadn't touched him. He had no idea that behind him, his seemingly harmless female classmate had, with a single glance, made the bully bite the dust just as he'd threatened. The two of them left that place and moved to a better-lit street corner. Sewell helped Orium bandage his wounds, even taking a moment to snap a picture of his battered face with her phone as a souvenir. Staring at the beautiful girl beside him, our hero was completely flustered, scratching his head as he mumbled his thanks. But Sewell coldly brushed it off. "Consider it payment for letting me borrow your earbud. Anyway, it's getting late. I should get going. There's something I need to talk to you about tomorrow, but it's kind of a long story, so have lunch with me, okay?" Hearing this, our teenage hero's face turned beet red. It was his first time ever being asked out by a girl, and he felt incredibly awkward. As he watched Kim Sewell's silhouette disappear into the distance, his mind exploded with a million questions. What could she possibly need to talk about in private? Don't tell me she's interested in my body. Heh, maybe it's because my family has a long history in pharmacy, the young man thought with a chuckle, then jumped as a notification screen suddenly appeared. A subjugation quest will begin in the next 5 minutes. Agree to participate. Leorium carefully read every word. Thinking of that eye-rat monster from yesterday, he shuddered and immediately pressed no. Why would I be crazy enough to rush headfirst into danger again? To his surprise, the damn system displayed another message. "You have accumulated too many demerits, therefore this quest cannot be skipped." Huh. Are you kidding me? Orium almost cursed out loud. The system giving him a choice seemed like a nice gesture, but it was just a cruel joke. Checking again, he realized he'd been silently docked points during the exam, when he adjusted the skill on the vice principal, and when he used it to beat up those thugs earlier. Leorium couldn't believe it. Everything was happening too fast. He wanted to protest, but when he opened his eyes again, he found himself falling straight into a shin-deep creek. Damn it! If you're going to teleport someone, at least give a warning. Couldn't you have picked a more decent spot? Thinking of the phone in his pocket and the books in his backpack, Orium scrambled to his feet. Suddenly, he noticed a door nearby. Strange. It's just floating in midair. What is this? Is this the monster I'm supposed to defeat? Orium cautiously approached, observing his surroundings. The system popped up with another reminder. Only 10 seconds remaining until the quest begins. Just as our hero was trying to process everything from the other side of the door, a giant, distorted face suddenly appeared. It was followed by a massive body that passed right through, heading towards him. According to the information he received, this monster was called the Cursed Cavalier Aben. But hearing that made Orium even more terrified. What the hell? I've never even encountered this thing in the game. How am I supposed to fight it? The monster's attack speed was several times faster than the one from yesterday. For a moment, Orium had no idea what to do. He had no choice but to use a skill to defend himself. For the next 10 seconds, his mind raced, constantly analyzing. I don't know what kind of monster this is, but it uses a sword. Plus, it's a humanoid monster. I should be able to predict its next move based on that. Realizing this, Lyorium felt a surge of hope. This might not be so tough after all, he told himself. He immediately leaped to dodge its attacks, landing a few convenient slashes on its back. But just as he prepared to strike again, he found his entire body had gone stiff. He couldn't move. He couldn't even swing the sword in his hand. Looks like I've been hit with some kind of sensory paralysis. A chill ran down Lyorium's spine. Seeing the monster raise its greatsword to cut him down, he desperately used every ounce of his strength to parry the blow and escape. But trying to cast another skill sent a sharp pain through his head. A bright red menacing notification popped up, skill cast failed. He had never imagined a situation like this. His reflexes were slowing and his body felt like it was weighed down with lead. With his skills locked, he was a sitting duck. Don't tell me this monster is so overpowered because it can paralyze its opponents. Am I really this unlucky? Lyorium, calm down and think, use your head. He lowered his head, trying to calm himself down. Okay. This monster seems way more overpowered than the one yesterday, but it doesn't seem to rely on speed. If it's this slow, dodging should be easy. The problem is, I need to use a combination of skills to finish it. In that case, I'll just have to kite it like I do in games. That strategy is exhausting and takes forever. But staying alive is the priority. Wait a minute. This isn't some superhero show where the monster waits for the hero to power up before attacking. While Orium was lost in thought, the monster beside him was already getting impatient to fight. It lifted the greatsword in its hand and swung down. A brilliant aura radiated from the blade. By the time Orium realized what was happening, he found he was temporarily blind. It was an attack meant to obscure his vision. Using that opportunity, the monster instantly closed the distance and threw a punch. Orium was sent flying completely helpless. Damn it, this is so unfair. If only I had a healer here right now. As his head slammed against a rock, Lyorium suddenly had a brilliant idea. He immediately called on the system, demanding it open the 2 mysterious boxes he had left from yesterday's rewards. Damn it. I don't even need anything amazing. Please just give me something useful. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 boxes opened. One contained a golden tree branch used for summoning crows or for decoration. The other one was even more of a joke. Diamond tears. It sounded impressive, but in reality it was nothing more than a bath bomb. What's this supposed to mean? That I should take a bath in the creek down here, dry off, and wait for it to come eat me? Lyorium was furious, feeling like he'd been set up. He knew he had to run if he wanted to live, but the moment he turned his back, he took a direct hit from that terrifying greatsword. His body crashed to the ground like a falling fruit. Orium staggered back to his feet. At this point, he no longer cared about keeping up appearances or being the nice guy. What is this useless junk? Random or not, this is just too cruel. Am I really going to die here? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his brain again. Lyorium cursed himself. Idiot. Why don't I just try using those 2 things? What have I got to lose? As soon as he thought it, he did it. Orium called the system using the golden branch to summon a flock of crows while simultaneously opening the battle preparation screen. As predicted less than 3 seconds later, a flock of crows swarmed in, cawing like a chaotic marketplace. The cavalier monster was momentarily stunned. It swung its greatsword around wildly to drive them off, but it was completely useless. Meanwhile, Lyorium stood quietly in a corner and exchanged the bath bomb for a paralysis potion, preparing to give the monster a taste of its own medicine. Spotting Orium, the monster angrily charged straight through the murder of crows. But as it swung its sword down, the blade got stuck, and its body grew heavy, as if caught in molasses. In a flash, Orium appeared behind it and whispered mockingly in its ear, "I've stacked up enough physical damage now. Time to pay you back." As he said that, before the monster could even react, Orion's face hardened with immense killing intent as a barrage of blades rained down from the sky like a storm. Pierced by 1,000 arrows, the monster died before it could even gasp. And that's that, Lyorium thought to himself. I'd rather play 10 video games than grind like this in real life. He panted, summoning the system to claim his reward. He had decided not to choose the mystery box this time, but a blood-red notification appeared before him, warning that another player had illegally entered the area. A chill ran down Orion's spine as he read it. Could it be that besides him, someone else had been dragged into this goddamn system's endless loop? Suddenly getting a bad feeling, Orion spun around just in time to see a masked figure lunging at him with a scythe. He threw up his hands to cast a defensive spell. He managed to avoid a fatal blow, but the masked man was clearly still malicious. Orion quickly drew his own sword, and their powerful clash sent them both flying backward. He carefully observed the masked figure. It was a person, not a monster, but their attacks were absolutely ruthless. If he hadn't turned around in time, his head would probably be off his shoulders by now. Again, that's right. The skill he's using now, he must have the Avenger class. Just as Orion reached this conclusion, he saw the man charging at him again. Unable to take it anymore, he yelled in frustration, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you attacking me?" In response, he only received a chilling glare and a voice that sounded like a call from hell. "I don't know, I've never thought I needed a reason to go hunting in a game, pal." Oh, this guy's one of those. He was truly insane, and his attacks were just as dangerous. Orion cried out in pain as the scythe sliced cleanly into his shoulder, but the man's attacks were simply too fast. Just when he was at a loss, a barrier suddenly materialized around them. To his surprise, the one who had arrived was his classmate, Kim Sewell. Both Orion and the masked man were completely stunned. This small, pretty girl actually possessed an O-rank defensive support skill from the Labyrinth Master class. Kim Sewell slowly descended, glanced at Orion, and then said casually, "This time I'm not helping you because of the headphones. You have to treat me to lunch tomorrow. And remember to buy the most delicious thing in the world, too. Strawberry milk." With Kim Sewell's help, the tables had almost turned. The masked man no longer had the upper hand. He still grabbed his scythe and charged forward aggressively, but he was stopped in his tracks by Sewell's beast trap. Orion, standing to the side, felt like the whole world was spinning. Watching Sewell in action, he could only utter a few words, "Absolutely freaking amazing." But it wasn't over. Kim Sewell suddenly shouted for Orion to dodge. The masked man had escaped the trap. He was now diving from above at an incredible speed. He aimed straight for Orion and mumbled, "Skill blacklist final entry." Orion couldn't dodge in time. But after taking the hit, he didn't feel anything different about his body. Just then, Sewell shouted urgently, "Hurry and open the system. Finish the reward selection from before, because another player invaded time has stopped. That's the only way to end this round." Orion, completely surprised, could only nod furiously and do as she said. Seeing this, the masked man wanted to charge forward and stop him, but he didn't realize that his current position was still within Kim Sewell's control. Only then did he remember from the moment she joined the fight. The first skill she used was this invisible labyrinth trap. The masked man let out a wry, helpless laugh as he watched Orion make his selection and end the round. The game round was over, but his murderous aura hadn't diminished in the slightest. He glared at them both, with hostility pulling down his mask to reveal an unfamiliar face. In a flat tone, he said, "How pathetic. Next time I'll be the one to finish you both off. Because I've memorized both of your faces?" Following a long beep from the system, Leorium was teleported back to the street corner right before the incident happened. His phone rang again. Seeing the caller was Kim Sewell, he immediately answered, wanting to demand what on earth was going on. Unexpectedly, Sewell got straight to the point, advising him to go home immediately. "You've been targeted by them. That blacklist skill is used to track your location. It's not perfectly accurate, but don't wander around outside anymore. It's too dangerous." Still confused, Orion asked, "Who exactly are they?" Kim Sewell explained briefly, "They're players, but they're PKers. In other words, instead of doing quests like us, they hunt and collect rewards by getting other players killed." Hearing this, Orion finally understood why the masked man had been so malicious. Thinking about how Kim Sewell had also taken a hit while helping him, he asked if she was okay. But unexpectedly, Kim Sewell thought he was asking to form a party with her and sighed. Then she told him to text her his address. "We'll sleep at the same place tonight to prevent anything from happening." The moment he heard that, our clueless hero. Orion's face turned beet red, his mind racing with all sorts of scenarios. And yet when Kim Sewell arrived, he just stood there dumbly in a corner. He watched her walk in and make herself more at home than if she actually lived there. A note was still on the table from his older sister saying she had to work the night shift. After reading it, he didn't know what kind of expression to make. Kim Sewell borrowed some of his sister's clothes and went into the bathroom. A moment later, she came out looking like she was the true owner of the house. After asking a few questions and finding out Orion's sister was working at the hospital all night and wouldn't be back. Kim Sewell suddenly got close, a suggestive smile on her face. Well then, that's convenient. Let's continue, shall we? Seeing her looking like she was about to pounce on him, our straight-laced hero's hair stood on end. But who would have thought she just poked him lightly in the chest and said, "Summon the system." Turns out she really meant business. And here he was thinking they were about to have a steamy bed scene. Leorium slapped himself a few times to snap out of it, realizing he was getting way ahead of himself. Just then his system displayed a notification. Player Kim Quell has sent a party request to player Leorium. The young man let out a sigh of relief and reached out to press the accept button, but Kim Quell quickly stopped him. Leorium, let me tell you a few things before you accept. I'll give you all the information I have once we're teammates. Of course, I'll also do my best to protect and support you. Everything I have will also be yours, so. At this, her expression suddenly hardened as she looked Leorium dead in the eye with extreme seriousness. If you run away or betray me, I'll grind you into a smoothie. The main character broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected a cute girl could be so terrifying. After saying her piece, Quell turned and walked away. She told him he should take the whole night to think it over carefully, but she hadn't even taken 5 steps before she heard a notification, "You have accepted the party request." The girl was furious. She spun around ready to chew that blockhead out, but Leorium explained very simply, "What do I have left to lose? I'm about to get a game over anyway. By joining your party, at least I have a better chance of survival." Kim Quell was a little surprised, but since it made sense, she let it go. Moving on to the main topic, she expertly opened a folder in front of Leorium, explaining that the next thing they needed to do was participate in a large-scale event called Horizon. And they wouldn't just participate, they had to secure first place. In another corner of the game, the bully Baekhyun Hyung was currently brawling with a group of newbies. Just when the battle was getting tight and his group thought they were done for, Baekhyun Hyung suddenly flew into a rage at the thought of Leorium beating his lackeys to a pulp. He unleashed his fury on the monsters in the game, and in the blink of an eye, he sent them all to Kingdom Come. Thanks to that, he also leveled up from Archer to Executioner, constantly muttering, "Losers have to grovel on the ground, don't they, Leorium?" As for Kim Quell, she explained that she wanted to join the event because the prize was incredibly appealing. 20 billion won to a rich young lady was like loose change. The important part was the prize that came with it, a single wish that would be granted to the winner. Hold on a second. Blockhead Leorium's brain finally kicked into gear. The money made sense, but a wish that sounded like some kind of BS. Kim Quell nodded in agreement, but thinking back on all their experiences since the game began, it seemed that in this world logic had gone out the window. There was no other way, other than to try it and see for themselves. According to Kim Sewell, she had been stuck in this endless loop long before Leorium. Since the winter of her 3rd year of high school, she had already participated in monster hunts 17 times. She had died and been revived 5 times. Kim Sewell had also tried contacting the game's headquarters many times, but as a result, the people there all thought she was a psycho, who had escaped from an asylum, even her own parents. At home didn't even care about the changes in their daughter, despite the fact that the chosen ones undergo certain physical transformations. For Kim Quell, it was her hair color, while Leorium got a smoking 8-pack body. They hadn't been having their heart-to-heart for long when a loud noise erupted outside. Both of them instinctively glanced in that direction. Their bodies tensed as if something big was about to happen. What was that? Don't tell me it's a PK player, compared to Leorium. Kim Quell was much calmer. She began casting a spell as she answered cautiously. I think it was just a normal sound. But just to be safe, I'll use a skill to check. True to her word, the girl waved her hand, creating an invisible watchtower. Leorium asked, still worried. If you use a skill like that, is there a chance we'll be detected? Kim Sewell replied in a low voice. They won't find it unless they're deliberately scanning for it. In fact, this will help me watch out for those guys. Her tone was as firm as steel. The young man didn't know how to argue with that. Kim Sewell, who was still staring at him, suddenly frowned, her annoyance clear on her face, and then yelled, Hey, Leorium, take off your shirt now! After all these years, he still doesn't dare to hold a girl's hand. The young man's face went pale after hearing her demand. Well, this kind of scene shows up in movies a lot, but Kim Sewell calmly explained, I just want to treat your wounds. After a spirited struggle, Leorium finally surrendered at her feet. He was a bit embarrassed, his face ashen, and he didn't dare to move a muscle. But his mouth still had to run off on its own. But seriously, why do you want to party up with me? You've mastered so many high-level skills while I'm nothing but dead weight. I can't do a damn thing to help. Is it possible that instead of giving me luck with ladies, fate decided to let me latch onto a genuinely powerful sugar mommy instead? Kim Sewell wasn't too happy to hear that. Well, yeah, it's because you're an idiot that you're easy to boss around. Sorry, okay? Seeing Leorium's bewildered expression, she didn't say anything more harsh. I'm just kidding. Initially, I was only planning to scout out what class you were, but then I suddenly discovered a very interesting fact. It turns out that the goddess Kim Quell herself had once been just a mercenary in an incredibly difficult game event with only a 0.5% clear rate. Kim Swell had once seen Leorium fighting on his pro-level account. That encounter left a lasting impression on her, making her determined to capture that stubborn king for herself. He was anxious all day, and it followed him into his dreams that night. Leorium had a rather restless dream. He found himself lost in an endless corridor, with the added bonus of a monster that looked just like that PK player from yesterday. He finally managed to run to an emergency exit, only to find the person who had bullied him his whole life on the other side slowly turning around with a distorted face. Leorium shot up in terror. He was so scared his balls were clacking together. Realizing it was just a dream, he let out a sigh of relief, only to be startled by a voice beside him. What are you screaming about in the middle of the night? Having a nightmare. Leorium saw Kim Quell lying right next to him and immediately started freaking out. What the hell, aren't you supposed to be sleeping in my sister's room? Kim Kung yawned wearily. I can't sleep in a stranger's bed. This girl sure knows how to seize an opportunity. So sleeping on the bed is a no-go, but rolling around on the floor with a young guy is perfectly fine. Is that it? Then again, Leorium was a young man himself. How could he possibly withstand the sight of those rolling hills before him? The next morning, as soon as the sun peeked out, the two of them headed off to class, acting as if nothing had happened, Kim C. Well hastily sipped her milk carton while carefully warning Orium about many things like how he had to be mentally prepared to face challenges from now on, and how he had to be careful not to lose credibility points, and especially not to be like last time, recklessly using his skills whenever he felt like it. Orium, chewing on his bread, nodded along, trying to remember all these unwritten rules. Kim Kung's all-knowing expression always left Leorium in absolute awe, but contrary to that image, her attitude was always about 30% serious and 70% silly. As soon as she was asked what she planned to do if she got the wish reward in the upcoming event, she immediately threw up a smokescreen. Of course. I'd build a paradise full of handsome men, what else? The two of them laughed and talked completely unaware that they had fallen into the sights of a few pairs of eyes from afar inside a car parked on the roadside. At that moment, a pair of players looked at the uniforms Leorium and Kim Kung were wearing and immediately guessed they were just students. The man behind the wheel had a look of utter contempt, but he was cut off by the white-haired woman. She argued that eliminating both of them now wouldn't bring any benefits, especially since one of those two kids had a job class that their team didn't have, so they'd have to consider recruiting them instead. Who cares about age? If their skills are good, we can use them. Another boring day came to an end. After school, as Leorium was walking and pondering his next move, he was ambushed by two guys. Strangers jumped out to block his path. One of them had his face covered in bandages, trying to look cool, and the other was in a gray shirt with blonde hair and a black mask. One look at their outfits, and you could tell they weren't just young troublemakers, but full-on street thugs. Before Leorium could even react, they both lunged at him, held a knife to him, and dragged him off to an abandoned warehouse where their buddies were waiting. The guys posted there didn't look any better. As soon as they saw Orium, the whole gang wanted to jump in for a piece of the action. In moments like these, with his special main character aura talent, Leorium should have shouted, "Yeah!" or "Transform," and then rushed in to punch each of them in the mouth as is proper. But remembering Kim Kung's warning, Orium told himself he had to fight them one-on-one to avoid losing points. Having skills and not being able to use them is so damn frustrating. Filled with frustration, he rushed forward, vowing to show no mercy. Just like that, one after another, the thugs dropped like autumn leaves. Orium merely warmed up his wrists and made each of them spill a few letters of fresh syrup. If there are no other problems, I can handle all of them. These guys are decent fighters, but at the end of the day, they're still human. This is as strong as they get. The guy in the red shirt watched his underlings get their jaws knocked sideways one by one, and he was seeing red. Who the hell started the rumor that this Leorium kid was an easy target? They must be blind. He clearly didn't look that muscular, but every one of his blows was vicious. After observing a bit longer, he suddenly came up with a different strategy. While his underlings were still sacrificing themselves on the front lines, he stealthily snuck around the back, found a weapon, and seeing an opportunity when Leorium wasn't looking, lunged forward. Unexpectedly, our main character spotted him in time. With a single block, he bent the iron bar. The final blow for him was a critical hit straight to the face. All he could do was lie at Leorium's feet, wailing and playing the victim. After beating them up for a while longer until none of them had any strength left, Leorium finally picked up his bag and left. On the way home, he suddenly ran into his older sister, who was just coming from the supermarket. Seeing Orium with his clothes all disheveled and covered in sweat, his sister was horrified and demanded to know what on earth had happened. Only then did Leorium realize how much of a mess he looked. Afraid his sister would realize something was wrong, he scratched his head and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. A few close friends just invited me to play soccer, that's all." The truth was, he wasn't exhausted from dealing with that bunch of punks. It was because he was afraid his sister would see him, so he tried to run home as fast as possible. To distract his sister, the quick-witted young man rushed over to help her carry her things. He was also incredibly excited to learn they were having grilled meat for dinner. Looking at that expression, on Leorium's face, his sister could only give a wry smile. His face may have changed, but his personality, like that of a 3-year-old, was still unmistakable. Finally, his sister cheerfully concluded, "No matter how much you grow up, you'll always be my little brother. Oh, right. You brought a girl home last night, didn't you?" Hearing this, the young man nearly evaporated on the spot. He couldn't believe that just a few strands of Kim Kung's brown hair hadn't escaped his sister's sharp eyes when she was in her Detective Conan mode. Women are truly dangerous creatures. Knowing he couldn't argue his way out of this even with 10 mouths, Orium just shyly nodded and promised to introduce that friend to his sister soon. As for the thugs, after a round of combat with Orium, every single one of them had aching backs, tired knees, and numb hands. The guy in the red shirt was especially bitter and immediately picked up the phone to snitch to his ally, who was none other than Baekhyun Hyung, the ringleader of the bullies. The next day, as usual, as soon as class ended, Kim Sewell called out to Leorium. The girl at the next desk, seeing how close the two of them were, wanted to walk home with them, but Kim Sewell gently declined. "We're not going out to have fun. Wait until we're done with our business and I'll explain it to you later, okay?" This very ambiguous answer successfully made the entire class stare blankly. Everyone was surprised because, after all, Kim Kung was considered a goddess. Seeing her side by side with Leorium was like a beautiful flower planted on a pile of cow dung. There were even rumors that these two were openly dating behind the principal's back. And sure enough, this was exactly what Kim Quell was thinking after dragging Leorium to a deserted corner. She directly proposed, "Don't you think we should just start dating?" Hearing this, the young man lost his composure completely, even spraying out the mouthful of milk he hadn't swallowed yet. According to Kim Kung's explanation, this was so that people around them wouldn't pay too much attention. Their relationship had to be like this to make sense. It was the first time straight-laced Leorium had a girl confess to him so directly, and he nearly had a stroke. Luckily, he managed to hold on to a shred of decency, and solemnly replied, "Let me think about it." Kim Sewell snickered. The next second, upon hearing an announcement, she regained her serious old lady-like demeanor. Tonight, the system arranged for them to participate in a duo mission. Leorium was hesitant at first, but he saw it as an opportunity to learn more about how Kim Sewell fights. Besides, the reward was great, so he quickly nodded in agreement. When the time came, the two of them quickly found the tallest building in the area and climbed to the rooftop. They observed their surroundings. Seeing the worry written all over his teammate's face, Kim Sewell pressed him for an answer. She learned he was trying to find something called a black gate. "What's that?" "You really don't know. Isn't that where all the monsters come from?" At this, Leorium suddenly felt that something was off. His knowledge of this game was far too limited. It seemed he couldn't afford to be careless. Just then, a notification screen popped up reminding them they only had 1 minute left before the mission started. Leorium tried to suppress his usual panic and saw that Kim Sewell had already started opening her inventory and sending items to him. Of course, it came with an explanation that the items were very expensive and that tomorrow she wanted to be paid back with bread and strawberry milk. The countdown timer then let out a loud beep. A giant shadow swept over their heads at the speed of light. This time, they had to face a wolf monster famous for its incredibly fast movements. This species was rumored to be quite docile and wouldn't bite without reason if not attacked, but its speed was its most formidable trait, making this mission much more difficult. Leorium tried to squint and observe it. He suddenly exclaimed, "All right, let's set a trap." This strategy required one person to dig a trap and another to act as bait to lure the dog in. Kim Sewell initially disagreed, but she suddenly realized she was sort of at the guy's mercy now. He was incredibly confident. Without another word, he grabbed his sword and shot off after the wolf like an arrow. It should also be mentioned that this monster was the type with all brawn and no brains. It was only fast. Overall, it wasn't too tough to take down. Just as Leorium thought things were going smoothly, a figure flashed past him from behind and changed everything. It turned out that besides their party, there were other players participating in this mission. The girl who just zipped past Leorium was using incredible speed. It seemed she wanted to steal the kill. She quickly closed in, drew her sword, and landed 2 slashes, leaving the monster deeply traumatized. On top of that, her teammate was right ahead. He expertly jumped out to block its path, preparing to land the final blow and finish things for the night. But just at that moment, Leorium, unwilling to accept this, jumped into the combat with his sword. His appearance immediately turned the tables, while the other group was still stunned. The young man had already managed to land a slash on the monster's head. Unfortunately, it wasn't strong enough and only dealt physical damage like a surface scratch. The other players standing aside now flew into a rage. They argued that even though it was a shared mission, jumping in to steal a kill like that was not okay. The girl in the pink shirt had a particularly fierce reaction, constantly scolding our main character as if he were a misbehaved child. Leorium gave her a look that was 3 parts pity and 7 parts patronizing. It seems I really did bother you all, but I'm sorry. Next time I'll be more considerate." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even spare them another glance and quickly dashed away. The girl in pink was so mad she could burst. Meanwhile, her male teammate was calmer. "He's right. This is a competition. As long as we kill the monster, tripping up our opponent is also a valid method." With that, he flashed a strange smile and cast a spell towards Leorium. The young man, mid-flight, nearly smashed his head into the barrier he had just created to stop him. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. In the end, everyone's playing just as dirty as each other. This barrier could only be affected from the outside, but unfortunately for that guy, he didn't know that I'm basically the author's favorite. In a flash, I found the right skill to break out of the cocoon. But right after a bigger surprise awaited, Leorium quickly caught up with the other party. He found them in a complete panic. It turned out this monster wasn't so easy to beat after all. Besides its godlike speed, it now had an upgraded instant teleportation ability, something that wasn't even in the game. The first victim was the young man from the other team. Each bite into his flesh made him unable to stop screaming in pain. The girl in pink saw her teammate being mauled and saw red quickly charging forward, but in the blink of an eye, the monster was gone. This incredibly tense situation was beyond Leorium's predictions. Fearing that the mutt would wreak more havoc, Leorium rushed out to personally block it while the girl in pink was unable to defend herself. "I thought I was about to meet my maker. I never expected to be saved like this." The girl was a bit bewildered. "What? Why did you save me? Didn't I say I'd be more considerate next time?" Leorium gave it his all and finally managed to temporarily push the monster back. At the same time, a message from Kim Sewell arrived reminding him that she had finished setting the trap. Seizing the opportunity, he offered a deal. To the other team, "I will give you this potion. In return, you'll support me. Is that a deal?" The girl in pink gritted her teeth, her expression sour. "This cheap thing, can't we just buy it with a little money? Why the hell should we agree to be your lackeys?" Who knew that before she could even finish her sentence, instant karma would strike? Her teammate to the side started coughing up blood, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. "Well, I guess a little help in a desperate time is worth more than a feast when you're full." At this point, all they could do was pray to their ancestors that they'd make it out alive. They were lucky enough to be alive. How could they even dream of a reward? After the plan was settled following Leorium's instructions, the short, pink-shirted girl hid on the roof preparing to act as a decoy instead of attacking relentlessly like before. Now all she had to do was toy with it for a few rounds. She would lure it to a street corner where her other teammate was already lying in wait. The next step was to create a cage preparing to lead the chicken to the chopping block. The guy who got bitten by the monster earlier was determined to get his revenge. He used all his strength to block every escape route. Seizing this opportunity, Leorium bravely moved forward. Obviously, the hunt, well, wouldn't end that simply. But to achieve the best result, he had no choice but to take the risk. This monster's weakness was that despite its high speed, it took a while to regenerate health. To put it simply, if you could withstand 2 of its consecutive instant teleports, then you could easily take it down. You've got to admit, when faced with the main character's plot armor, even a wolf turns into a house dog. Oh well. The first time it teleported, it wasn't suspicious at all. But the second time, after observing carefully and seeing Leorium standing still as a statue, the wolf risked its life and pounced. This time, it finally achieved something. A few fang marks appeared on Leorium. Unfortunately for the wolf, this was exactly what he had been waiting for. He endured the pain and immediately unleashed a direct attack skill. The monster was hit, roared in pain, and turned to flee. Just as Leorium planned, what awaited it over there was the hell that Kim Quell had created. While the whole group was busy beating each other up over here, she'd been standing there for ages. At this point, all they had to do was wait for the fish to take the bait. But unexpectedly, halfway through, the pink-shirted girl went rogue, chasing after the monster, wanting to finish it off herself to get some rewards. Leorium suddenly realized he couldn't get through to these brain-dead idiots anymore. He let out a long sigh, took out all the resources Kim Quell had given him before the battle, and after using one, it was like a flashbang went off. He quickly put his life on the line and sprinted past the girl. I feel bad for her, but whatever. After all, it's better to proactively fight for the prize than to get yelled at by a girl. I may lose when it comes to love, but when it comes to a race, I'll take home all the trophies. As expected, at the end of the road, the monster was caught in the trap. Kim Quell calmly used her scepter from above, creating countless invisible chains that restrained it. Now that's a teammate, someone actually worth their salt. With Kim Quell's support, Leorium's blade successfully landed a fatal blow on the monster's weak spot. The beast was officially done for. After everything was over, Kim Quell flew down to stand beside Leorium. She wanted to ask why. He had a speed-boosting item prepared like that. Did he somehow know what was going to happen? To her surprise, Leorium's answer was straight to the point. I'm not that great or a deep thinker. I just thought that if I was in danger, the only thing I could do is run to you as fast as I can. Hearing this, Kim Quell was completely moved. It turns out this blockhead can say such sweet things sometimes. To break the tense atmosphere, she didn't hesitate to praise Leorium. Just then, the system notification appeared. For brilliantly completing the mission, both of them were given a very generous reward. The ranking board was even more insane. Their party was naturally in first place, but the number of parties participating in this mission was 3. Leorium was startled and muttered, "What? Besides those 2 from before, there was another team?" It turned out that because the other party had actively hidden themselves, Leorium and Kim Quell couldn't detect them. From another tall building, 2 young men had been casually watching the fight from the very beginning. They were the third party. But ever since they realized Leorium and Kim Quell were 2 players with extremely high potential, they decided not to participate and just quietly sat back and watched. They used their sharp eyes to judge their every move. As usual, after the mission ended, the winner would get to choose a personal reward. Leorium glanced over, wanting to see if Kim Quell would choose the points. Unexpectedly this time, she wanted cash to fill her purse. "You guessed wrong. I'm saving up to buy a time transformer. This thing doesn't just reverse time. It's also very useful when facing a formidable opponent. In other words, having this is like having an extra life in this game." That's right, Kim Quell was always so calculating. He had almost forgotten. Even though they were playing a game, they were playing it in the real world. One small mistake and you could still be toast. The team on the other side, after being thoroughly defeated, really wanted to get acquainted with Leorium. Seeing Kim Quell's surprise, the young man took the opportunity to introduce them. These guys wanted to leech at first, but they ended up providing a little support later on. I guess that redeems them. Model. The guy over there looked like he was about to jump up and scream, but the girl in pink was quick on the uptake and turned to roast him. "Oh, so this is the character that you said you'd protect with your life, huh? Humph, really?" Friends like these are just waiting for a chance to stab you in the back. So, do we have a deal on this alliance or what? To smooth things over for the girl in pink, the guy in black quickly jumped into the conversation. You're really good. Let's add each other as friends, okay? Leorium was a bit stunned to hear this. He still had to turn to his better half and get a nod of approval before he dared to agree. The group over there also made their attitude clear. They just saw this as an extreme sport. They had absolutely no ill intentions. However, as soon as he opened the screen to add them as friends, the notification screen suddenly flashed a familiar, ominous red. Another player has illegally invaded. It's happening again. In less than a few seconds, the group saw a figure dash towards them from a distance. He wore a demon mask, had ferocious eyes, and was carrying a heavy weapon. He was clearly a PK-type player. The guy in black quickly created a protective barrier and then yelled at Orium, "Hurry up and finish choosing your personal reward. If you don't, we're all going to die." Before he could finish his sentence, a fatal blow pierced through the barrier, skewering him like a shish kebab. The girl in pink flew into a rage, leaped behind him, and began slashing frantically. But it was clear that neither of them was a match for that guy. Luckily, Kim Sywell's wolf trap was still active. He accidentally stepped on it and was instantly frozen solid in place. Just at that moment, Leorium lunged forward with his sword and successfully relieved him of an arm. But the trap couldn't hold him for long. In a flash, he broke free and ran away. Leorium looked at the players lying bloodied all over the ground and quickly instructed Kim Sewell, "You stay here and heal them. I'll be back in a bit." The moment she heard this, Kim Sewell's face went pale as a sheet. Of course, she 1000% disagreed, but it was always the same. Leorium's attitude was always so resolute that no one could stop him. So after a dramatic, tearful goodbye, she could only obediently listen. Leorium mounted his his sword, and shot off into the distance. When he reached a fork in the road, he suddenly saw the masked man sitting there comfortably, as if he'd been waiting for him all afternoon. Crap, it's a trap. He wanted to lure him out alone for an easy one-on-one. "To be honest, I don't want to get rough, but for a piece of scum like you, this is still too light. I'll give you two choices. 1, run away within 10 seconds, you dog. 2, stay here and suffer my wrath." After hearing this, the masked man gave a contemptuous smirk. "You were pretty damn decisive when you made me one-armed, weren't you?" "You're scared now, you idiot." Leorium thought that smirk looked familiar. It definitely rang a bell. Sure enough, the man pulled something out of his pocket that he never expected. The time changer. Kim Sewell had just been advertising how incredibly overpowered this thing was, and he never thought he'd see it in action so soon. In a flash, the masked man's arm grew back as if it had never been gone. So that's how it is. This guy wasn't some brainless warrior at the very least. With his arm back, he was twice as strong. Every move he made carried immense killing intent. Leorium didn't dare to underestimate him, carefully dodging each blow. He observed him closely. This guy wasn't just reckless, he was also very fast. Messing with guys like this, one wrong move and you'll be toast. At first, the young man struggled to parry each blow. A moment later, he realized the situation wasn't looking too good. His defenses were actually getting pierced. It wasn't until he coughed up a mouthful of blood that he realized he's using insanely strong buff items. That has to be it. Things seemed to be getting out of control. This masked man was clearly a high-level player, as if he'd become the lord of PvP, the king of carrying the game. Leorium was trapped by him in a one-on-one arena, so no one could help him. I can only rely on myself. A bold idea suddenly popped into Orium's head this time. Charging forward, he tried to close the distance with him. The masked man was delighted to see this. "This idiot. How can you even survive with that pile of garbage skills? If you want to wipe it out my whole team, you'll have to speed it up." His words were grating. Orium was like a moth drawn to a flame, ignoring the masked man who was closing in. His spear thrust towards his head, firing continuously. But unfortunately, he missed. He saw Orium dodge to the side. He yelled in a deranged voice, "What's this, little buddy can't win, so you're running away? I'm done playing with you. Let's end this." This time, he impatiently channeled all his damage into his weapon and unleashed a massive amount of heat, creating a terrifyingly huge crater in the ground. He thought it was all over. Unexpectedly, after the dust settled, he saw Orium's figure standing there unfazed, his sword gripped tightly in his hand. It turned out this young man had successfully used the copy skill. He stood still and took the hit, not to die, but to absorb all of his damage. The masked man was stunned, only managing to think, "Oh crap, I'm so screwed." As expected, in the blink of an eye, he saw Leorium raise his sword and swing it back at him. The masked man still refused to give up. He mustered his last bit of strength and quickly attacked. Both of them coughed up blood at the same time, but the look on Orium's face was even more terrifying now. 3, 2, 1. What? At this point, he understood. Leorium had just been stalling for time, waiting for his one-on-one arena's time limit to expire. Then he wouldn't be bound by it anymore. This time it was the decisive blow. He was knocked down from above. The blade slashed across his chest, sending blood flying everywhere. After taking a direct hit like this, there was truly no coming back. He lay sprawled on the ground, watching Orium slowly walk towards him. Why are you doing this? This isn't a game anymore. You're trying to actually kill people, aren't you? What do you even get for doing this? An event reward? Or just the thrill of watching others suffer? The masked man chuckled. He knew he didn't have a chance, so he became more blunt. I lost everything because of this game. My friends and family don't even recognize me anymore. I want to destroy it all, I will. Before he could finish, he was suddenly impaled by an incredibly sharp scythe. Orion was absolutely horrified when he saw that weapon. Just as expected, another figure emerged from the mist behind him, carrying an immense bloodthirsty aura. The PK player from before landed gently beside the corpse. He absorbed his power as if he were sipping coconut water. The world seemed to spin. What the hell is wrong with this world? Leorium screamed, "Are you also hunting people because you hate the world?" The Grim Reaper pulled his mask up to cover his face and replied coldly, "We're different. I don't have any reason. I just want to win." Before Orium could recover, he was pulled into a fight with the Grim Reaper. After just a few basic moves, he realized the man seemed to be twice as strong as last time. Every move he made was blocked and every attack was quickly broken. Do these guys level up like it's nothing? God, this is so unfair. Lee? Orium, completely bewildered, suddenly noticed an incoming attack that seemed a little different. It turned out that the Grim Reaper hadn't come alone this time. He was with his comrades, a girl with a necromancer class, and another young man who looked like he was ready for a massacre. 3 against 1 isn't a fair fight. The author is really making things difficult for him this time. At first, the Grim Reaper was incredibly annoyed that the other two wanted to steal his prey, but I don't know how they negotiated. But a moment later, all 3 of them turned to attack Orium simultaneously. I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. At this rate, losing my account is only a matter of time. Just as Orium was struggling, not knowing what to do, a new element jumped into the fight. The Hello Kitty pajamas and bunny slippers were a stark contrast to the sword. The enormous sword was next to the guy who had been sitting leisurely on the rooftop just a moment ago. He had been watching the 2 kids hunt monsters, and now he had jumped down wanting to play too. It turns out this guy has the Dragon Hunter class, a type that's rare and hard to find. In the entire country, only about 3 people have achieved it. Despite that, his attitude was incredibly friendly, and his initial impression on Orion was also very good. We can chat later. Let me help you clean up these insects first. What followed was the sight of the Grim Reaper's faction switching to combat the Dragon Hunter. In reality, to end this match, the prerequisite was still for Orion to finish choosing his reward. The Dragon Hunter, after toying with the others for a while, got bored and quickly turned to urge the young man, "What are you still standing there for? Choose a reward and end this quickly." Leorium was initially worried about Kim Sywell's group. They were still seriously injured, and he wondered if ending the match would affect them. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, he saw that she had also run over. It turns out that while the Dragon Hunter was here, helping Orium, his remaining teammates had gone to Kim Sywell to heal them. The whole group came over, arriving just in time to jump in and block another attack from the Grim Reaper's side. Finally, Leorium managed to choose his reward. Before everyone logged out, Leorium hurriedly turned and asked, "Who are you guys, really? Why did you help us?" The Dragon Hunter kept a friendly smile on his face. "Oh, I forgot. We're the Jossen Guild, don't you worry. We'll meet again soon." The next day, according to the information they gathered, the Jossen Guild was one of the top 3 guilds in the game, a large-scale guild with 800 members, and it had been popular for a very long time. Normally, the Jossen Guild only did raids or in-game battles, but that didn't mean the guild that Leorium met yesterday was the same. The Horizon event is having some problems. They might operate differently than in the game. People go crazy when they're about to lose money. To keep everyone safe, Kim Sywell reminded Leorium. It's best to keep a distance from them and watch from afar. Just then, Baekhyun-hyung appeared out of nowhere with a grim, murderous expression, dragging Leorium along with him. Seeing him, Kim Sewell was immediately annoyed and yelled at him not to come and bother people. You have nothing to say to him after everything you all caused. But Leorium signaled for his friend to stop. He ignored her and told the girl to just stay put. I'm not afraid of a single damn person. If anything happens, I'll handle it just fine. So you don't need to worry. I'll call you when I'm done. Kim Sewell, annoyed, put on a pouting face. Even though she was told not to interfere, she still had to drag herself over to eavesdrop. Baek Hyun-hyung put on his million-dollar face and began to threaten Leorium. Specifically, he said that Seung-wan had been seriously injured and taken to the hospital after taking a few loving slaps to the face from Leorium. Seung-wan had broken some bones but had now partially recovered. The problem was his parents intended to sue you, so we don't know what the police will do next. But if they continue their investigation, Leorium will be in trouble. In the end, you could be expelled and at worst go to jail. However, there's a solution for everything. It's not like there's no way out. After that long-winded speech, Baek Eun-hyung offered to persuade the defense attorney at his father's company to get the family of Seung-wan to drop the matter, to steer this in the right direction until the verdict and to make everything go smoothly. To make a long story short for this, all to disappear quietly, Leorium needed to go to Seung-wan right now and kneel down and apologize to him. That's it. Like hell I will apologize for what he thought Leorium would cower in fear like always, but no, you're wrong, little bro. I'm a different version now, a better version of the Leorium from yesterday. So I have nothing to apologize for to anyone. Tell him he can come here and sue me. I have no damn intention of apologizing to Kim. Seung-wan, not even for a single word. Besides, he didn't just torture me, he even beat up Kim Sewell, the person who was helping me. I can overlook everything else, but not this. I can take the fall myself, but I won't forgive anyone who harms others because of me. So tell him if he wants to sue me, then go ahead and sue. I don't care what happens, I'm not going back. After saying everything he needed to Baek Hyun-hyung, the kid let out a sigh of relief, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked away. But the tree wants to be still, and the wind will not stop. That guy still wouldn't give up. He threatened Leorium with his older sister, saying if the police got involved, she would find out he used to be bullied. Even though they were orphans, she always wanted her younger brother to have a decent life, but it turned out he was an outcast. When faced with this painful truth, even a strong person would completely break down. Leorium furiously grabbed his collar and demanded to know why he knew everything about his family situation but did nothing until now. Why did he just stand there and watch? He could have stopped anyone from bullying him. In the end, he was just like the rest of them. After all, they had been friends since they were kids, running around naked in the rain. What kind of friends were they? Friends my ass. All they do is stab each other in the back. Baek Eun-hyung laughed devilishly and replied, I never once considered you a friend. Think about it. How could someone like you ever be my friend? I have so much, but you don't even have parents. We're on completely different levels. Don't get the wrong idea. I only hung out with you for a bit because I was so bored. Oh, right. Kim Sewell probably thinks the same way, because she also has everything and was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Leorium was in agony. He collapsed. Baek Eun-hyung's words had just dealt a painful stab to his heart. What could be worse than being betrayed by your best friend? The feeling was indescribable. Leorium's eyes changed to an unusual color. He swung his fist and punched Baek Eun-hyung a few times, giving him a thorough beating and directly severing this damn relationship. Before leaving, Leorium left a few parting words for his so-called best friend. I will get my revenge, no matter the cost. The day will come when I'll be the one looking down on you from a higher level. As he was walking back, lost in a mess of chaotic thoughts, Kim Sewell suddenly popped out of nowhere. She pointed her hand at the back of his neck and pretended to shoot, going bang bang, which scared the life out of him. He thought some crazy lady was attacking him. She curiously asked about his relationship with Baek Eun-hyung, admitting that she was worried and had been following him and ended up witnessing some pretty unpleasant scenes. Leorium explained that when they were younger, they went to the same middle and high school. In middle school, they hung out almost every day after class and became the closest of friends. But things changed in high school. After Baek Eun-hyung started making popular friends, a rift slowly formed. At first, he would bring Leorium along to hang out with them, and eventually it led to this. Kim Sewell felt sympathetic and comforted him, telling him not to overthink things. She shyly fiddled with her hair and then invited Leorium. If you're not busy tonight, why don't you come over to my place for some ramen? Being asked out by a girl for the first time, Leorium completely froze. In disbelief, he yelled, "I can't keep up with this conversation!" To cover her embarrassment, Kim Si-wel used the excuse of helping investigate the lawsuit against him. "So just come over to my house." They needed to work on it together. It was a mission. Meanwhile, somewhere else, that guy who played the PK character who was always looking to skewer Liorium was with his crew to meet the leader of the Chaos Guild. They had just met and hadn't even had time for tea and idle chat. The Grim Reaper pulled out his weapon and threatened the leader, asking why he had been summoned. If he didn't get an answer, he'd end this alliance and send the leader to meet his ancestors first. "There's no need to rush." The leader calmly sipped his tea and said a few nonsensical words about his opponent's tendency to rashly jump on people without a second thought. Like a classic villain, the boss directly revealed the PKER's dark past on CEO High School Second Year Class 3, the murderer Hong Ki-ho. "Ha ha ha, I really like you. You even have a dark past. A true classic villain." His identity exposed, Hong Ki-ho angrily rushed forward to finish him off, but he was no match for the other guy. A single move that forced him to his knees left him unable to move an inch. Wasting no more time on trash talk, they immediately got down to business. The reward was a back door to power a way to transcend the system, a truly impressive prize. After Liorium and Kim Si-wel got back to her house, they immediately started making ramen as promised. Liorium was quite curious about her family background. Why would a girl living so comfortably in such a massive house throw herself into such a dangerous game? Could it be that Kim Si-wel really wanted a harem paradise full of idols, just as she'd said before? Snapping him out of his silly thoughts with a steaming hot bowl of ramen, Kim Si-wel said that whenever she feels tired or stressed, she plays around and feels much better. "And that's also why I treated you to a meal today." Oh, and Kim Si-wel also revealed that because her parents are busy with work, they usually come home late, so she's often home alone at night. The housekeeper comes to help, but it's not like in those chaebol dramas where she just sits around pointing her fingers, waiting for them to feed her. She said that even though she was born with a silver spoon and is quite well off, more than many people, she's not the type of person who does whatever she wants to others just because she has money. And she has never ever seen him as a toy to be played with. He now understood why this tough girl was suddenly being so nice to him today. It turned out that what Baek-hyung said had made her think. To comfort her, he gave her a little pep talk and then finished with the line, "You look pretty good in an apron." That made her face turn completely red, and then she gave him a good smack. Meanwhile, after taking a beating, Baek-hyung casually returned home as usual. However, what awaited him wasn't peace and quiet, but his old man in a sharp suit already waiting at the door to see how his son was living on his own. He approached and warned him, "Son, don't you dare embarrass me or bow your head to anyone. If you're the son of a chaebol, you need to live up to it. It's only the first semester of your freshman year, so if you want to transfer, just tell me. I'll find you a better school or you can study abroad. Just stop with this ridiculous nonsense at that cramped, shameful public school." Getting lectured for no apparent reason, a bitter Baek-hyung logged into the game to blow off some steam. But he only got angrier, his blood boiling, when some guy in the game started provoking him. Even though he knew the consequences that taking out another player would make him a PK and incur a penalty, Baek-hyung still ruthlessly eliminated the guy for daring to mess with him. He furiously thought of Liorium, gritting his teeth ready to finish off these bastards. Why do they keep popping up? So annoying. He was already pissed off, and right after skewering one guy, another one shows up. Baek-hyung didn't hesitate to aim his arrow at the opponent. "Samuel, what the hell are you scheming? You want to end up like that assassin from before?" The other guy wasn't scared at all. In fact, he looked incredibly excited. He whispered sweet nothings, trying to seduce Baek, saying he wanted to become one with him right here and now. What a complete pervert. Young shot without hesitation, bam, but the other guy vanished immediately. A teleportation spell allowed him to go wherever he pleased. "Damn, you're so hot-tempered. You just shot an arrow straight at my face." After a bit of cat and mouse, he finally got to the main point, saying he was in charge of recruiting for some guild. A guild. But I'm not fucking interested. Baek-hyung bluntly refused without a second thought. Oh, but hold on. That guy had no intention of giving up. He revealed an upcoming event with a 20 billion won prize and the strange phenomenon of people transforming into characters. A game in reality? Baek-hyung suddenly remembered Liorium's strange appearance and power and was completely dumbfounded before he left. He told him to go to the Isle of Chaos if he was interested. If he could kill all the PKEers there and climb to the top of the tower, he would reveal more secrets. At least put some effort into it. If you want to know something interesting, After hearing this, Baekhyung's mind was filled with images of Leorium, wondering if it could all possibly be real. The next day, at the school gate, a new model sports car appeared, making everyone who passed by gasp in admiration. Kim Diamond joked with Leorium, "Is that what you got for me? But a poor bastard like him, where the hell would he get the money? So of course not." Just last night, Leorium was still pretty worried about going to jail, but after hearing from Kim Diamond that she'd asked her cousin, and as long as he could prove he was being harassed by a group, he wouldn't be taken away, he finally felt a bit relieved. Despite his tough talk, the thought of being locked up still terrified him. While they were busy chatting, a purple-haired woman and a blonde-haired guy got out of the car and waved hello to them. They invited the two to skip school and come with them to their base. Seeing this, the two boys froze for 5 seconds, turning to each other and asking who they were. A moment later, they came to their senses. That's when they realized these must be people from the Jason Guild. Faced with the offer, they thought Leorium would refuse, but to their surprise, he told Kim Quell to get in the car and go with him. The girl seemed a bit hesitant and asked him if this was really okay. Leorium reassured her that since these people knew their names and their school, it meant they could have attacked anytime they wanted, but they didn't. That's proof that they just want to talk. Maybe they'd be lucky and get more information about Horizon from them. Waiting for them were the members of the Jason Guild. They thought there would be around 10 people since it was a big guild. But to their surprise, there were only a handful of them. The purple-haired woman explained that while Jason was a big guild, not everyone got the chance to transform. They call the phenomenon of turning into a game avatar in the real world transformation, and they've learned a little bit about it, although they don't fully grasp how it works. But they did try to investigate by gathering opinions on the conditions for it to occur. What Jason found out is that you need to be a high-ranking player in the top 100 of the game. Although not all the rankers in the guild have transformed, that is the common trait among those present here. The purple-haired woman told the two not to be surprised because they were also in the top 100. Leorium was ranked 89th, and Kim Diamond was ranked 47th. Not only that, but the protagonist had an insane profile. He was a special case who managed to get on the leaderboard just by completing personal quests and events. Moreover, he didn't participate in any PvP fighting content. Even when they were equivalent to ranked matches, they discussed and debated for a while, and in summary, their specific purpose was to recruit Leorium and Kim Diamond into their guild. The guild master listed quite a few benefits for joining, for example, sharing information they didn't know, a monthly living allowance for quest completion activities, or healing, blah blah blah. More importantly, there was a policy to protect them from the grasp of chaos, the island where PKers were punished and exiled to. And it was also a nickname for PKers with malicious intent, and in reality the name of a guild comprised of such people. Faced with this sudden offer to join the guild, Leorium was a bit hesitant. There was nothing bad about it. In fact, playing the game would become much simpler than what he had been doing so far. To get a straight answer, Kim Diamond, and directly asked about the Horizon event's prize 20 billion won, and a wish, and what would happen if they refused to join. The purple-haired woman said the money would be divided equally, and the wish would be a common wish for all members. As for refusing, nothing would happen, but if they were to meet during the event, it would be best to stay far away because they would win no matter what. No matter who the enemy was. Kim Quell weighed the pros and cons, not knowing what to do. If they joined, their chances of winning would greatly improve, but they would have to give up their own wish. But if they continued to pursue the wish, their chances of winning would be very slim. And on top of that, these people were all rankers from one of the top 3 guilds. They were the veterans among veterans in the game. With their lives on the line, if they wanted to survive, there was no other choice but to join the guild. But before his friend could finish thinking, Leorium answered firmly that he would not join the guild if the prize was shared. They needed that wish. There would be no point in giving it up to join the guild. He'd rather participate in the event as a party with Kim Diamond. Who knows, maybe they had something in common. The woman asked what that wish was, but when she heard what the kid said, everyone burst out laughing. The wish we want is to build a dream harem empire filled with the idols we like. What a freaking awesome wish. Kim Si-Well's blood boiled as she punched the kid, repeatedly cussing him out and asking if he was crazy. How could you say something we joked about for real? When are you ever going to get a little smarter, huh? Watching the two kids fooling around, a guy named Kang X Jiran the 13th from the guild got fed up. He stepped forward, ready to teach them a lesson. It turns out that besides recruiting members, Jason had another job hunting. They confronted people who could potentially harm the guild and forced them to quit the game, unlike that murderous chaos group model. They just beat others up until they lose all their motivation. This will be a one-on-one match, and the loser's punishment will be to quit the game. If the loser doesn't accept the punishment, it doesn't matter anyway. That's more than enough for them to gather 10 pieces of data on that person's skills and tendencies. After all, it's only quitting in spirit. There's no way to force them to actually quit, so the Jason Guild needs to completely destroy their motivation through this match. If they do that, then at least in the future, those people won't act rashly toward them. The purple-haired woman gives the two of them 5 seconds to decide whether to participate or not. But Leorium doesn't hesitate for a second. He rejects it right away. If he loses, he'll automatically join their guild, but if he wins, they must also face a punishment. A fitting one at that, joining his party. "That sounds cute," she says. The guildmaster finds it very interesting, so she immediately agrees to this request. However, this woman isn't that simple. She has her own intentions. After all, they still have the numbers advantage, so if anything goes wrong, they can turn on them in an instant. So they can just use up all their strength and deal with them after the battle is over. It's not too late. At the Jason Guild's training area, the two sides quickly rush into a PvP battle. The rules are no time limit, no equipment, and no leaving the ring. If things take a bad turn, the other members will immediately jump in to help, and besides, they even have a level 1 healer right here, so there's nothing to worry about. The fight between the level 13 Martial Soul Master Kang Xdu and the level 88 Avenger Leorium officially begins. A Soul Warrior's attack range is quite short, but to compensate they have very powerful combos. To defeat Leorium, you have to attack relentlessly from the very beginning, giving him no opportunity to assassinate. However, the kid hasn't even had a chance to strike. Xdu rushed forward with the skill "My Ancestors Are Watching," willingly taking a hit to close the distance. After that, Leorium was relentlessly pummeled by his opponent's attacks. He sent flying several meters. It seemed like he couldn't do anything to the Martial Soul Master, but the kid had it all planned. Kang Xdu takes a direct hit to the stomach that sounds like it flattened him. The two are evenly matched, with neither side willing to give in. Kang Xdu lunges and Leorium raises his arm to block. This goes on for a while until both start to get tired, trading their opponent's attacks back and forth. Leorium punches him right in the face. Who would have thought an Avenger would fight with his fists? It seems he created a new fighting style for himself after getting beaten up by his classmates. It's a special style used only when fighting people, a dual-style combo with a swordsman in one hand and a fighter in the other. Faced with this unconventional opponent, Xdu is suddenly pushed back. With the advantage, Leorium keeps pressing forward. The moment an opponent loses their rhythm, an opportunity appears. That's the time to land the finishing blow. However, it's not over till it's over. Right after that, Xdu unleashes his incredible skill. Appearance of the Ancient God, which increases damage by 600% for 5 attacks. Leorium gets beaten to a pulp. 1 hit, 2 hits, then 4 hits. Blood sprays continuously from all over his body. Only the final decisive blow is left before he's a goner. This match will be over if Leorium keeps taking this beating. He needs a way to break his opponent's rhythm if he wants to turn the tables. Just as Xdu rushes in for the 5th attack, aiming a direct punch at his opponent's face, Leorium blocks it with his bare hands. He pays him back in full with his Perseverance skill, which absorbs damage. This is the ace up Leorium's sleeve that he's had ready from the very beginning. It's his chance to reflect Xdu's ultimate skill back at him. That's why he willingly took the 4th hit just as planned, because only then would the man throw his final punch directly at him. Now it's Leorium's turn to unleash his skill, an eye for an eye. Xdu gets a taste of his own medicine with the appearance of the Ancient God hitting him and sending him flying straight into a wall. In the end, the battle concluded with an easy victory for Leorium. Kim Sywell is overjoyed, rushing over to hug her friend and express her delight. With the angel's healing skill, everyone's health is restored immediately. Leorium now realizes that his healer character wasn't useless before. It was just that his teammates were crap, so he couldn't level up properly. Everything is settled, so now it's time for the punishment. The childish Kim Sywell suggests changing the punishment to renaming the Jason Guild to Kim Sywell and Her Idiots, and all members must get a 72-point Gothic font tattoo. Only she could come up with such a bizarre punishment, so that everyone can negotiate peacefully. Leorium suggests they form an alliance, even though he had previously said the loser would become the winner's subordinate. But honestly, he doesn't want to take over anyone's guild, and besides, he has no intention of fighting them. So forming an alliance and helping each other would be better. It's also quite interesting, and besides, she has nothing to lose. The guildmaster thinks for a moment and agrees, shaking hands with the kid. Afterwards, to facilitate their new alliance, the two sides exchange contact methods. But Kim Sewell doesn't agree. It seems she's jealous. She demands they exchange information with her not Leorium. The two girls stare each other down, radiating murderous intent. The alliance hasn't even been formed yet, and it already feels like it's about to fall apart. They arranged to meet the day after tomorrow to exchange the information they knew. A few days later, the two sides meet as planned. From here, the secret of the black door is gradually revealed. It's not just a door where monsters appear, but also a way to reach the highest level and encounter unusual creatures, an A+ creature that exists as a monster in the game, but uses completely different abilities or new creatures that never existed in the game to begin with. As for how to open the door, they still don't know. And even the members of the Chaos Guild don't know much. One member of the group suggests that the key lies in each person's perception, and Leorium quite agrees with this, because he has also felt something similar. Thanks to Leorium, Jason is now certain that the black door exists, and that Leorium might be the one who can open it. Once again, the guild master suggested they join her guild so they could help each other out more efficiently. That night, Leorium and Kim Diamond went on a monster hunting quest just like usual. After flawlessly completing the quest and getting ready to leave the game system, sent an additional notification. Specifically, any user who completes a quest, without taking any damage, will be granted the right to challenge an old quest, and upon completion can receive a special reward beyond the usual money items or random boxes. This was the first time they had ever seen a quest like this. Kim Sewell wasn't too keen on participating, as she didn't like taking on a challenge when she didn't even know what the reward was. However, unlike his partner, Leorium suggested, let's give this quest a try. This special reward. It could be something like information about the horizon or the game itself. Well, since her partner insisted, Kim Diamond reluctantly nodded in agreement. The next day at the quest rendezvous point, the mission began promptly. It was a timed mission, and the objective was to hunt 8 abandoned prince monsters from the Asen Kingdom in 15 minutes. Even though being on a time limit was a bit annoying, they had already accepted the quest, so they had to see it through. Speaking of the Asen Kingdom, Kim Sewell suddenly recalled a story she used to love. But before she could even start the story, the monsters appeared, ruining the mood. Since this was a timed mission, they decided to split up and hunt separately, communicating via voice chat. Just a few seconds in, Leorium had already skewered one, slicing it in half in mid-air. Meanwhile, Kim Diamond was not to be outdone, taking down 3 monsters at once with a single strike. The speed. AI was much faster than they expected. With over 12 minutes still on the clock, they had already taken care of 7 monsters. Only one last one remained, and the mission would be a clean success. Since these weren't unusual creatures, it was just a matter of searching the surrounding area and checking the small alleys carefully. Sure enough, as the timer ticked down to the last 5 minutes, they finally found the final prince. Leorium dashed forward, skewering the monster with ease, a truly useful skill for narrow, straight alleys like this. He happily informed his partner that he'd finished the job, but for some reason the timer didn't stop. The system announced that the mission was not yet complete. The number of monsters they had hunted was only 7. There was still 1 more to go. How could that be? But I'm sure I skewered it. Leorium looked up and ahead. To his surprise, it was the black door. The monster faced him and said, "At last we have arrived. Our paradise. The horizon." And with that, it dissolved into water. Leorium suddenly realized something. He immediately called Kim Sewell and asked her to tell him the entire story of the abandoned princes of the Asen Kingdom. In short, the kingdom of Asen was destroyed for the crime of blasphemy against the gods, and the princes fled the kingdom in search of their paradise, the horizon. That was the gist of the story. By now, Leorium understood that the mission wasn't randomly generated. It was an extension of the game's incomplete stories. If they could just figure out what kind of monster this unusual creature was, they could get a hint about the horizon it mentioned. Meanwhile, in a dark basement, a fierce battle was still raging. Orion relentlessly swung his sword at the monster before him. He tried to calm himself. "Don't panic. Its defense is only a little higher than a Banrock's. And with my damage output, I can definitely defeat it within the time limit." With that thought, he struck with his fastest slash yet. He bit his lip fiercely, muttering, "I'll take care of those 2 annoying fists." At the same time, the monster in front of him, despite being hit, stood there perfectly fine. Furthermore, in the blink of an eye, its arm regenerated completely. Orion's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched. But he didn't give up and slashed at it again. Only this time, a yellow light suddenly appeared in its mouth. A moment later, that light shot straight forward. With a loud boom, a massive explosion erupted, tearing up the ground. The area before him was now nothing but rubble, but Orion charged out from within it straight toward the monster. If I can't destroy its body parts first, then I'll just overwhelm it with a storm of attacks so it has no chance to counter. Acting on that thought, he used his wind strike skill. The moment the attack landed, in the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the monster's face. Seeing this, Orion didn't get excited. He calmly muttered, "Don't stop attacking. Time for the next skill." He quickly activated Wrath of the Vengeful Soul. A volley of sword beams began to dance through the air. The cracks on the monster's face grew larger and larger. Orion was very pleased with this. The damage was slowly accumulating. "If I keep this up, I can clear the mission." He charged forward without hesitation, sword in hand, but just then, the monster's aura changed. Orion's eyes widened in horror. "This feeling, don't tell me." Elsewhere, Sirian was waiting for Orion in a corner when a red alarm sounded, signaling that time was up. The monster stopped fighting Orion as a blue light began to envelop it. Orion's expression immediately sank. "Did the mission fail? What's going to happen now?" As he was worrying, Sirian ran over to him. Orion let out a soft sigh and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was so close to killing it." But I ran out of time." Sirian shook her head. "It's okay. At least you didn't die." Orion frowned slightly. "So, what happens when we fail a mission? What kind of penalty could there be?" Sirian's expression also grew serious. She gritted her teeth and said, "Who knows? We've never failed before. Not on any mission up until now. And we've never given up during a mission either, so I'm not really sure." At that moment, a system sound suddenly rang out, startling Orium a little. The system quickly spoke up. "Unfortunately, Kim Sirion and Lyorium, you two have failed this mission." After hearing that, Sirian got a little angry. "The way it's talking, it's mocking me." Regardless, the system continued to speak. "But fortunately, you have completed over 50% of the mission, and therefore you will be given another chance to complete the Orium mission." He glanced at Sirian beside him, frowning and mumbling, 3:50 a.m. She shook her head slightly and said through gritted teeth, "It takes place in the afternoon, not the morning." At that moment, the system's mechanical voice rang out again. "What will you do? Will you take this chance?" The two of them, Orion and Sirian, fell into deep thought. Orion frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. A moment later, he finally spoke. "Let's not do this." Sirion looked at him, surprised. "Why not?" He slowly explained, "Up until now, the chances of a civilian getting caught in our missions have been very low because they all happened late at night. But there will still be people wandering the streets at 4 p.m. Plus, if the mission takes place on a main street with many people, tens or even hundreds of innocent civilians could get hurt. Or even killed." He didn't think they should risk it just for the sake of a mission. Sirian said worriedly, "But what if we just defeat the monster before that happens?" But she stopped herself mid-sentence. Then, gritting her teeth, she said, "No, you're right. If even a single person dies because of this, it will become a huge problem. Like you said, let's just give up on this mission." She was curious about the reward for the old mission, but there was nothing they could do. Still, she was a bit sad about failing this one, so she wanted him to buy her strawberry milk and a spicy chicken burger tomorrow. Orion nodded slightly in agreement. "But at least we found out from this mission that Skyline is related to the game's plot. Why don't we review the game's story until the next mission comes up?" Hearing this, Sirian didn't object. "Okay, I'll check the plot related to the missions we've already completed." The next morning, after a noisy night, dawn began to break. Students carrying their bags started arriving at school. The school day passed just like that. Of course, Sirian and Orion were no exception. Just as Sirian stepped out of the restroom, someone called out to her. So Young approached from a distance, speaking cheerfully. "What are you doing after school? Do you have any plans?" Sirian shook her head slightly and replied, "Not yet. I'm just going to talk with Orion for a bit and then head home." Hearing this, So Young winked. "Perfect. I have a career counseling session with our homeroom teacher and I'm skipping prep class today. Want to go shopping with me?" Sirian smiled and replied, "Sure. Why don't we get something delicious to eat while we're at it?" The two of them walked side by side, chatting and laughing happily. A moment later, So-young said goodbye to Syrian. "Anyway, I'll text you after my counseling session. See you later." Syrian watched So-young's retreating figure, feeling a bit emotional. "She's so cute. I'm going to make her eat a ton today and see her chubby cheeks." After school ended and everyone had left, only Orium and Syrian remained in the classroom. Orium scrolled through his phone for a moment before speaking. "I was reading about the lizard wolf Wahaham, and there's a story behind Wahaham's teleportation skill. The lizard wolf Wahaham killed a group of thugs who were about to attack a mage, breaking the taboo against killing. But God sympathized with Wahaham's feelings and promised to give him the ability to visit the mage." Without him needing to say it, Syrian had already guessed. That promised ability must be the teleportation skill. Orium nodded slightly. Of course. In the game, Wahaham couldn't stand his longing for the mage and escaped from his prison. And the story ends with the player having to subdue Wahaham. Syrian said casually, "I think this storyline is actually continuing in real life, because all the stories I've looked at are connected to the real world in one way or another. That means the game's main plot is also continuing in real life." Orium's expression turned serious as he said, "I considered that too. But it doesn't quite fit. The main story of the game is about heroes and monsters, those who were granted God's power appearing in the living realm in God's world." Even so, there was one thing that caught my attention while reading through the stories. When the NPCs refer to God, they all refer to the black hole in the sky. Syrian frowned slightly. "Is that strange? Isn't it just a part of the game?" Orium shook his head and replied, "I don't know for sure, but aren't black holes sometimes considered pathways to other universes? And I just thought that it might be hinting at some event. I'm not really sure." Syrian sighed helplessly. "There are too many plot lines to think about, and I don't think I can get to that one first." Just then, her phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. It was a message from So-young. She told Syrian to come to the main gate. The message made her realize how late it had gotten. She looked over at Orium and said, "I have plans, so I'm taking off. Are you heading home now?" He nodded slightly. "Of course, I should have been home by now." The two left the classroom together. As they walked, Orium asked, "Are you going to share this with Jason's guild?" Syrian shook her head without hesitation. "We're not sure about anything yet." She would hide this information until the very end and use it properly later, because they've put so much effort into it. After hearing that, Orium could only give a helpless, bitter smile. "I don't think you need to be so harsh with Jason. We're allies after all." But before he could even finish his sentence, Syrian cut him off with a cold huff. "No exceptions." As the two were talking, the system's voice suddenly rang out, causing... Orium was startled as a notification window suddenly appeared in front of him. "An old quest will begin at a location in 5 minutes. Will you accept?" Orium's expression immediately darkened. He cried out in shock, "An old quest? No way. Didn't we just agree yesterday that we weren't doing that one anymore?" Syrian was also confused. "Yeah, what's going on?" The system's mechanical voice rang out again. "Another user has accepted the old quest that you abandoned. But since it was originally your quest, would you like to take this opportunity to redo it? If you accept, the quest will become a competitive quest and you will be eligible for the rewards. But if you refuse this opportunity, it will be considered interference with another user's quest." Orium frowned and asked, "Who's the user that accepted the quest? Are they in this school right now too?" But the system didn't answer right away. After a moment, it spoke. "I cannot disclose that information to you." Syrian thought for a long moment before speaking. "All right then. Accept the quest." Orium hesitated, calling out to her, but she cut him off coldly. "Hesitating is pointless. The quest has already begun. We need to focus on completing it as quickly as possible. That's the only way to ensure the people in the school now aren't affected by it." Orium frowned at her, somewhat speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I understand. But when you find the person who accepted this quest, let me know. That user could be a PKER, or they could be part of the Chaos Guild." As soon as he finished speaking, he hit accept. The system's voice quickly sounded. "You have accepted this quest. You will now be teleported to the quest location." As the words faded, a blue light enveloped the two of them. In a flash, Orium and Syrian's figures vanished without a trace. The hallway was now empty, but in a corner of the wall, a person appeared from out of nowhere. He concealed himself in a hoodie, a malicious smile creeping across his lips. In another corner of the hallway, two students for some reason were only just leaving school. The boy with glasses spoke cheerfully. "Do you want to hit up the PC cafe before we go home?" The other boy pouted and asked, "Why do you go there so often, when you're not even good at the games?" Hearing this, the boy with glasses immediately got angry. "Shut up! At least I'm better than you." Suddenly, a sound echoed from up ahead, startling the two boys. What was that? There's something weird up ahead. But there was no one in the hallway. The boy with glasses didn't seem to care much. He asked doubtfully, "Whatever, let's just go play for 1 hour. If my mom finds out I was at the PC cafe, she'll kill me." But just as he finished speaking, the boy next to him was struck by something and sent flying. More terrifying was that the student was killed in an instant, dead before he could even blink. The boy with glasses saw this happen. His face filled with panic. He screamed in terror, not realizing a monster had already approached him. The monster lunged aggressively to attack. Just in the nick of time, Orium appeared from a distance. His sword swept down in a single arc, slicing the monster in two, but it quickly began to regenerate. Orium looked over at the student, lying on the ground, and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, it already took their lives. He glanced at the boy with glasses and urged him, "Don't just stand there. Run, the school is dangerous right now." The boy with glasses was so scared his voice trembled. What is happening?" Orium's expression was grim. He had assumed normal people couldn't see him and the monsters. What was he supposed to do? There was no way to evacuate everyone. As he was thinking, the alarm bell rang out. Syrian ran over from the distance. She explained calmly, "I pulled the fire alarm. Everyone will evacuate now. Let's go find that monster quickly." Orium's face lit up when he heard, "You pulled the fire alarm. Nice work." The two of them quickly ran down the hall. Syrian asked as they ran, "What should we do? Should we split up like last time?" Orium shook his head slightly. "No, this time we stick together to defeat the variant we encountered before. We have a time limit we need to fight together." After running for a while, their path was blocked by 3 monsters. They stopped in their tracks. Orium immediately shouted, "Kim Syrian!" "I know!" Syrian quickly replied, the magic staff in her hand already beginning to cast a skill. Maze's voice. It enhanced all of Orium's stats. He rushed forward like a lightning bolt. The sword in his hand danced through the air. It wasn't long before he had slashed all the monsters to pieces. After he finished, he saw the bodies lying on the ground. He couldn't help but be shocked. They've already killed so many students, and we haven't even been in the quest for that long. Before he could finish his thought, his expression suddenly darkened. That one's already halfway to level 4. But before he could even make a move, the monster in front of him vanished into thin air. Immediately after, he heard a piercing scream from the floor above. Syrian cried out in alarm, "Upstairs!" It went upstairs. Orium said urgently, "Let's go up and check." On the stairs, there were still students who hadn't left class. Seeing the monster before her, a female student was so scared she couldn't move her feet, muttering in a trembling voice, "What's going on? Someone please tell her." The monster was swinging its sword right at the female student, but just before it could strike, a sudden flash of light revealed Orium, who had appeared to block the creature. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Diamond now!" Syrian responded instantly, magic gathering in her staff as she cast the thorn trap skill. Countless sharp thorns erupted from the ground, impaling the monsters and trapping them. Seizing this opportunity, Orium turned to the female student and urged her, "All right, you're safe now. You should run quickly." But the student just kept crying for her mom. Seeing this, Orium's expression soured. "This isn't good. She's not listening to me." He bit his lip in frustration and gave a slight wave of his hand. Immediately, the monster's screams echoed out again, scaring the student into running away. Orium let out a sigh of relief. That was the only way. No time to think. He looked back at Syrian and yelled, "Head to the main building now. I think we can finish off the monsters there." But after he finished speaking, Syrian didn't answer. She just stood there, completely silent. This confused him. He took a step forward to see, and then froze because he saw So Young lying in a pool of blood. Only then did Syrian speak. She said, "I was waiting at the front gate. That's why she's here." She gripped her staff so tightly that her veins bulged. Orium knew she was heartbroken. He quickly put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "So Young's not dead yet. If we use a potion or a skill, a healing one on her, we can save her." Syrian bit her lip, asking doubtfully, "But if we do that, we'll get a penalty." We might end up with another penalty quest, or all the rewards we've gotten so far could be taken away. Orium shook his head. It doesn't matter. Nothing is more important. As long as we can save her, whether it's a penalty quest or anything else, I'll do it with you. So he told her not to worry. As long as they could save someone they were able to, that's what mattered. Syrian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I understand. But the important thing now was that there were only 8 minutes left. Considering the complex layout of the school, he didn't have time to wait for Syrian to heal everyone. With that in mind, Orium looked at Syrian and said, I'll go to the main building first. Come find me after you've saved So-young, okay? With that, he took off running. But Syrian called him back. Wait, Orium, take this with you. Orium was startled and turned his head, asking, What is it? Syrian didn't answer. Something just flew towards him, and he quickly reached out to catch it. Only then did Syrian slowly explain, It's one of the high-grade weapons I got last time. I was going to trade it for something else, but I think it might be useful in a situation like this. So make sure you kill all of them this time, including the variants. Got it. Orium nodded slightly. I'll see you later at the main school building. Monsters were wandering the area. Their bloodshot eyes darted around searching for prey. But while one wasn't looking, Orium leaped down from above, plunging his sword straight into its head. This monster is level 7. All the rest are variants. The quest will end when I defeat it. But as he was searching for the monster, his eyes widened in horror. He saw the 3-headed, 6-armed monster from before. Only this time it had transformed again. Orium frowned. This is no time to be scared. The variant is still slaughtering people inside. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind as Orium burst through the door from outside. His eyes were now filled with determination. He just had to focus on it and destroy it. He immediately activated his skill Wrath of the Vengeful Spirit. Countless streams of sword energy began to dance in the air. The sword in Orium's hand was now shrouded in a bloody aura. A powerful beam of light from his sword shot towards the variant's face, which quickly began to show signs of cracking. But at that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared behind it. A foot emerged from within and immediately kicked out at Orium. Although he was quick to jump back, he was still hit. As he tried to block, the variant lunged at him. Not daring to be careless, Orium raised his sword to defend, and there were only 30 seconds left. The skill, his passive skill, made him invulnerable and boosted his damage, and he had to use the dragon's soul that Syrian had given him. Only 30 seconds left. He didn't have enough time. He had to end this with the next attack. With that thought, he raised his sword to block the variant's assault. Immediately after, he activated a damage boost 5 times for 5 seconds. After using it, his stats would be cut in half, so if he didn't finish it with this attack, there would be no second chance. This attack had to work. This is the final blow. Without hesitation, Orium attacked. At the same time, the variant's countless blades stabbed towards him. With a loud crash, an explosion erupted in the hallway. The massive explosion sent debris flying everywhere. Inside the cloud of smoke, Orium had landed a huge slash on the variant, cleaving it in two. He finally let out a sigh of relief. I did it. Now the quest was... But before he could even celebrate, his eyes widened in terror. A beam of light suddenly shot towards him. He hastily jumped back to dodge it. You muttered in astonishment, "What is that? Why are you here?" Before you, a figure appeared. It was Eun-hyung, who hadn't been seen for a long time. In his hand, he held a crossbow, and he gave Orium a smug smirk. Sometime earlier, in a crumbling castle, Eun-hyung was lying on the ground, seemingly exhausted. Just then, a deep voice rang out, "Congratulations, Baek Eun-hyung!" It was the man he had met before. He raised an eyebrow at Eun-hyung and said, "It's quite unbelievable that you were able to climb the Tower of Chaos. And so quickly. How does it feel to be the strongest and youngest PK player?" As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow was pressed against his head. Eun-hyung said coldly, "Cut the crap and spit out what you owe me." About how he could bring a character into the real world and how Orium has changed. Orium, huh? The man scoffed. So you've met the one who has undergone biological conversion? Eun-hyung asked coldly, "Conversion?" The man replied casually, "It's the borrowing of biological data. You probably wouldn't understand the details if I gave a long explanation, so I'll keep it brief. In other words, it's like rearranging Lego blocks to form a shape." After hearing this, Eun-hyung frowned in suspicion and asked, "Form a shape, what do you mean?" The man raised an eyebrow and spoke. "Now that I think about it, I should have told you this earlier. This isn't a virtual reality game, it's a parallel universe. Of course, this world is labeled as a 3D game, so it will be quite familiar to people from this dimension. The more Eun-hyung listened, the more confused he became. He then turned his head to check the system. The man looked at him suspiciously. "Baek Eun-hyung, what are you doing? Are you planning to leave without hearing the rest of my explanation?" Eun-hyung scoffed and said, "If you have so much time to spout nonsense, go do a quest. I don't have time for your ridiculous games." Then he muttered angrily, "I've wasted too much time on this idiot." The man was a bit surprised. He smirked and said, "It seems you don't believe me. Well, you leave me no other choice." As soon as he finished speaking, Eun-hyung's eyes widened. A hand had pierced right through his body. The man gave a mysterious smile and said, "You have to see and experience it for yourself." Eun-hyung bit his lip fiercely and cursed angrily. "You psycho! What do you think you're doing?" The man didn't answer calmly, stating, "Your flow state is at 87.8%. I thought it would be around 90% considering how much you've been playing. He could actually die." These words stunned Eun-hyung, making him raise an eyebrow. The man continued, "Even so, it wouldn't be my fault, you know. It's just that luck wasn't on his side." As soon as he said that, Eun-hyung's body began to fade away, causing him to shout in alarm, "What is this?" The man chuckled and said, "Good luck, Baek Eun-hyung." He hoped he would still be alive. Then Eun-hyung's body completely vanished into thin air, in a certain building. Although it was late and only a few rooms were still lit, Eun-hyung was now back in the real world. The intense pain made him tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't bear it any longer and finally let out a loud scream. The game console fell to the floor. He clutched his still aching chest and let out a dry cough. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. The person stepped out from the shadows holding the game console. The person's deep voice rang out. "How do you feel? Feeling dizzy or nauseous?" Eun-hyung frowned at the person and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Are you a player too?" "Not exactly," the person replied with a faint smile. Someone who truly enjoys the game wouldn't call themselves a player. He said he was one of the 5 creators of this game, the CEO of Intophone Software. Back in the present, Eun-hyung was aiming his crossbow at Orium. He smirked and said, "You must have been so happy achieving something no one else could. But unfortunately for you, I've done it too." He raised an eyebrow at Orium, his tone full of provocation. "You must be so sad now that you've lost the only thing you had over me," Orium scoffed, "like I give a damn. I don't know how you got that ability, but what I want to know is, you're the one who accepted this quest, aren't you?" Eun-hyung raised an eyebrow and looked at him for a long moment before finally speaking. "That's right. It was me." As soon as those words were out, Orium's expression turned grim. He roared furiously, "People died because of this. Those innocent students who couldn't even fight back. Because of you, they're all dead." He glared at him and demanded, "Do you even realize that, Baek Eun-hyung?" But he didn't seem to care, scoffing, "Is that so? What a shame, but you're wrong about one thing. He said it wasn't him who killed them directly, so how is it my fault?" "You're insane, you son of a bitch!" Orium roared in anger, then charged forward with his sword. Boom! Another loud explosion echoed through the school hallway. Model. It was the result of the battle between Orium and Eun-hyung. Orium, while attacking, yelled, "Just how rotten have you become, Baek Eun-hyung?" As his sword slashed down once more, it forced Eun-hyung back. He bit his lip fiercely, drawing his bow. An arrow carrying immense killing intent shot forward, rushing straight toward Orium's face. It then flew past him. Fortunately, Orium managed to dodge the arrow. Without a second thought, he charged forward again, the tip of his sword piercing Eun-hyung's chest. Fresh blood spurted out and the pain made him scream relentlessly, but he still didn't give up. He had one last trick. In an instant, a giant statue appeared behind him, its 2 arms like massive blades. It slashed viciously towards Orium, who didn't dare let his guard down. Orium quickly raised his sword to block, but its strength was too great. The 2 blades slammed straight into the ground. Orium used this opportunity to leap high into the air, ignoring his own wounds. He activated the budding flower skill to attack. This one sword strike was immensely powerful, slicing the giant statue into several pieces. But by the time he landed on the ground, the bow of Eun-hyung was aimed straight at him. He bit his lip fiercely, his eyes filled with determination, clearly intending to kill Orium. However, the arrow he fired was swatted away by Orium's sword. He squinted at him, his face filled with rage. He kicked out, sending him tumbling to the ground. He spoke coldly. "I thought you were just a bored loser who got his kicks from bullying me. But today I've seen who you really are. You're a monster." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword to kill him, but in the instant the sword came down, memories of their childhood flooded back to a time when they were both just kids. They had been so happy once. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to watch, closing his eyes as he slashed down on his shoulder. At the same time, Eun-hyung's body was suddenly enveloped in light, pale yellow light. Orium dared to open his eyes now, only for them to widen in shock. Because in front of him, there was no one there at all, only a skeleton. Orium was taken aback. Where did this skeleton come from? Suddenly a mocking voice sounded from behind. "You're being a little rough on our newcomer, you know." Startled Orium whipped his head around, only to see a woman who had appeared out of nowhere. Behind her was Eun-hyung, held tightly by a skeleton. The woman pouted and said with a smirk, "He's new to this. Don't beat him up so badly, okay?" "A necromancer," Orium exclaimed, startled. "Don't tell me you were just helping Baek Eun-hyung." The necromancer let out a cold laugh. "That's right, you idiot. Feeling sad about it. Necromancers were one of the causes of the chaos last time. Don't tell me Eun-hyung has joined their guild." Just then the necromancer suddenly frowned, startled, as sharp spikes erupted from the ground. She quickly grabbed Eun-hyung and leaped high into the air. She sneered, "I was wondering where your teammate was. So the master of the labyrinth was hiding here, huh? You must be Syrian." She instantly appeared behind the necromancer and scoffed, "Who said I was hiding?" As she finished speaking, her staff began to glow. The skill Labyrinth's Beast had been activated. Seeing the item in her hand, the necromancer's eyes went wide with shock. Syrian's cold voice rang out again. "A top player is never late to back up their teammate, you just didn't notice." As soon as she finished, a barrage of yellow light beams appeared in the air, striking the necromancer and making her scream in pain. But just then, Syrian suddenly saw something. The system unexpectedly popped up in the moment of crisis. Necromancer has activated the soul-calling skill, Hell's Barrier, increasing magic defense. She smirked and said, "You scared me to death. I really thought I was going to die there." Syrian didn't give her a chance to breathe and charged again. She scoffed, "Don't let your guard down. I'm not done with my skills yet." But the necromancer just retorted with contempt. "I know, you fool." As she spoke, she activated the skill, Dead Man's Field. In an instant, hordes of skeletons erupted from the ground. They blocked Orium's path. Unfortunately for them, he couldn't care less. He continued to charge forward aggressively, slashing at the necromancer with his sword without a hint of hesitation. Caught off guard, she was struck and wounded. She never expected that he could actually get through. Dead Man's Field reduces your dexterity and the poison on the skeleton's hands activates on contact. You really just forced your way through dodging everything. Are you insane? How is something like that even possible? Orium ignored her thoughts and yelled, "Kim Si-won, finish her!" Syrian, who was already attacking the necromancer, gave a slight nod and called out, "Right!" The necromancer bit her lip fiercely. "Who are these people? How are they so strong? Am I really going to die here?" While she was stunned, Syrian attacked again, sending beams of light at her. The ground was blasted into ruins, but inside that golden light, the necromancer was using bone fragments to defend herself. A mechanical voice from the system suddenly rang out, "Quest reward selection. Time limit reached. You will now be moved." As soon as the voice finished, their movements were restricted. Their bodies were enveloped in blue light. The necromancer was immediately thrilled. "Yes, perfect timing. I'm not dead." In contrast, Orium was furious. "The timer for reward selection pauses if we're interrupted by another user." He remembered what the system had said before. He just realized that was why everyone treated it like a competition, and it wasn't an interruption. The necromancer, having just escaped danger, was now incredibly smug. "Hey, you conservative kid. Did you just say your name was Leorium?" She warned him to be more careful in the next fight. She would destroy him. "Are you sure about that?" Orium scoffed coldly. "From our fight today, I feel like I could easily beat you even without trying my best." As soon as he said that, the necromancer immediately flew into a rage and screamed, "Did you just wish for death? I didn't fight well today because of the rookie I brought with me. Okay? That's why I went easy on you. Next time I'll show you my real skills and destroy you both." She would kill both of the foolish kids. As soon as she finished speaking, the schoolyard was empty. On the once empty classroom hallway a moment later, Orium and Syrian were teleported to this spot. Syrian glanced over at Orium. Are you okay? Your face is seriously injured. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Really, I didn't know since I can't see it. He told her, anyway, look out the window. There are so many ambulances and fire trucks out there. There are a lot of people, too. Syrian nodded slightly and replied, let's get out of here quietly. It'll be a pain if they see us here. Orium thought so, too. It's not like we're going to tell them anything anyway. Due to the huge commotion, there were already many ambulances and fire trucks outside the school. In another corner of the school, 2 people, Orium and Syrian, were resting in this place. Syrian looked at the wound on Orium's face and said worriedly, I don't think anyone can see us now. I'll heal you. You shouldn't go home with your face like this. Orium nodded slightly. Right, I just used a healing potion. We can't let that chaotic mob catch us when I need time to use a healing skill. Right, so what should we do, Syrian? Feeling that he had a point, she didn't press the issue. Just then Orium asked suspiciously, by the way, how's Han So-young? She was badly injured earlier. Syrian nodded slightly. I already used it to heal her and took her to a safe place. She's probably in the hospital by now. While the two were talking, Syrian's phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered it, then said goodbye to Orium. I'll head out first. I got a call from my housekeeper. Orium nodded slightly in response. All right, get home safe. Watching her back as she left Orium felt a little sad. A call from home, huh? Of course they'd call. Because they must have been so worried after seeing the news. Orium also wondered, did anyone call me? But after pulling it out of his pocket, he discovered his phone was burnt black. How could he get any calls? It's just strange that it hasn't broken until now. Elsewhere at a high-rise building in the city, the members of the Cho Guild were here. The masked man looked at Yoon Hyung with some dissatisfaction and spoke up. I had high hopes for the new guy because everyone said he was good, but he's completely useless. He got destroyed by an Avenger like a long-range dealer. The necromancer chuckled softly and said, Don't be so hard on the rookie. He doesn't even have a rank. At least his face is more useful than yours. Hearing this, the masked man got angry and cursed. You're the most useless one here. You useless bitch! We had you keep an eye on the new guy and you got beaten too. And you call yourself rank 22. The necromancer gritted her teeth and shot back. What did you just say, you fatso? You're not even ranked. If you really doubt my skills, you want to fight. In an instant, the air was thick with tension. Just then a man walked in from outside and stopped them. Everyone stop! There'll be dust everywhere if you fight in here. If you really want to fight, go find somewhere far away. It doesn't matter if they die as long as no one sees. The masked man saw the newcomer and asked suspiciously, Ryuzion, when did you get back? Aren't you supposed to be scouting anymore? The man named Ryuzion nodded slightly. I don't plan on going back there again. The chairman said that Horizon is happening soon, so he'll be here for a while. He has a lot of games that he hasn't had a chance to play. Hearing this, the masked man sighed in exasperation. What a heartless slug. Ryuzion declined to comment. He looked towards Hyung and said in a low voice, But before that, I think I have other things to worry about first. Hyung was still unconscious. An executioner and an avenger. Even if he has the executioner class, the rank is still higher in the system. He guessed the problem was with Hyung's skills. Although he's inexperienced, he's quite good. The problem is the Avenger's someone strong enough to ignore the ranking system. If they leave him like this, and he'll definitely be a threat to the chairman's plan. He didn't know what he should do now. It seemed Hyung wanted to kill the Avenger himself. So he was planning to let him be, but he felt like it would take too long. So now he was thinking about whether he should just kill him. Because Horizon was so close, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to take care of any potential obstacles beforehand. Thinking this, he smirked. The longer we delay playing the games, the less fun they'll be. At Orium's apartment building, it was late at night, but a few rooms still had their lights on. In the building's stairwell, someone was waiting. It was Orium's sister, constantly looking at her phone, seemingly waiting for something. Her face was tinged with worry. A moment later, Orium appeared in the distance. As soon as she saw him, she called out his name loudly. She startled and ran over to him. Are you okay, little brother? Why are you so late? Orium scratched his head in embarrassment. I was just chatting with a few friends. But his sister couldn't help but worry. Why didn't you answer your phone? Do you have any idea how worried I was for you after seeing the news? Orium flinched slightly. But what news are you talking about? What happened, sis? Orium's sister hurriedly explained. There were a few explosions at your school. 9 people are dead and 12 are injured. The school collapsed and the whole place is a mess. Orium looked at the information on the phone. His face grew a little pale. He decided it was best not to tell her that he had been there. She would only worry. Just then, Orium's sister suddenly cried out, "Wait a minute!" She had seen something on his shirt. She exclaimed in shock, "What's that on your shirt? That's not a blood stain, is it?" "And why is your shirt torn?" she asked worriedly. "What happened?" Orium quickly shook his head. "It's nothing. I slipped while playing soccer during lunch and got a nosebleed." Orium's sister frowned slightly. "You fell while playing soccer. Are you sure? Then why isn't there a scratch on your face?" Orium flinched. Only now did he remember that detail. He didn't know how to explain it. With no other choice, he sighed and said, "I'm sorry I lied. I was at school when the incident happened." But he insisted he was fine and that she as a nurse should know that just by looking at him. But she sighed softly. "I don't see any external injuries, I know. But you could have internal injuries. People have even died from internal bleeding because they didn't realize it. They have injuries inside their bodies. How can I know if you're okay just by looking at you? So I'm not going to do that. You need to go to the hospital right now and I'll contact a doctor. The one I know will see you tomorrow for a checkup." Orium, of course, didn't want to and shook his head in refusal. "But I feel perfectly fine and I need to go to school tomorrow." His sister's voice became stern. "You don't need to worry about that. The school will be closed for a week because of the incident. And another thing, don't talk as if nothing happened. I was truly worried about you. I was afraid you were one of the 9 people who died." As soon as she finished speaking, she threw her arms around Orium, startling him a little. This was the only time she had ever acted like this. For a moment, it was like when they were kids again. In the end, not wanting to disappoint his sister, he nodded in agreement. "I understand. I'll go for a checkup tomorrow, like you said." So he told her not to worry about him so much. The next morning at the city hospital, Orium really did go for a checkup. Although he had agreed last night, he was worried he might get some strange test results. Strange results from the checkup, like finding out he wasn't human or something like that, would be the end of him. While he was lost in thought, a nurse called him loudly into the doctor's office. Orium pushed the door open and entered. He politely greeted the doctor, who nodded in return. The doctor smiled cheerfully and said, "You're Ariel's little brother, aren't you?" He believed the two of them had met before. He asked if he remembered. Orium frowned at the doctor before him and asked suspiciously, "Have we met?" He let out a soft chuckle and replied casually, "You don't remember." "We met last Christmas." "Last Christmas?" Orium mumbled the words, trying to think. A moment later he remembered. He really had met him with his sister. He spoke up cheerfully. "You must be Dr. Anoa, the one who brought my dead drunk sister home, right?" Anoa gave a slight nod, acknowledging it. Orium was suddenly impressed. "You've changed quite a bit since then. I didn't recognize you at first." But before he could finish, Anoa cut him off. "It's perfectly normal to keep growing at my age. I even grew 10 centimeters taller in middle school." He suggested they look over his test results now. As he said this, his expression suddenly turned serious. Orium was startled and asked, "What is it? Is there a problem with my test results?" Anoa shook his head. "No, they're perfectly normal. I don't think we need any more tests, but I still find one thing strange. All the results are artificially perfect. For example, if 8 is a normal number for a test result, Orium's result would be exactly 8. Not even a professional athlete and could have a perfect score of 8. After hearing this, Orium asked back suspiciously, "Is there something wrong with that?" With a soft laugh, Anoa casually replied, "Of course not. I'm just saying I've found a perfectly healthy body. Perhaps it's because you're still going through puberty." "I see." Orium nodded slightly. All his test results were perfect, probably because he was a character in a game. Anoa glanced at him and asked, "Anyway, how are you feeling?" Orium, lost in thought, was startled. "How am I feeling?" Anoa slowly explained. "I heard about that terrible incident at your school. Many people died and were injured. I was just wondering how you felt about it. Someone was out there while that incident was happening." Orion flinched slightly. "How are you feeling?" He remembered those students who had died, even the students he didn't know, and his 2 classmates like So Young. They were all deeply etched into his memory. And then there was the mastermind behind it all, that Un Hyung. Whenever he remembered it, he couldn't hold it back. He gritted his teeth and said, "I feel so angry. I can't even put into words how angry I am." If he had just tried a little harder, he could have stopped it from happening. He was just angry at himself for being so helpless. Hearing this, Anoa could only sigh. It's not your fault, Orion. It was just an unfortunate accident. But I understand where you're coming from. Many survivors of terrible accidents feel guilty. Questions like, why am I the only one who survived? Or, maybe I could have saved everyone, will always pop into their heads, and they convince themselves of that guilt. But if you really think that way, you should focus on doing better now. Orion flinched slightly. At that moment, his eyes returned to normal. Anoa continued to advise him, you should forgive yourself. If something like that happens again, you can do even better. Orion frowned, lost in thought. He had a very strange feeling. His body felt light as if someone was healing him. Anoa chuckled softly and said, of course, that's just my opinion. And if it bothers you again, I recommend you see this therapist. Mental scars from when you're young can last forever. Orion nodded slightly and replied, I understand. I'll go right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up to leave. But just as he had taken a few steps, he heard Anoa call out to him. Oh, right, Orion. I want to ask you something. Orion's steps faltered. Anoa suddenly asked a confusing question. Do you still play games? Even though I'm not as good as you. Orion was a little surprised that he would ask something like that. Hearing no reply, Anoa continued, when you have time, let Ariam know, okay. Orion could only mumble in agreement, I'll do that. Immediately after Orion left Anoa's room, he was just a bit stunned. He didn't expect him to bring up games so suddenly. Did my sister really tell people about that? Or are they close enough for her to tell him things like that? But he quickly dismissed the thought. No way. He thought his sister wasn't dating anyone but looking back at how they drank together during Christmas. That was a sign of a complicated relationship. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Orion took it out and saw the caller was Syrian. At Orion's school campus, Orion had run all the way from the hospital because Syrian had asked to meet him. He suspiciously asked the person waiting there, What's up? Why'd you call me out here in such a hurry? Hearing his voice, Syrian turned her head and stared at him for a long moment before replying in a low voice, I already told you. Ryzen wants to see us tonight. Orion nodded slightly. I know, but why did you want to meet me here? Can't we just go straight to the base? I guess we should, Syrian said in a low voice, but she suddenly paused. She took off her cap, glanced at Orion, and suggested, turn around for a second. Orion was a little confused by this request, but he did as she said. Right after, she suddenly hugged him tightly from behind. Her voice trembled slightly. I keep thinking about what happened to So Young, about how she almost died because of that monster. It just keeps replaying in my head, and I hesitated. I only thought selfishly of myself when I saw it. I thought I was different from my parents, but I guess I'm just a selfish, shameless bastard like them. I can't stop thinking that. Hearing these words, Orion was a bit speechless because he had had the exact same thoughts. After a long moment of thought, he said seriously, But Syrian, you hesitated because of me, because if you healed her, both of us would have had to take that penalty. Isn't that why you hesitated? In that brief moment, Syrian, you had to think about yourself, about me, and about So Young, and in the end you saved So Young. So you're not selfish like you said. Orion hugged her and patted her head comfortingly. Don't blame yourself anymore. Syrian nestled against his chest. A moment later, she spoke up. Thanks, Orion. But then she suddenly got angry and said, Who told you to turn around and hug me? Startled, Orion immediately let her go. He replied awkwardly, I thought it would be okay if I did that. And so, not long after their touching moment, the two started bickering. Syrian huffed, coldly pouted, and said, Anyway, you need to buy me 5 large cartons of strawberry milk every day. Orion sighed softly. You hugged me when you weren't allowed to. This woman. Seeing that he hadn't answered, she glared at him. Is there a problem? He quickly shook his head. No, my lady. Letting out a small humph, Syrian pouted and said, Great. Isn't that better? Orion declined to comment on the matter. You asked suspiciously, But why does Jason want to see us? Is something wrong? Syrian gently shook her head. I don't know either. They just said they wanted to see us. It must be about something important. Information or an item trade, probably. Soon after, they arrived at the Jason Guild's building. CEO Ha looked at them, smiled, and said, We're going to hunt the Chaos Bastards tonight. Hearing this, Orium and Syrian's faces immediately darkened. Seeing their reaction, Seungha chuckled softly. She slowly asked, Do you two want to destroy the scum who trashed your school and hurt your friends, annihilate them completely? Orium frowned slightly. What kind of idea is this? Seungha glanced at them for a long moment before finally speaking. Of course that's not what I want you two to do. I'm only asking because I didn't want you two to be furious if we didn't tell you about this opportunity. She asked if they wanted to join the raid on their base tonight. Orium fell into thought, his brow furrowed and his expression serious. Finally, he said with determination, I'll go. He said he knew someone in that Chelsea guild. He used to be his friend, but not anymore. That's why I don't want anyone else to take him down. I want to do it myself. Hearing this, Seungha was clearly surprised, but she quickly smirked and spoke. Fine. I'll leave him to you. Just tell us what he's like before we go in. She glanced at Syrian. And what about you? Are you joining this party? Syrian flinched slightly, unsure of how to answer. Orium spoke up to reassure her. You don't have to feel obligated. This is between me and Baekun Hyung. But Syrian suddenly shouted, That's not the problem, she said hesitantly. I got a mission notification and it's for tonight. I know you're ready, but we can't refuse it because it's our punishment mission. Hearing this, Orium was at a loss. He gritted his teeth and said, The punishment mission. We need to get enough penalty points to use the healing skill on Han Sojong as soon as possible. But if all we're doing is using the healing skill, then the punishment won't be that bad. He thought they could even avoid the punishment with the money they had. Syrian thought for a moment before speaking up. I actually used the healing skill on a few people back then. That must be why we have so many penalty points. A system notification quickly popped up. Current penalty points for Kim Syrian and Lee Orium -1,200. You have been penalized for using skills on ordinary people 8 times and using items 4 times. Syrian frowned slightly. We'll be 500 points short with the money we currently have if we want to cancel the mission. We'd have to give them all the points and items we own. And even though we can convert prize money into real cash, there's no way to turn real cash back into prize money. So we can't use that cash. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Orium flinched and frowned. He quickly turned to Syrian and said, Don't apologize. You did the right thing. It's the game's system. It punishes you for healing people who were hurt by the game, so don't worry. Syrian let out a soft sigh. I understand, Seungha-si. Seungha, who had been watching them from the side, was a bit speechless. After a moment, she finally spoke up. I can lend you the 500 million won for the penalty if you want. It's just... She hesitated. After a long pause, she continued. You two should take the punishment mission tonight and start participating in the war. She told them they were thinking about the mission, but they were mistaken. Even though you're on the rankings, you're still young. I don't want you going out for revenge. You should just keep doing missions, gaining skills, and gathering information. And you shouldn't get involved in fights like this. We'll handle the dirty work from now on. Orium was a little surprised to hear this. Seungha shook her head slightly. I think our conversation here is over. Why don't you two head back? We need to prepare for the battle now, and don't worry too much about the 500 penalty points. I'm sure you'll clear it easily, if you have the skills. And just like that, their meeting was over. Orium and Syrian started on their way back. Syrian glanced at Orium and spoke up. The guild leader is smarter than I gave her credit for. I thought she was the type to do anything to achieve her goals, and would try to drag us into the war at any cost. Orium frowned and mumbled, Or maybe she thinks we aren't suited for guild wars, so this could be part of her plan to keep us out of this fight. That could be it. Syrian nodded in agreement. It was a deliberate act. Orium didn't dwell on it. He asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Oh yeah, Syrian. Have you checked your inventory since we finished the mission? Syrian frowned, puzzled. My inventory, why? Orium explained slowly. When I checked this morning, I found some rewards from our previous mission. Syrian asked, surprised. Oh really, I didn't check my inventory yesterday. I guess I'll take a look now. Immediately, the two of them started checking their inventories. After a while, Syrian spoke up. Here they are. There are a few new items I've never seen before. What she saw was the bell to summon the disciple Agust. She glanced at Orium. Did you get the same thing? Orium shook his head. No, I got this. What he received was the key to the afternoon room. Syrian's eyes widened. I've never seen items like these in the game before. Maybe they have some kind of special effect. Orium thought for a moment before answering, I guess we won't know unless we use them. Just describing it is pointless. Syrian spoke up, suggesting, use your item first. My item is limited to 2 uses. Orium nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a key from his item inventory. He quickly used it, inserting it into the magic circle in front of them. Immediately after, a blue light suddenly flashed twice, and the ground shook along with it, startling Orium and Syrian. By the time they realized it, they were in an unfamiliar room. A mechanical voice chimed in, "Welcome to the private space, the afternoon room. Here you can relax and train, and you can also use this space to store items. You can also share this space with your companions. If needed, you can grant access to non-members." Hearing this, Orium was startled. "Are those the functions of a rest area in a game?" Syrian also cried out in amazement, "This is insane! We can even drink freely in this room!" Orium pouted slightly. "What are you talking about anyway? I think it'd be better if we met here before our next mission. It would help us choose more effective items to buy." Just as he finished his sentence, he saw Syrian doing something to the pillar next to her. He frowned suspiciously. "What are you doing?" he asked vaguely. Is something wrong with you?" Syrian, startled, replied shyly. "No, it's just... I was wondering where this place came from. Everything looks so real, but the scenery outside isn't the alley we were in before, so that means they were teleported here. But where exactly is this place?" Her words made Orium ponder for a long time before he spoke up. "Could this be the afterlife?" Syrian complained with dissatisfaction. "Don't say things like that." Smiling faintly, Orium said nonchalantly, "Don't overthink it. With our current knowledge, we can't figure it out anyway." Syrian felt he was right and nodded slightly, replying, "You're right. Now let's find out about my item." She called the system and asked about the item August's Disciple Summoning Bell. She wanted it to explain the item to her. The system's mechanical voice immediately rang out. "When the designated item is used, the user can access the knowledge of the Disciple of August. You can ask about missions like which monsters are weakest, and if there is no answer, you will be blessed with a skill from it." Orium glanced at Syrian and suggested, "It would be more worthwhile to ask them a question." Syrian frowned and said, "Because we can get blessed skills from other items instead." After thinking for a moment, she nodded. "All right." She decided to use the skill of August's Disciple Summoning Bell. Seeing this, Orium quickly interjected, "Wait, Syrian, are you sure you want to use it? You only have 2 uses. It would be better if you thought more carefully before using it." Syrian shook her head slightly. "It doesn't matter. We already know the question we need to ask." Orium looked at her with some doubt. "We do." But just as he finished speaking, he saw a yellow light envelop the room. In a flash, a girl carrying a staff appeared. The girl slowly opened her eyes, looked at the 2 of them, and spoke. "I am here to share with you the unenlightened, the knowledge from the 3rd disciple of the great and venerable sage." Orium and Syrian stared blankly at the girl, unsure how to react. A moment later, Orium suddenly let out a sigh of admiration. "She's so cute." Hearing this, Syrian glared at him. Her voice tinged with jealousy, she shouted, "First question, tell me all about Orium's secret sex life." The girl replied helplessly, "I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question." Syrian immediately scoffed. "Cute but useless." Orium was even more annoyed. "What the hell are you doing? You've already wasted a question." But Syrian didn't seem to care much, pouting as she said, all right. This is the real question." She wanted to know everything about the Horizon event. The girl thought for a moment, then replied, "I do not know if I can speak of it precisely, but I have heard my master's prophecy, so I will tell you. When the 6 pillars fall, accompanied by thunder, the gate of taboo will open. On a night when the moon is stitched shut, the sky will fall. Those who are not yet enlightened will fall from the Holy Land to hell. The survivors will lose their lives to wild beasts. Therefore, fight and fight some more. That is the only way to fulfill the wishes of those who remain in the Holy Land and the only way to end this banquet." Meanwhile, in a high-rise building in the city inside a dimly lit apartment, a guy was sitting on a chair playing a game. He was so bored that he let out a long yawn and sighed. "Nothing's happening. So boring." Just at that moment, he seemed to see something. He frowned slightly, muttering doubtfully, "I think I just saw something. Am I mistaken?" He let out an indifferent sigh, not noticing someone silently approaching him. Before he could realize it, he was struck on the back of the neck. Thud. His body slammed onto the floor. The newcomer was a member of the Jason Guild. He quickly reported through his communicator, "The route is clear. Should I open the portal?" Gunha on the other end of the line quickly replied, "Open it. I'm on my way." He received the order and used the assassin's skill's secret passage, opening a path. In a flash, Seonha appeared in the building. She opened her eyes to the scene before her and couldn't help but pout. I thought you'd already cleaned up. Why do I still see rebels here? The man quickly replied, Sorry, I'll deal with them right now. But Seonha shook her head and said, It's fine. Since I saw this trash first, I should be the one to clean it up. Isn't that the right thing to do? The moment she finished speaking, a sword appeared in her hand. A golden light enveloped the blade. It was her skill, Path of the Queen. In the blink of an eye, her sword slashed down. The group in front of her was sent flying. Immediately after, her eyes suddenly lit up. She glanced at the person beside her and said, I think the real one is in here. Let's head in. The two of them immediately ran inside, but just as they opened the door, they froze. A man was already waiting for them in there. He smiled at the two of them. Oh dear. I prepared so many cups of tea because I thought there would be more of you. But there are only the two of you. Seonha narrowed her eyes at him and said in a cold voice, I think the two of us are more than enough for you. Besides, isn't it a bit late for tea? As she spoke, the sword in her hand flashed again. She let out a cold snort. Now is a time for action, not for tea. A party wouldn't be more fitting on a late night like this, but that guy didn't seem to care much. He simply chuckled and said, The Guild Master of Jason Guild. Jo Seong-ha, I've always wanted to meet you at least once, seeing as you're the one closest to victory right now. Kung-ha replied without backing down, I wanted to meet you too, because the one I want to kill is someone who's part of the chaos like you. The man she wanted to kill snorted coldly. He sneered, So what's your reason? Something like revenge, huh? He let out a soft chuckle. Kung-ha answered calmly, A little bit. I'm taking revenge for my guild while also eliminating potential threats to our victory. Hearing this, the other guy's voice immediately turned cold as he asked, Then how about this? Right now. He'll give you the equivalent prize money as well as 22 billion won as compensation. If he does that, would you be willing to leave here quietly and forfeit the event? Seong-ha narrowed her eyes at him, not answering right away. After a moment, she lifted her lips into a smile and said, Not really. Why would I do something like that when I'm so close to victory? She was aiming for the event prize for countless reasons, but more importantly, she was just an ordinary gamer. And it's only fitting for an ordinary gamer to try and win a game on her own terms. After all, why do people play games, right? Her words made the other guy think for a long while. He nodded in understanding. I see where you're coming from now. Because people play games to win and to have fun. I admit I was wrong. If that's the case, he'll face you as you wish. After speaking, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, a crowd of people appeared in front of him. Seong-ha and her companion were instantly startled. After thinking for a moment, Seong-ha glanced at the person beside her and suggested, Seok-ho, I'll hold them off on my own. While you're at it, open a portal and bring our people here. Since they'll know it's not a trap, they'll come straight through. Seok-ho hesitated slightly, saying, But it'll take about 45 seconds for me to open the portal and transport that many people. Can you really hold out for that long? 45 seconds is enough, Seong-ha said confidently. I've held out for longer than expected in battles against other guilds, and if I'm lucky, I might even be able to kill one or two of their skilled players. Seeing how determined she was, he had no choice but to agree. All right, don't push yourself too hard. Seong-ha gave a slight nod. Don't worry about me. 45 seconds is too short a time to go overboard. As soon as she finished speaking, a yellow light once again appeared around her sword. She charged fiercely into the crowd. Her sword swung relentlessly as she muttered, This will only make it a little more interesting for me. She quickly used her Queen's Garden shield skill, creating a shield from a flower garden that stopped the crowd in front of her from advancing. Seeing this, the masked man couldn't help but a curse. Outside, this director couldn't help but frown. He snorted coldly and said, It seems we've lost the upper hand. After he spoke, Seong-ha charged alone into the enemy's encirclement, slashing furiously. Just then, a necromancer rushed in from a distance to attack her. Numerous bone spikes appeared in her hands. Seong-ha was a little surprised to see this, but she reacted quickly. She activated a speed-enhancing skill. The sword in her hand began to dance through the air, and immediately the crowd was struck by her slashes. Agonized screams rang out once more. After finishing off that group, Seong-ha saw someone else charging at her. Ryu-jan appeared swinging a sharp sword towards her. He lifted his lips into a smirk and said, It's been a while, hasn't it? Jo Seong-ha, I believe we fought each other in a game before. You remember, don't you? Hearing this, Seong-ha snorted coldly. I'm sorry, but I don't remember. I tend to erase memories of the nobodies I've met before. As soon as she finished speaking, she thrust her sword at him, but Ryujan blocked it immediately. Suddenly, a purple light appeared in his hands. Kung-ha found herself trapped inside a large box. This disabled her movements and skills for 5 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, the masked man charged at her with an axe. Although she detected the killing intent coming at her, she was completely unable to fight back. At that critical moment, Shu appeared and blocked the masked man's attack. Seeing this, the boss couldn't help but get angry. Kung-ha glanced at him. Shu asked worriedly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" She shook her head slightly and replied, "Everything's fine. I'm in perfect condition. What about you guys?" Shu slowly spoke up, "I already checked before we came. We're all in good shape. And it's not just me." Members of the Jason Guild had also appeared. Seeing everyone, Kung-ha couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. "Well then, I won't ask for anything more. Nothing special. Just do what you guys always do. You fought these guys before. Just tear them apart mercilessly." Ryujan was now a little worried. He asked, "Director, what should we do now? Should we proceed with the plan?" The man shook his head slightly. "No need. From now on, just watch. Because this is the first time I've seen the Jason Guild in the flesh." He would watch from the back. "Take care of them yourselves." Ryujan nodded slightly and replied, "Leave it to me." But he wasn't entirely confident. The strength of the two guilds was basically on par, which meant that until someone died and the balance was broken, it would be impossible to determine the outcome. Meanwhile, on a school campus. Because it was late at night, the campus was basically empty. But there was an exception. 2 people, Orium and Syrian, had been teleported to this place. Syrian glanced around and whispered, "Is this a college campus?" "Thank God it's not the middle of the street anymore," Orium said doubtfully. "But shouldn't the campus be empty right now?" Syrian shook her head and explained. "They said the graduating students are wandering the campus because they can't go home." He was startled when he heard that. "In that case, we need to be more careful. By the way, about what I heard from Aegis's disciple earlier. I was thinking about it on the way home. What if the Horizon event isn't about when it will happen, but under what conditions it will happen?" Syrian frowned slightly. "Conditions. Like a final boss that you need to meet certain requirements to unseal, like what the prophecy said or something." Orium shook his head slightly. "It didn't mention it exactly, but it did say when the 6 pillars fall. So I'm wondering if that's the condition to trigger the event, and once a player meets that requirement, the event will begin." Syrian thought for a moment before speaking. 6 pillars. Do we need to destroy the columns of the buildings or something? Just then the mechanical voice of the system chimed in again. 1 minute until the mission." Orium frowned slightly and asked the system, "What's the mission this time? Is it just a normal conquest mission like you mentioned before?" The system immediately replied, "Yes, it is a normal conquest mission. Other players will also participate. Unlike a competitive mission, this is a shared mission. You will be rewarded equally regardless of who clears it. Therefore, cooperation with others is possible." Syrian frowned slightly and said, "So that means I can get the reward?" "By doing nothing if someone else clears it." At this, she looked toward Orium and suggested, "All right, then let's go inside to the tea room for some afternoon tea and take a nap." Orium frowned. I am a little sleepy." Just as he finished his sentence, he suddenly reacted and spoke quickly. "We can't do that. We need to finish the mission quickly so it doesn't harm anyone." Syrian pouted and said, "I know, I was just kidding. Just open your bag and get ready for battle." Right after that, the 2 of them began to open their equipment inventories. As Syrian looked, she spoke. "I wonder what kind of players they'll be. I hope it's not anyone from the Chaos." "I don't think so," Orium replied, shaking his head. "They're probably fighting the Jason Guild right now. Are you hoping to meet good people like the ones we met last time?" Syrian frowned and asked, "The Wind Knight and the Wall Builder?" Orium nodded slightly. "That's right. They had pretty good teamwork and skills. I guess having people like that would make things easier for us." Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out again. "Mission preparation time has ended. After that, the mission has begun." As soon as it finished speaking, the system interface vanished without a trace. Orium and Syrian quickly and vigilantly looked around, but after a long while, still nothing appeared. Syrian glanced at Orium and asked hesitantly, "Isn't it a little too quiet?" Orium nodded in agreement. "It should be a bit noisy, with some sounds like boom boom." Just as he finished his sentence, a sound rang out from behind them. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Yeah, like that." Syrian looked toward where the sound came from and asked doubtfully, "Did that come from behind the building?" Orium suggested without a hint of hesitation, "Let's go check." "It could be a monster." Syrian thought for a moment, then a magic staff appeared in her hand. She said casually, "I don't think we need to go there ourselves, because something is coming to us right now." Orium was startled by her words. The two of them stared straight ahead, their eyes full of caution. A moment later, a figure came running slowly toward them. The two of them quickly pointed their weapons, but the thing running toward them was a person, and what's more, they were crying and screaming for help. Orium and Syrian were a bit speechless at the sight. The young man ran toward them with a terrified look on his face, but just then, he saw Orium and Syrian on the other side. He quickly yelled out, "There are people over there! I found you guys over there! Please help me!" he begged the two of them. Orium and Syrian glanced at each other, neither saying a word. However, in perfect sync, they both pointed their weapons at the man in front of them. His eyes went wide in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. He frowned and asked, "Why are you doing this to me?" "I'm not even holding a weapon," Orium said in a cold voice. "The mission has already started. The fact that you're not holding a weapon is what makes us suspicious. You could very well be a PKER who's acting all innocent and planning to attack from behind." Syrian also spoke up, warning him, "Take out your weapon and show it to us. We'll talk to you after we've checked what class you are." The man nodded quickly. Okay, I'll take it out for you to see." Immediately after, a sword appeared in his hand. He hurriedly explained, "Look, it's Kyria's guiding sword. This is a weapon for the adventurer class." Syrian asked suspiciously, "How can a player with a merchant rank participate in a ranked match?" Orium agreed. He squinted at the man and asked, "What level are you in this game?" The other guy looked confused and asked back, "My rank I don't have one, I just play for fun." Hearing that, Orium asked doubtfully, "You're not a ranked player. What's going on here? Aren't only ranked players supposed to be able to join?" Syrian said, gritting her teeth. "None of the ranked players in the Jason Guild were able to participate. There must be some other condition." While the two of them were talking, the other guy cut in, "Now's not the time to be talking about this. The monsters are heading this way." Orium hesitated for a moment, then his eyes hardened with resolve. "All right, let's do this." He immediately gripped his sword and charged forward. He swung a single slash at the monster's waist. In the blink of an eye, a red liquid gushed from its body and the massive beast collapsed to the ground. Orium exclaimed in surprise. He was right. The waist. It really is its weak spot. Syrian said nothing. "Now it's my turn." With that thought, she immediately activated Magic Beast Trap Treasure's Guardian. In an instant, a massive wall materialized, trapping the monster. The creature's agonized screams echoed out. Syrian asked doubtfully, "Is it dead?" "That was easier than I thought." Orium hadn't expected it to be so simple either. "So is the mission over?" Just then, the young man behind them suddenly spoke up. "Not yet. There's another monster. This one is probably the gatekeeper of the northern castle. There are usually 2 gatekeepers, so I think there must be another one." Orium frowned, looking at him with suspicion. "How do you know all this?" "I've never seen monsters like these in the game before." He slowly explained, "Technically, they've never appeared in the game before, but if you give a specific item to an NPC, you can hear the story of the locked northern castle. It's a tale about a count who sealed the gates to his castle after his heart was broken by his nephew's rebellion. If you find the key to the northern castle item, you'll be able to hear the story. The story mentions the gatekeepers who protect the locked castle. According to the tale, they were injured while fighting the count's nephews, but they still chose to stay and protect the castle with the count." Syrian asked skeptically, "But how could you possibly know the monster we just fought was from that story? It's not like you've actually seen these monsters in-game before." The young man continued, "You can find the story about the monsters and the count in the Northern Darkstone section. There are illustrations that depict the story there," Syrian said with a sigh. "I didn't even know that story existed in this game." Orium frowned and asked, "Do you know every single story in this online world?" The young man shook his head and answered hesitantly, "I don't know everything. But including the one I just told you, I'd say I know about 98% of them." Orium and Syrian were stunned. "He knows that much." He continued to explain, "Because Agosvia Online is an action-based RPG, and people tend to overlook its other elements. But if you really dig into it, there are so many little things hidden away. So many stories. Stories about minor things like items or passing NPCs. And if you look into them, it's like you're living in a completely different world. Orium and Syrian listened to him ramble on. What a load of nonsense. After a moment, Syrian cut him off impatiently. If you love this game that much, then why were you running away? When you saw the monster, I mean. I know the adventurer class is a little weak in combat, but you can still fight, can't you? That's because I'm scared, the other guy said, scratching his head in embarrassment. He could barely defeat anything. When fighting monsters, he was practically putting his own life on the line, wasn't he? It's just too scary. So I've refused every single combat mission so I can just survive and live a normal life. As he said this, he suddenly paused, making the other two lean in with anticipation. But his next sentence made them despair. I accidentally used a discount skill when buying second-hand items online and got a penalty for it. He protested indignantly. I haven't done it since then, I swear, so could you please protect me during this mission? I've been watching you two play for a while. You seem really good at this game. Syrian looked at him like he was an idiot, then leaned close to Orium's ear and whispered, "What should we do? He doesn't seem like a player killer. Should we help him?" Orium hesitated for a long time. Finally, he spoke up. All right. We'll help you survive this mission. But in return, you have to tell us about the Horizon event. The Horizon event, the young man unfrowned slightly in thought before speaking. Are you talking about the sanctuary and the rituals of the cults? Orium and Syrian were once again surprised to hear this. He began to speak slowly. I'd be happy to tell you about that. There are some biases woven into the story, and some of it is my own speculation. But I'll tell you everything I know. Orium and Syrian looked at each other, then nodded in unison. Orium held out his hand and said, Excellent. For now, let's have a good partnership. But you want him to help them with everything he has. He gave a slight nod. Of course. I will do everything in my power to help you. Shortly after, on the school grounds, a collaboration between the three began. After a long while, Syrian looked toward Orium and spoke up. If we're done talking, let's go accept the mission. We've already wasted too much time. The other person said with some hesitation, I'll try to use my skill. It's an incredibly useful skill for adventuring, you know? The skill he mentioned was Pathfinding Light. It can instantly display the location of a mission objective monster or valuable item. In a flash, a light emanated from his sword. Orium followed it with his eyes and muttered, The light is pointing toward the back of the building. Syrian quickly suggested, Let's go. There might be a monster there. A moment later, at the back of the building, the three of them quickly followed the light's direction to this place. But when they saw what was in front of them, Orium was startled, because there wasn't just one, but two monsters. Syrian glanced at the person behind them. It made him tremble as he apologized in a shaky voice. The story didn't mention how many monsters there were, so I didn't know about this. In any case, what should we do now? One was already tough enough, but now there are two. He suggested, It would be better if we deal with them one at a time. No. But Orium immediately refused. We know their weak spots now. We don't need to do that. The other guy looked at him confused, not knowing what he meant. He didn't explain, just looked at Syrian and proposed, I'll take on both of them. You stay back and support me. Syrian nodded slightly. All right, I'll find a suitable place to cast my spell. Hearing this, the young man immediately cried out in shock, No way! You're going to fight two of them by yourself. Orium nodded coolly. I wasted a lot of time because I wasn't used to their attack patterns, but I'm used to them now. Two of them isn't a huge problem. Besides, they're nothing compared to the Buddha-shaped monster. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged forward, his sword dancing through the air. It's only worth 500 points? The young man in the back watched his every move, his eyes wide in disbelief. How is this possible? He's bravely fighting two monsters, and he has the ability to adapt to new things. I've met many people, but he's the only one with skills this good. If that's the case, then that alone should be enough. In the midst of the battle, Orium was relentlessly fighting the monster. Every slash of his sword struck its weak spot, making it scream in pain. Another one charged from behind to attack him. He jumped into the air to dodge. At the same time, Syrian from the back began to cast her magic. She activated the Swamp Labyrinth trap skill. In an instant, the monster fell into a swamp. It hurriedly leaped up high to escape, but Orium had been waiting for it for a long time. The moment it jumped, he slashed it across the back. Right after, he also activated the skill Twin Blossom. The gleam of his sword began to dance in the air again. The monster was slashed to death just like that. As soon as one was down, the other bared its fangs and charged. Orium sensed the killing intent coming towards him, but he didn't do anything. The monster was struck by a beam of energy, dying instantly on the spot. From the side, Syrian saw this and couldn't help but say, "It really fell for such an obvious trap." The young man beside her also silently marveled, "Such perfect coordination. This party might actually be able to stop that plan." After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. "I have a question I'd like to ask." He asked, "How can you two do this, while risking your own lives? Don't you two have any goals in life?" Syrian glanced at him for a moment before she spoke. She replied coolly, "Because people are getting hurt. People can get hurt if these monsters are just allowed to run around freely like this. That's why people with special abilities like us have to go out and hunt them down." Hearing this, the young man's expression became a little embarrassed. A moment later, he chuckled softly and said, "I see. You two are even better people than I thought." Syrian narrowed her eyes at him. Perhaps I shouldn't tell him about the reward. Just then, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang out. "You have completed the mission by eliminating all of the North-Locked Castle gatekeepers. Please choose your reward." Syrian nodded and muttered, "These are fine, but you know what, you can take them from this set as a penalty. Just pick something else and send us home." The system quickly replied, "Understood. You two will be teleported in 60 seconds. Syrian paid no more attention to that issue. She glanced at the young man beside her and reminded him, "We protected you as promised, so you have to tell us about the Horizon event, all right?" "Of course." He nodded slightly and replied sincerely, "I'll compile it into an itemized list and send it to you." "No," but Orium cut him off. "Can you just tell us directly?" He wanted to ask questions that might come up while listening to the story, so he thought it would be more convenient if the guy told them directly. He looked at him, his face filled with determination. The guy was startled, his eyes full of surprised delight. His eyes are so captivating. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. "Yes, I can speak it too. Well, I'm unemployed anyway, so I've got plenty of time." Orium was very pleased. "You made an offer so quickly." "Very good. So can we meet tomorrow?" Syrian asked suspiciously. "What did you say your name was? I recall you said something like Jian." The young man replied cheerfully, "I'm Bezu Jeon." He also introduced himself as being 25 years old and the ambitious developer of this game. The two from Orium were a bit exasperated. That's not what they had asked. Right after that, they said their goodbyes and agreed to meet again tomorrow. A short while later, in a residential complex, in a room where the light was still on, Joseon had teleported home from the college campus. He thought about the two from Orium and couldn't help but mumble, "They're definitely skilled. But I don't know if it's okay for me to accept help from those two." But now he was truly running out of time, he said. He glanced at the wall in front of him where there was a scorched photograph. The clearest face was probably that of the smiling woman. Jujan couldn't help but sigh. "If I don't make a decision, everything will be over. You have to entrust this coded seal to someone." Elsewhere after the battle, the building where the two guilds were fighting had turned into a wasteland. But the fight was not over yet. The two sides were still fighting fiercely. Jin was now activating her skill, Raging Deluge, expanding its attack range. Instantly, a stream of blue energy shot out. It paralyzed the masked man, rendering him immobile. Just then, however, someone attacked Jin from behind. That woman activated the Gale Wolf formation technique to attack Jin. In a flash, a phantom wolf appeared, howling in the air. 3 consecutive attacks forced Jin backward. That woman thought she had succeeded. But she suddenly saw someone charging in. It was Xiao. He aggressively landed a punch on her, sending her flying. But before Xiao could even catch his breath, a skull appeared behind him. He was startled and immediately turned his head, seeing the skull had been hit by something. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The one who had helped him was Jamie. Immediately after, she didn't lower her gun. She continued to fire ahead. At that moment, she summoned a fire phoenix which charged toward the members of the Charles Guild. Boom! An explosion erupted in the area. Gu Yang walked over to Jin and asked, "Are you okay, Jin?" She nodded slightly and replied, "I was just pushed back hard by that technique, that's all." But as soon as she finished her sentence, she felt it. Her strength was gradually recovering. Junjong had used his skill to heal her. He said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll heal everyone one by one." "Ah, yes, thank you," Ji-in said, looking at him gratefully. Just then, Sung-ha also retreated from the brawl. She said in a serious tone, "I'll bet they're almost out of potions. We should end this, shouldn't we?" Jun-seong, who was beside her, asked hesitantly, "What do you want to do now? Are we going to take care of them one by one on the front lines?" Seung-ha shook her head slightly and replied, "No. Taking them out one by one will be difficult because they're all clustered together in a tight space. It'll just waste time and needlessly drain energy for our skills." As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward the man standing on the other side. She said in a cold voice, "Let's target that guy. The one who's just been standing there doing nothing for a while." "Apeldo." She was pointing at the director of this chaotic group. Jun-seong said in a low voice,
"Apeldo is a rare class. Could he be the leader of the Chaos Guild?"
Seung-ha shook her head slightly. "I'm not sure, but it's possible. I've been trying to get close to him, but every path is blocked. To continue a stalled chess match, you have to aim for the king. If you suddenly kill the king, their formation will crumble to pieces as they focus solely on defense." Jun-seong asked with some concern, "But won't we get surrounded that way?" With a faint smile, Seung-ha said nonchalantly, "It's fine. We have a healer while they do not." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward. A blinding yellow light emanated from her sword. She scoffed, "Don't you dare get so close to me." At this moment, that director was still standing deep in a corner, not moving an inch. But he realized something was wrong. His eyes filled with terror. Ryujan hurriedly ran to his side and called out, "Director." He nodded slightly and spoke, "It seems they've realized I'm the one in charge." Ryujan gravely suggested, "Using a teleportation box to escape is still an option. I can't stop them if they all rush in at once." "There's no need for that." He immediately shook his head, refusing. He knew this would happen, which is why he tamed a dog. "A hound just for an occasion like this?" Ryujan frowned, slightly skeptical. "A hound?" He nodded and replied, "A hound that will tear out the enemy's throat." Ryujan asked back doubtfully, "Who could possibly turn such a disadvantageous situation around instantly?" While the two were talking, another person had appeared outside. He was approaching Junjong from behind. It was the man known as the Grim Reaper Hong Ki-ho. Junjong was completely unprepared for this sudden appearance, and just like that, he was slashed in the back by the man. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the Jason Guild members immediately turned grim. Seung-ha shouted with worry, "Junjong!" Struck by the slash, Junjong's cloak fell from his shoulders. His skill was interrupted, but luckily he managed to summon the Marion doll just in time to recover. It's just that it only restored him to 15% of his original stats. Seeing this, Ki-ho immediately scoffed in contempt. "The Marion, huh? How useless." Right after that, he activated his skill, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Just in the nick of time, Junchong activated his skill Constellation's Blessing. It can resist both physical and magical attacks. He bit his lip fiercely. He had to hold on a little longer. If a guild healer like him fell here, then everyone else wouldn't be able to attack anymore. So even if he had to die here, he had to buy them more time. Over on the other side, Seung-ha was extremely worried. She looked towards Shu and Jamie and hurriedly gave an order. "Don't just stand there, go help Juncheong. The rest of us will handle the attacks." "Understood." Shio nodded and accepted the order, but Jamie hesitated, saying, "There aren't many of us. Will this be okay?" "We'll just get surrounded in an instant." Seung-ha gently shook her head and replied, "Don't worry about us. As the vanguard, I'll somehow make up for our lack of members." As soon as she finished speaking, she slashed at the person in front of her. The director, seeing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle in admiration. "That little girl is really persistent. She's got more guts than I thought." After saying that, he looked towards Ryujon and spoke. "But now that they've split into two groups, you know what to do next, don't you, Ryujon?" "Yes, I know very well. Leave it to me," Ryujon immediately replied. He ran towards his guild members and shouted, "Everyone focus your attacks on Seung-ha right now. Once we kill their leader, the rest of them will be as helpless as babies. Charge and kill her." But just as he finished speaking, Gu Yong rushed forward. "You little runt! What did you just say?" The great sword in his hand swung down fiercely, making Ryujon jump back in surprise. He snorted coldly and said, "And what about you? A cockroach that lives in a public toilet." Ryujon narrowed his eyes at him, thinking to himself, "A rare-grade dragon slayer." Then he clicked his tongue and said, "What a pain in the ass." The director, observing everything from the outside, smirked coldly. "I guess they're still just a bunch of brats. They won't be defeated so easily even when they're not in formation." so why not try something myself? As soon as he thought that he raised his hand, a pale yellow light emanated from his palm, and in an instant, the bodies of Seong-ha's entire group froze inexplicably, forced to their knees. Seong-ha was startled and horrified. What is this skill? She couldn't move her body. Guk-ho was also suspicious. Is this a debuff skill? Guyong ground his teeth in anger. What the hell is this damn technique? His body was now kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Ryu-jan slashed at him viciously, laughing in contempt. If I'm a cockroach, then you're just the rotten food I eat. Immediately after, he looked towards his people and shouted, Everyone, now's the time! Use everything you've got to destroy Seong-ha. The moment he finished speaking, the members of the Choose Guild attacked her all at once. In a flash, a massive explosion erupted in front of her. Energy waves spread out everywhere. Jin shouted worriedly, Seong-ha! But inside that wave of energy, the members of the Choose Guild didn't seem very happy. In fact, they were horrified into silence because Seong-ha had blocked their attack. She glanced at the person kneeling beside her and said, Jun-sung, just in time. Jun-sung calmly replied, Anytime. Please don't let my efforts go to waste. Of course not. Seong-ha nodded confidently. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly stood up, surrounded by an immense aura of energy. This is the skill the Lord's Salvation for the Queen. It both reduces assassin damage and increases speed and attack power. Seong-ha spoke coldly. You bunch of fools. You should have killed me sooner. Now, the game ends here. Immediately after, countless streaks of sword light began to dance in the air. The members of the Choose Guild were cut down by her, unable to fight back. Desperate screams echoed continuously. Now Seong-ha didn't need to face them one-on-one. She just needed to take out one person before the skill's effect ended. Her target was the ringleader of this chaos. But on her way to him, she was blocked by Ryu-jan. He smirked and said, I know what you're planning. I won't let you do it. I'll stop you with my own hands. With that, a skill activated in his hand and a defensive mirror wall was summoned. Seong-ha frowned slightly, raising her sword to defend. But his technique couldn't defend for long. She regained the offensive, piercing directly through the mirror wall and slashing at him with a cold, contemptuous snort. This is what you asked for. Ryu-jan hadn't expected this at all. He was struck by her slash, gritting his teeth in pain, but Seong-ha paid him no mind, charging straight for the director. She spoke in a cold voice, Die. The director was trembling with fear. He tried to activate a skill, but unfortunately before he could do anything, Seong-ha lopped off his head. Seeing this, Guk-ho cheered happily. She did it. Ryu-jan was sitting amidst the rubble, grinding his teeth in fury. But the moment Seong-ha saw the head, she was stunned because that thing was just a puppet, not a real person. This is a technique for creating puppets that seem almost alive. At that same moment, on the rooftop of a nearby building, in the gloomy darkness, a woman's voice suddenly cried out in shock, Oh my God, it's dead! A wooden puppet in her hands had been torn apart. She looked at the person beside her and said, Director, your 13th puppet was just destroyed. I guess it's difficult when only 40% of your power was embedded in that puppet. It turns out these two were the ones who created that puppet. The man called the director didn't seem to care much, replying coldly, I'm aware. My senses are connected to it after all. He had used his abilities to control that puppet. The woman then asked doubtfully, What are you going to do now? Unfortunately, we're at a disadvantage. He replied calmly, Tell them to retreat. Our goal was just to collect data anyway. Today was just a greeting. They were merely bait for that group to bite. Although it's unfortunate that he lost a few members, it was worth it because they got to see the full power of Jason's group. Next time, he'll personally tear them apart. The next morning, at an apartment complex in the city, the early morning sun began to shine into the homes. Orium was cooking lunch. Arium walked out of her room and exclaimed in surprise, Orium, what are you doing? Are you already making lunch? I told you we could eat a little later. I don't have to work today after all. Orium glanced at his sister and explained carefully, I have plans with some friends today, so I'm making dinner now. Arium, a bit startled, asked suspiciously, Even so, I can still cook for myself, you know? Orium chuckled softly. It's my turn to cook dinner tonight, so I have to. Arium was a bit speechless, seeing her brother like this. After a moment, she asked, Can I help with anything? Orium thought for a moment before speaking. Could you go buy some salt for me? We're out of salt. And so right after that, Arium had to go downstairs to buy the groceries. But she still had her doubts. Most kids your age would probably forget their dinner duty and just go hang out with their friends. She was proud of him, but at the same time it made her feel sad. It felt like he was trying to act like a grown-up, as if he was trying to say he was grown up now and she didn't need to worry about him anymore. With these confusing feelings, she finally returned with the items only to run into a stranger right at their door. She asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The other person was Syrian. She was looking at her phone and was a bit startled by the question. "I'm visiting a friend. Am I not allowed to stand here?" Aryam shook her head slightly. "That's not the issue, but you're standing right in front of my apartment." Hearing this, Syrian was shocked. She muttered suspiciously, "Then, could you be Aryam's sister?" Aryam didn't answer, just narrowed her eyes at Syrian. Come to think of it, her hair color is the same as the one I asked Aryam about a few days ago. He seemed really flustered back then. Thinking of this, she smirked slightly and introduced herself. "I'm Aryam's older sister." Then she immediately opened the door and walked inside. Aryam inside heard the noise and turned his head. "You're back. You got the salt right." But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. Aryam was walking in with her arm linked with Syrian's, smiling cheerfully. "I bought the salt and I brought your friend home too. It's her, isn't it?" she asked. "The brown-haired girl who came to visit the house when I wasn't home." She raised an eyebrow smugly. "Now tell me what happened that night." And so Aryam, his sister, and Syrian were inside. They began to recount the story of that day. After listening, Aryam asked skeptically, "So the reason Syrian slept over at our house is because she ran away after a fight with her parents and had nowhere else to go, right?" Syrian nodded in response. "Yes, at that time. Aryam was kind enough to invite me to his house, saying that no one would be home that night." Aryam jumped, retorting, "What? When did I say that?" But as soon as the words were out, she glared at him. He trembled and said in a shaky voice, "Now that I think about it, I think I did say that." Aryam glanced at the two of them and continued, "Even so, it's not good. And for a young girl like you to sleep over at a house without any adults around. You should have at least asked for permission first." Syrian obediently nodded. "Yes, I'm sorry. I won't do it again." Then Aryam flicked Aryam's forehead and reminded him, "And you shouldn't hide things like this from me, you hear? I'll respect your privacy and won't ask about what happened that night." What she cared about was just the fact that Syrian snuck into the house without her knowledge. The rest was none of her business, so she demanded that the two of them also respect her privacy. The two of them nodded obediently. "Yes, we're sorry." Aryam was very satisfied with this. Then she looked at Syrian and told her, "If anything like this happens again, contact me before you call Aryam, okay? I promise I won't say anything about your family situation. At the very least, I can give you a temporary place to stay, so if anything comes up, just stop by so we can talk. Just like today, all right?" The three of them continued talking just like that inside the house. A little while later, Aryam and Syrian left. As they walked, Syrian said, "Your sister is so kind and beautiful too. Now I understand why. You have a big sister complex." Hearing this, Aryam frowned in annoyance and asked, "What are you talking about?" With a soft chuckle, Syrian smiled and said, "I'm just kidding. I'm just jealous you have such a wonderful sister." Aryam pouted and said, "You think so?" Syrian didn't answer, getting straight to the point. "I tried looking up information on Juzian yesterday." Aryam was startled. "You mean that user with the blonde hair we met yesterday?" Syrian nodded slightly and spoke slowly. "I thought I'd be able to find a related social media account or something, but there was nothing." Aryam asked doubtfully, "Isn't that pretty normal? I have social media accounts too? But I never used them." "Right, that's what I thought at first too." Syrian nodded, her expression turning a little serious. "But I just find it strange that someone with such strong emotions wouldn't have a significant presence on social media, so I started thinking that maybe he's hiding his true self behind a mask." Hearing this, Aryam frowned thoughtfully. After a moment, he speculated, "Maybe he's just a private person," Syrian chimed in. "He could be shy, or maybe just a mature adult." The two continued to talk as they walked until they reached a coffee shop near the school. The moment Juzian saw them, he started rambling. "If you go into the Red Dragon's dungeon, you'll find traces of the heretic cultists. If you bring those to the Holy Knights, you can even find out where they've been hiding. By following the trail, you'll gradually come to understand the Horizon event." After speaking, he even laughed out loud, pleased with himself. "Sounds amazing, doesn't it?" Aryam and Syrian looked exasperated. Maybe he isn't hiding anything behind a mask after all. Pushing that aside, Aryam asked doubtfully, "But what exactly is the Horizon? I get that it's related to the cultists, but I just... Before he could finish his sentence, Juzian cut him off. To understand, you need to know about the universe from the game Egosphere Online, he said. He took out a picture and slowly explained, as you can see in this picture, there are 3 worlds that exist in Egosphere Online, and the world where players live is the one in the middle. The world of Egosphere, the world that connects the world of Egosphere with Zion, is the world of the gods, which the NPCs consider to be the embodiment of a god. Orium observed for a moment before speaking up. So the black hole that the cultists always worship must be the gateway connecting to the third world. Juzian nodded slightly. They believe the world of Egosphere is about to be destroyed by the god from the world of Zion, so their goal is to open the black hole to connect to another world where they hope there will be a new god. Orium asked again. So what about the world below? Egosphere is the place with the question mark in the picture, the divine world where we are living. I think so, Juzian replied hesitantly with a frown. At first, I thought it was just the setup for another big update, but based on what has happened so far, this is the conclusion I've come to. Syrian then spoke up. So isn't the Horizon event the appearance of a gate connecting reality and the world of Egosphere? A gate. Orium frowned, muttering the word. After a long moment, he spoke. Will monsters from the world of Egosphere flood into reality through that gate? Juzian slowly explained, if the Horizon event truly signifies an irreversible change to the world, then that will probably happen. Syrian looked at Orium a little worried. Isn't that too dangerous? It sounds like the whole world is about to be turned upside down. Orium's expression also grew a bit grave. It's all just speculation based on the story so far. There's no guarantee that it will actually happen. And if the event really did turn the world upside down, it seems like the purpose of the event itself would be lost. I guess it's a large-scale story-related event, that's all. Hearing this, Syrian sighed. You think so? Orium glanced over at Juzian and asked, do you know about the 6 pillars in the prophecy? I have a feeling they're the key to opening the gate to the Horizon. Ah, that. Juzian frowned slightly and said hesitantly, currently, I haven't found much about it. But he thought it was related to the pillars sealing the entrance to the Endless Fable dungeon, which has sealing pillars to prevent the prisoners from escaping. Hearing this, Orium fell into deep thought. Sealing pillars, 6 pillars, and the 5th guardian that I defeated. If I combine these 2 things, it means there are a number of pillars preventing the Horizon event from happening, and each pillar is protected by a guardian. That's how I see it. With that thought, he muttered aloud, that means there's only 1 guardian left. Syrian looked at him suspiciously. What is it? He shook his head slightly. It's nothing, I'm just organizing my thoughts. He also thanked Juzian for helping him so much today. Juzian waved his hand and said with a smile, it's nothing. This is the least I can do to repay you for saving my life. Just let me know if I can help. Right after that, the 3 of them headed back. But just before they left, Orium suddenly spoke up. Syrian, I'm going to the restroom for a second. Wait for me out here, okay? Syrian nodded slightly. All right, I'll be in front of the train station. Lost in thought, Orium entered the restroom. He stood at the sink washing his hands while thinking. He now understood a little about the Horizon, but he still didn't understand what kind of event it was exactly. He figured he would only find out when it started. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Don't you think this event will be dangerous? The person who had spoken was Juzian. He walked up beside him and said in a low voice about that Horizon event. A lot of people could die just like what happened at your school. Don't you think it would be better if you warned people before it happens? Orium calmly replied, we still don't know what the event is exactly or how we would stop it. We're just innocent players caught up in this game. Hearing this, Juzian seemed to be hesitating about something. A moment later, he spoke up. There is a way, and he knew how to do it. But it wasn't something a player like him could accomplish. Only high-level players are capable of it. He had been searching for players like that. He had only seen a glimpse of his abilities yesterday, but based on what he had seen so far, he was exactly the kind of player he was looking for. He then raised an eyebrow, looking at Orium as a reminder. Let me know if you're interested. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Orium narrowed his eyes, watching his retreating back. He was a little speechless, and so he returned home with a troubled mind. His expression was grim. What was that just now? He seemed like a completely different person. Could he be hiding his true personality like Syrian said? Or does he have other intentions? At that moment, Syrian was on the phone. I understand. We also discovered some things. I'll message you later. After she hung up, Orium asked suspiciously, "Who was that? Someone from Vision?" Syrian nodded slightly. "Yeah, it was the Guildmaster. It seems they destroyed the gate to the Charles Organization's fortress last night. They took care of a few of them." Hearing these words, Orium exclaimed in astonishment. "Really? Then what about their leader?" Syrian slowly recounted. They thought they'd caught him, but it seems it was a clone. So they couldn't detect him with his passive skill. They only managed to take him down with an ultimate skill, but it turned out to be one of the puppet's skills. He was only able to use 40% of his true power. Even so, there's one thing they discovered: the leader's skill. He belongs to the Emperor character class. Orium's expression turned grim. Syrian spoke again. "It's a rare class with both damage and support abilities. I wonder if we'll have to face him. It's best to be prepared. He seems to be a very skilled player." Orium nodded slightly. "Yeah, it's not a common class in the game." The train station wasn't very crowded at the time, with only a few people passing through. The two of them talked as they walked into the station. Orium asked doubtfully, "So did they say if Baek Eun-hyung was present during yesterday's battle?" Syrian shook her head slightly. "I don't know the details, but I heard the fight was brutal. They said they didn't see anyone from the fighter class. It was a surprise attack. Eun-hyung might have been somewhere else at that time." As she said this, Syrian suddenly remembered something. She continued, "There's one more thing. They said to be careful of the Reaper. He used to be a solo PKer, but he might have joined a guild by now." Orium frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Are they talking about the same Reaper we met at the river before? But would they even run into him again? They would be focusing mainly on party quests from now on, while he was mostly a solo player." But just then Orium was suddenly startled. Seeing his reaction, Syrian asked bewildered, "What's wrong?" She asked him, "Did you spot a hot girl or something?" But when she followed his gaze, her expression immediately turned grim because mixed in the crowd ahead of them, they saw a familiar figure. It was the Reaper Hong Ki. "Hong Ki!" He was glaring right at them. Orium and the other two immediately recoiled in horror. Neither side moved as if waiting for something. Orium asked in a low voice, "Does he recognize us?" Syrian shook her head slightly. "I don't know. But even if he does, it would be difficult for him to start a fight in a crowded place like this." There were people all around. They thought he wouldn't make a move. But just then, his eyes suddenly lit up. A moment later, a light appeared in his hand. He used the skill Devouring Mist. The light was swallowed in an instant. The train station was plunged into a thick fog. People immediately panicked. Some even thought it was smoke from a fire. Orium and the other person were also on high alert. Syrian gritted her teeth and said, "Did he just throw a smoke bomb?" Orium said, sounding a bit incredulous, "I can't believe he'd use something like that here. Is he really planning to fight us?" While they were talking, Kiho charged from the other side. With a loud bang, an explosion rocked the area. It caused the crowd to scream in fear. Orium managed to block Kiho's attack with his sword just in time. Not letting his guard down, he activated the skill Vengeful Spirit and began to counterattack. The sword in his hand began to dance in the air. This startled Kiho slightly. He hurriedly backed away, only to see a large crater where he had just been standing. But when Orium took a closer look, his figure had vanished. Orium frowned, wondering, an invisibility skill. Syrian then spoke up, suggesting, "We have to get out of here right now." He looked at her a little surprised. She slowly explained, "The Reaper is targeting us. If we get out of here, the civilians won't get caught in the crossfire, so let's run to somewhere with no people right now." Orium only just realized this. But before they could run, Kiho's cold voice rang out from behind them. "Where do you two think you're going?" Orium flinched and quickly dodged aside as Kiho asked contemptuously, "How long are you going to keep running, you coward? We should settle this right here, until one of us is dead. Don't you think so?" Orium narrowed his eyes at him. "He's insane." He gritted his teeth and said, "I agree, but this isn't the right place." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed downwards in a flash. In an instant, dirt and rocks flew everywhere, startling Kiho. "Did you just use the Earth Shatter skill?" He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Over here, Orium seized the opportunity while his vision was obscured by the debris and quickly said, "Let's go now, hurry!" The two of them then turned and ran. Seeing this, Kiho gritted his teeth in anger. A short while later, at a factory district that seemed deserted, Orium and Syrian stopped to catch their breath. Syrian glanced at Orium and spoke, "Shouldn't we hide in a crowded building?" There's no way the Reaper would come looking for us there. No. But Orium shook his head in refusal. If he dared to use his skills in a crowded place like that, then he doesn't care about the circumstances. He'll just do as he pleases, regardless of the situation. So I think it's better to lure him to a place with no people and deal with him there. Syrian looked at him surprised. You think so? Orium said firmly. We don't have to risk our lives fighting. If the situation turns sour, use the item I gave you. Syrian replied softly. I understand. Just then, a faint sound from the other side startled Orium. A moment later, Kiho emerged from that direction. He was currently glancing around, searching for the two of them. Orium narrowed his eyes at him and spoke in a cold voice. He's using a tracking skill. Syrian asked worriedly, What do we do? Should I use the item now? He shook his head slightly. No need. Wait for the right moment. I'm going to try fighting him first. Hearing this, Syrian was immediately startled and said worriedly, Why? You just said we didn't have to risk our lives fighting. He calmly explained, I only said that in case he brought people from Charles's faction. If there were a lot of them, we'd be at a disadvantage. But right now, he's all alone. It prepared a one-on-one strategy, so I'm going to test my skills. Right after, Orium stepped out from their hiding spot, startling Kiho slightly. Only this time, he was alone. Kiho snorted coldly and said, I was wondering how long you two were going to run, but you showed up sooner than I thought. Did you run out of places to hide? Orium shrugged indifferently and said in a cold voice, There's no reason for me to run anymore. A smile crept onto Kiho's face as he said casually, Doesn't matter to me. Then let's end this right here, you piece of trash. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with his scythe. Orium didn't let his guard down and quickly raised his sword to block. Kiho had now activated the skill Reaper's scythe. Orium didn't back down either. He activated his own skill. In an instant, two powerful beams of light collided. Kiho's body was struck by Orium's sword light. He was slashed several times. Orium was also wounded. His right shoulder had a large gash, but he didn't want to give him a moment to breathe and launched another skill. The sword imbued with a deathly aura quickly slashed forward. Kiho retreated to dodge, but unfortunately his face was still grazed. He bit his lip fiercely and then charged again. He had activated the Reaper's skill Winter's Hunt. It can reduce a player's movement speed by 30% and adds ice damage with each attack. In a flash, streams of icy energy shot towards Orium. He narrowed his eyes at the approaching figure. Then he suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had turned blood red. He had activated the skill sword light, and the deathly aura appeared once more. The speed of their attacks was too fast. The shock waves of energy from their skills continuously shot outwards. Luckily, Syrian had created a protective magic barrier, so she wasn't affected. Over here, Kiho was repeatedly losing ground, which infuriated him. Right after that, he furiously screamed, You bastard! White silk strips appeared on the staff in his hand. This was his ultimate skill, Shadow of Death. It can accumulate damage dealt and steal 44% of the opponent's health. It puts the opponent in a state of confusion while also slowly draining the user's health. Orium watched this skill with some caution. Syrian cried out with some worry, That skill has a damage stacking effect. The damage has already stacked up quite a bit, so it's really dangerous. The damage accumulation effect doesn't deal much damage at first, but this effect increases damage gradually over time. When the accumulated damage reaches a certain threshold, it triggers a critical attack that deals massive damage instantly. In addition, this effect also puts the opponent in a bewildered state along with the critical hit. In this state, the opponent can't use items or skills including buffs and debuffs from passive skills. Just then, Kiho scoffed coldly and said, In the middle of this fight, you can still afford to daydream. Are you waiting for someone to come save you like last time? Of course not. Orium curled his lip in contempt. I can handle you. He said he just needed a moment to calculate. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward like a moth to a flame. Seeing this, Kiho immediately scoffed, What is this nonsense? While he was talking, Orium dodged his attack. With his eyes fixed firmly ahead, he calculated every single move. His figure moved nimbly through the air. He successfully dodged Kiho's attack. Seeing this, Kiho got a little angry. How is that possible? He's always dodging around the pillars to evade the attack. Don't tell me he's using the complex structure of this factory to try and neutralize the ultimate skills attack. At this thought, Kiho became disgruntled. So that's all you could come up with after a little bit of calculating. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward trying to block Orium's escape route. But seeing him charge Orium showed no hint of panic, because this was what he was waiting for. Right after that, he activated his Hellfire skill, which can increase his attack fourfold. Kiho was a little surprised by his action. "You're not running away, are you planning to face me head-on?" But he quickly realized that wasn't it. That skill, this terrain, he lured me in here to finish me off with a fire attack. He immediately flew into a rage, screaming, "You low-class piece of trash!" He slammed his staff into Orium's shoulder with immense force, but Orium didn't care. His eyes were filled with determination. Right after that, he charged forward without the slightest hesitation. A loud explosion echoed through the dark factory. The powerful impact forced Syrian to take a few steps back. She looked ahead worriedly and shouted, "Orium!" But when she saw the scene before her, her eyes widened. She saw that Orium had just dashed past Kiho, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. He never expected that Orium had perfectly calculated the moment to activate his passive skill right before the damage accumulation effect exploded. At that moment, Orium spoke coldly. "Your class might be powerful, but that means nothing, because you're just a piece of trash who kills people for fun." Kiho was knocked to the ground by Orium. Orium finally let out a sigh of relief. That was close. If the damage accumulation effect had hit him one more time, he would have been dead for sure. He had to recover before his invincibility status ended. While he was thinking, Kiho began to stir and sit up. His vicious eyes stared intently at Orium. Right after that, he furiously charged at Orium. Sensing the killing intent coming his way, his face filled with horror. In Kiho's hand was a poisoned dagger, but just before his dagger could pierce Orium, he was bound by chains. The tip of his dagger was only a few millimeters from Orium. A little closer, and it would have hit. With a thud, Kiho fell to the ground again. Syrian slowly appeared in front of him. The chains were her creation. She spoke coldly. "Give it up. You've lost this battle. Your weapon has been destroyed. You won't be able to fight for a while. If you try to fight with just your body, you'll die." Does he really want to just throw his life away like that? Kiho gritted his teeth and said, "If you're going to kill me, then do it quickly. If you really think you've won, then you should be able to do it." Hearing this, Syrian's expression darkened. The magic staff in her hand began to cast a spell. She said in a cold voice, "If that's what you want." But before she could finish, Orium spoke up to stop her. "Wait, Syrian. Before you do that, we should ask him about the Charles Guild. Like the Guildmaster said, if they belong to the Charles Guild, they might know some information." Syrian thought for a moment before speaking. "That's true. But do you think he'll answer just because we ask this bastard is a real scoundrel?" But just then Kiho suddenly spoke up. "If you want to ask, I can answer." But he smirked coldly. "The only thing I want to say is, go to hell, you piece of trash." As soon as he finished speaking, he viciously slashed down with a knife. Fortunately, Orium dodged to the side. He gritted his teeth and warned, "If you dare call Syrian that one more time, I'll kill you in the most painful way possible." Kiho glanced at him but didn't reply. Orium pointed his sword at him and said in a cold voice, "First tell me what your and the guild's objective is." "What is Charles? What the hell do you people want, and why do you have to kill people?" With a slight scoff, Kiho said coldly, "How many times have you asked that question?" To win this game, of course. Just as he finished, his tone suddenly changed. "Right. That bastard of a guildmaster has a slightly different objective." Orium frowned in surprise. "A different objective?" Kiho spoke slowly. "He's richer than you could ever imagine, so there's no way he's doing this just for the 20 billion prize money, right? Assuming he's not just doing it for fun. Maybe he has other goals unrelated to money." Syrian thought for a moment before speaking up. "Perhaps he's aiming for the wish that will be granted, to the winner of Horizon. He might want things money can't buy like eternal life or everlasting youth. Or maybe he wants to be reunited with his deceased wife." Orium felt a little helpless at her line of thought. But whatever his purpose is, the Charles Guild is still one of the groups that wants Horizon to happen. Even so, there are also people like Juzion who for some reason hope that Horizon never happens. This game isn't just a competition between ordinary players, but between players so powerful they can be compared to the mythic class. While he was lost in thought, Kiho suddenly attacked. He dodged in surprise, but his opponent's speed was too great. Based on that speed, he was like some kind of monster. The kind that stands at the top of the super-powerful monster class. He might even be stronger than that. The scythe in Kiho's hand was now enveloped in magical energy. Orium was a little surprised. He's still using it. He's truly a formidable opponent. He glanced at Syrian beside him. She seemed to be taking something out of her inventory. In the blink of an eye, a key appeared in her hand. This was what Orium had told her to do earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, she used it to open the afternoon room. Orium was still trying to fend off Kiho's attacks, but in an instant he was teleported into the afternoon room. He looked around a bit startled and confused. Syrian finally let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we can still understand each other even when you're in the middle of a fight. It's not like you cut me off when I wanted to keep fighting. Orium shook his head slightly. I was planning to retreat anyway. If we kept fighting, the construction site would have collapsed and everyone would have rushed over after hearing the noise. Syrian then asked, suspiciously, was that bizarre form we saw earlier the Death God Mythic class? Orium nodded slightly and answered, You're right. It's a class we've never seen before. But I really can't believe that damn Death God knew how to open the 100 gates. Syrian sighed softly. Anyway, let's just stay here for a bit. After some time passes, that guy will definitely leave. Orium hesitated slightly. Will it be okay? We don't know what that Death God will do in this Death God Mythic class. Syrian replied very calmly, No one can get in here, unless they're our teammates or have a key, so don't worry. With that, she sat directly on the bed. She casually suggested, Let's just rest for a bit. And so the two of them lay on the bed to rest. Just then Syrian suddenly spoke up. Hey, Orium, what are you thinking about right now? Orium didn't open his eyes and just mumbled incomprehensibly. A moment later he answered, I'm thinking this blanket is so soft and I feel like it'll help me sleep better. Should I take it home with me? Something like that. After hearing him, she huffed in dissatisfaction. What are you, a thief? Smiling faintly, Orium said nonchalantly, Actually, I was thinking about the 100 gates and the mythic class we just witnessed. A moment ago, before the Death God unlocked the 100 gates, didn't he attack himself? And after that he switched to the mythic class. So you're thinking that taking your own life is a way to become a mythic class? Good guess. Syrian frowned upon hearing this. You're not planning on trying it, are you? Orium quickly shook his head. No, I'm too scared to do something like that. Syrian snorted. Good, don't do anything crazy. Orium said casually. And considering the unique nature of the monsters related to the stories so far, the key to obtaining a mythic class is probably a little different for each class. You're thinking that since the final story of the Death God class is about obtaining a life-reaping scythe, the mythic class must be related to the concept of that story, about doing something to gain power. Syrian nodded in agreement. So is that why the Death God took his own life? Instead of making some other sacrifice, the greatest sacrifice is one's own life. So what about the Labyrinth Master? The final story of the Labyrinth Master ends with a mage, it who, fearing a fate that would destroy the world, sealed herself in a labyrinth so that no one could save her, no matter how she thought about it. She couldn't think of any story that came after that. So, does that mean there's no mythic class for the Labyrinth Master? Orium thought for a moment before speaking. That's okay. Even if you don't have a mythic class, we can figure out a way to attack and take them down. Hearing this, Syrian was a little surprised. A moment later, she spoke up doubtfully. By the way, why were you acting like that earlier? You were thinking about something after hearing what the Death God said. What was on your mind at that moment? She wanted to know. You didn't feel sorry for him, did you? No way. Orium quickly shook his head. No matter what his past was like, he's still a murderer now. I don't feel sorry for him in the slightest. I was just a little surprised because he used to be an orphan and I lost my parents too. So it's possible you thought you would end up the same way. That you might kill everyone who bullied you and become a monster filled with nothing but hatred for the world. Syrian looked at her, not knowing how to react. After saying that, Syrian sighed. She fell back onto the bed, closing her eyes to rest. That's why my hand froze for a second. It's nothing serious. Orium narrowed his eyes at her and said softly, So that's the reason? Anyway, you're overthinking it. These words startled Orium, but before he could react, she suddenly threw her arms around him. She whispered softly, You didn't end up like the god of death. You're a kind person, even if it's only 15% less than me. Orium, flustered by her actions, stammered, "What's with that weirdly specific number?" But he received no answer. He suddenly said with sincerity, "I'm glad I met you, Syrian. If he hadn't met her, he might never have changed. Or he would have just caused trouble to get revenge. Even if she didn't ask about it often, he was truly grateful." Behind him, Syrian watched his back intently. After a long moment, she finally spoke. "Is thank you all you're going to say?" Orium chuckled softly and said, "Do you want me to buy you strawberry milk again?" "No." But Syrian immediately refused. Then she suddenly sat up and said in a low voice, "You don't need to say anything. What you need to do is prove it with your actions, Orium." He flinched, looking at her in confusion. "With my actions? How?" She turned and pinned him down. "Listen up. Don't make me explain every little thing. Right now, there's only one thing we can do." Orium stared intently at the girl in front of him, noticing her face was much gentler than usual. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You have to let me win first place in this event, got it?" As soon as she said this, Orium looked at her, startled. She just chuckled, then got off him. She laughed lightly and said, "If you agree, I'll reward you handsomely." Even if he didn't help, she would win Horizon anyway, which would be good for her. Orium frowned slightly a bit, unsure how to react. He decided to change the subject. "On second thought, I have a proposal." Syrian frowned slightly and asked, "A proposal, what is it?" Orium replied calmly, "Actually, this has happened before." The next day, with the sun high in the sky, the three of them gathered once again at the same cafe where they had met before. After hearing Orium's proposal, Juzian was immediately flustered. "You want me to become a member of your team?" Unlike him, Orium and Syrian were much calmer. Orium asked nonchalantly, "Is that so surprising?" Juzian nodded slightly. "Of course it's surprising. You're asking me, someone who can't play games and is a coward, to join a team of experts." Hearing this, Syrian pouted and said, "Of course you're a coward and your stats are terrible. But when swordsman classes join a team, they help a lot with completing quests. Plus, if we become a 3-person team, we can do 3-person quests. Why don't you join them as a helper then?" Juzian scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm not sure. This isn't something I'd ever considered." At this point, he looked at Orium and asked, "Didn't I tell you this before? How could you make this decision after hearing that?" Syrian spoke thoughtfully. "What you told him before was about stopping the Horizon event from happening, right? If that's what you're referring to, I've already heard about it from Orium. But that alone isn't enough to convince us. First of all, I don't know what Horizon actually is, and I can't just give up on winning the event. Without a good reason. And we still don't completely trust you. So if you want us to stop Horizon, you have to fight alongside us and trust us." Juzian thought for a moment before speaking. "It sounds contradictory, but it's strangely logical. But can you really decide that so easily? You still haven't told us anything about who you are." Orium spoke nonchalantly. "We've decided not to worry about that. First, your class and stats aren't a threat to us, and we think it'll be fine having you around. You're not a PK player or part of some shady guild. So why don't you think of this not as a perfect alliance, but as a trial run to see each other's abilities and tendencies? You can tell us who you are when you trust us completely." Juzian frowned in thought. Finally, he spoke up. "You mean to build trust? I have to use actions more than words, right?" He said, "I understand. Then there's nothing else to do. I'll do it with you two. So let's form a team." But he waved his hand and said, "I won't be able to help you much, though, because I'm not good at games." Orium dismissed his concern. "That's not very important. We just need you to fill a spot on the team." Orium glanced at Syrian and said, "You think so too, right?" She snorted coldly and said, "I think it's a good idea to quickly improve our skills with the rewards. From 3-person quests." Orium nodded slightly, looked at Juzian and said, "Then we'll contact you when we get the next quest." Juzian agreed without hesitation. "All right, I'll get ready then." Orium narrowed his eyes at him, his mind starting to calculate. This Juzian's identity was rather vague, and he must have a lot to hide, but for now he thought it was better to keep him around. Right now it seemed like he knew a lot of secrets about this game. Elsewhere at a hospital in the city, Ariam was resting on a chair after her shift. She thought she was going to die again today. Monday shifts are truly hell. Just then, a deep voice suddenly spoke up. "Are you about to head home, Ariam?" She looked up at the newcomer. "Dr. Anoa?" She smiled unconsciously. "I'm on the morning shift. I'm on duty this morning, so after I finish this round, I'll go home." She also thanked him for spending time with Orium the other day. He smiled cheerfully and said, "If you want to repay me, then we could go out to eat sometime. I'll treat you." Hearing this, Ariel was startled and asked, "Shouldn't I be the one treating you?" Anoa shook his head, declining. "No need. Because there's a place I'd really like to visit, but I need someone to go with. So I was hoping you'd spare me a little of your time. You can bring Orium along if you want." Arium was slightly taken aback and a bit dazed, but then she nodded in agreement. Anoa spoke cheerfully. "Then just let me know when you're free. I'll make time." Arium replied calmly, "Yes, I'll let you know." After speaking, she quickly walked away, thinking to herself. She thought Dr. Anoa was a smart and kind person, but he was quite cunning. Did he strategically plan that to please her family and not her? She grinned. Of course she found him quite cute and naive. Just then, someone suddenly walked up beside her and spoke, "Excuse me." The man who had just arrived spoke cautiously. "How do I get to the orthopedic clinic?" Arium was startled for a moment, looking at the person in front of her. She nodded. Smiling, she said, "I'm heading there right now. I'll take you." She told him to just follow her and that it wouldn't take long. While she wasn't looking, the man curled his lip into a cold smirk. "That's perfect. Thank you, nurse." The person who had approached her was none other than Ryo Xion. He clearly had ill intentions. At night, in a deserted park, a giant monster was fiercely baring its fangs, attacking a person. Juzian. With a sword in hand, he was unable to fight back, and so he was chased by the monster, running for his life. In the distance, Syrian urgently waved at him. "Over here." As soon as he got away, she activated her skill swamp maze. In an instant, the giant monster was trapped in a thick mire. Without hesitation, she shouted, "Juzian! Now!" He gave a slight nod, then raised his sword and shouted, "Blinding Light." This is a skill that can disable a monster's passive skills, causing it a confusion effect. The moment the monster was hit by the light, its passive damage-reflecting skill was disabled. Juzian let out a sigh of relief. "All right, that monstrous skill is finally down." Syrian narrowed her eyes at him and asked, "But do you really have to shout out the name of the skill when you cast it?" Juzian scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ah, well, it makes it feel like I'm really using them." "Then just do what you want." Syrian didn't seem to care much. She turned her head and shouted, "Orium now! Finish it in one blow!" The moment she finished speaking, a figure shot swiftly through the air. When he came into view, Orium was slashing down fiercely from above. Just like that, the monster's horn was sent flying. Syrian called out in satisfaction, "Nice one, you broke that part." Juzian at her side nodded in agreement. A 1,000-year turtle horn is an expensive upgrade item. Now all that's left is to finish this 1,000-year turtle with a chain of attack skills. Without hesitation, Orium began a flurry of sword movements. A series of sharp, glowing sword slashes appeared. The sound of a scream. The monster's wretched, painful scream quickly rang out. With one final blow, the monster was slain by Orium. He glanced down at it, his face filled with satisfaction. After finishing the job, the three of them found a corner to check. Orium raised an eyebrow and said, "That was pretty easy for a 3-person mission, wasn't it?" Syrian nodded slightly and replied, "I chose it. An easy one to suit our teamwork. If Juzian hadn't fallen in the middle of it, we could have finished without taking a single hit." Juzian could only apologize awkwardly, "I didn't mean to." But Syrian didn't pay it any mind and continued, "By the way, which reward should we choose? The 1,000-year turtle horn could make up for the money we lost." "Then I should choose the stat points." Juzian suddenly raised his hand to voice his opinion. "Actually, I had an idea." He suggested they could choose the random box. Hearing this, Orium and Syrian were a bit surprised. After a long moment, Syrian spoke in a low voice. "You like to gamble." Orium sighed with a bit of resignation. "It would depend entirely on luck in exchange for a chance you risked your life for." But Juzian shook his head and slowly explained, "That's not what I mean. Listen to my explanation. There's a skill called a fine day. Somehow, among adventurers, if you use it, the probability of getting a good item increases. Even when he played the game, he got a lot of top-tier items thanks to that skill. If you use the skill before opening a treasure chest or entering a cave, the probability will increase." Hearing this, Orium asked doubtfully, "So I might get a good item from the random box if I use that skill?" Juzian nodded and said with a smile, "Exactly." On the other hand, Syrian was very firm. She said coolly, "No matter what you say, I'm not taking that risk. It's a reward. I risked my life for, so I have to be sure about it." Then she asked Orium what he thought. He thought for a moment before making his decision. I'll try that random box. The reward was a random box containing high-value items, so he thought it wouldn't be too bad. Even if he got something weird, since it's a high-value item, he could sell it for a good price. And they would also have more options if they wanted to trade it for another item. Hearing this, Syrian could only sigh in resignation. Well then, just do what you want. If you're lucky, you might get something good. She even added jokingly, if you draw something useless and want to cry about it, remember to call me, okay? A little later at Orium's apartment building, he teleported back after completing the mission. My sister is probably asleep by now. I should open these random boxes before heading inside. Just as planned, he was going to use the high-value random box item. I hope I get something I can use. The moment he opened the box, Orium's eyes widened. His face was filled with shock because the thing he had just pulled was the unique weapon of the Avenger. The Blade of Redemption, he exclaimed joyfully. This is amazing! This is the item I gave up searching for before because it's so rare. He was so happy he jumped for joy. With this, he could become Lee Doryu, the Avenger he had always dreamed of being. He returned home in a cheerful state. He was happy beyond words. The blade in his hand was more than he could have hoped for. As expected, letting Juzion join the team was the right decision. Another long day passed. Because of yesterday's good fortune, Orium went to school in a mood as if he'd won the lottery. As they were leaving, Syrian saw his expression and asked, slightly annoyed, Are you that happy because you got something good from that random box? He replied cheerfully, Of course, it's not every day that a unique weapon just shows up like that. Besides that, I got gems that can be traded for good items, and items that can enhance my ultimate skill too, so you could say it was a huge success. He suggested that next time she should trust Yuzion's skill and choose the random box. A unique weapon for a maze master might appear. After hearing that, Syrian frowned thoughtfully. Really then, I'll try it on the next mission. But she quickly snapped out of it. She smacked Orium's arm, complaining resentfully, Don't you dare lure me down that path of luck. Orium chuckled and said cheerfully, Anyway, our teamwork yesterday wasn't too bad, right? And we got some good items, so let's take on some harder missions. Syrian pursed her lips and replied, You don't have to tell me I was going to do that anyway, because I want to try out my newly upgraded skills too. With that said, she continued, Hey, Orium, do you have any plans for tonight? I'm going to watch a movie with So Young. Want to join? He shook his head slightly and replied, I don't think I can, because it's been a while, so I'm going to get grilled meat with my sister today. And so the two quickly said their goodbyes and went their separate ways on the road home. Orium thought to himself as he walked. He now had an item that enhanced skill effects. If he calculated things a bit, he could also use skills he normally wouldn't touch. The attack stat increased from 180 to 504, so he could reasonably support his other skills. So should I combine all the skills I've used up until now? If it works out, I think I could do well without even having to use my ultimate skill. Or maybe I'll find... As he was wondering how to reach the legendary class, his stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. He sighed helplessly. After all, he was starving. He had taken a few more afternoon classes for a while, but he'd even had extra noodles after lunch before that. He should go home early and ask for an early dinner. A moment later, Orium finally arrived at the foot of his apartment building. He rushed home, and as soon as he opened the door, he called out cheerfully, Sis, I'm home. But no one was there. Not even the lights were on. Orium was a little suspicious. His sister Ariel said she would be home early today, didn't she? Filled with doubt, he walked over and knocked on the bedroom door of Ariel. But there was absolutely no answer. He thought she might be asleep, but as soon as he stepped into the room, his face immediately turned pale because on the bed, he saw a knife. Next to it was a letter and a key. The letter said that if he wanted his sister to be safe, he should use this key. Orium frowned slightly, deep in thought. A letter from a kidnapper? And his sister's phone is here too. What's more, that key is a game item. He sat there stunned, thinking for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and muttered, There's only one person who would do this. As he said this, his face filled with rage, and an intense killing intent radiated from his body. The damned Choose Guild. Elsewhere in a luxurious room, judging by the decor, this was clearly the home of a wealthy person. Ryo-jeon sat quietly on a chair, his face full of smugness. A moment later, Orium appeared in the room. He seemed to have expected his arrival, smirking as he said, So you've come. You're later than I expected, Orium. Orium didn't have time to waste on small talk with him. He got straight to the point. "Where's my sister?" The man chuckled softly and replied casually, "I'm sorry, but could you wait a moment? I'm a little busy." He said that if he could complete this quest, he'd be able to rank up. Since you're also a gamer, you must understand how important this is. Unfortunately, Orium wasn't as easygoing as he thought. He walked straight over and kicked the phone out of his hand. The phone flew 10 meters away in an instant. He spoke in a cold voice. "If you make me say it again, I will kill you." He asked him where his sister was. Ryo Jaeon raised an eyebrow, looking at him without a hint of fear. He even raised an eyebrow with a very smug expression. A moment later, he let out a soft laugh and said, "Right. Didn't I tell you to just wait a moment?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ryo Jaeon stood up. He walked over, picked up the phone from the floor, and then threw it to Orium. "Here, look." Orium caught the phone, his expression turning grave as he saw what was on the screen. Only then did Ryo Jaeon speak nonchalantly, "Your sister is in a parking garage. I left her in my car. I used an item to make her sleep, but she should wake up soon. If you leave this room, finding her should be pretty easy, and if you want to leave this room, you'll have to get past my dead body first." Orium bit his lip fiercely. He asked through gritted teeth, "Why are you doing this? Orium is a normal person. She has nothing to do with any of this." With a soft chuckle, Ryo Jaeon replied casually, "Well, that's why I'm letting her live. If she were a player, I'd have sent her to meet her maker a long time ago. And if he hadn't taken his sister, Orium would never have come to his room." Orium didn't answer his question. He asked in a cold voice, "Is Baek Eun-hyung behind all of this?" Ryo Jaeon pouted and said no. "Eun-hyung has nothing to do with this. I did this all on my own. Of course, Eun-hyung was the one who told me about you and your sister." Orium already knew this. He wasn't surprised. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want from me? Why the hell are you trying to pick a fight with me and kidnap my sister?" Chuckling softly, Ryo Jaeon replied nonchalantly, "For no reason at all. I just need you to die." While the two were talking, another man had silently approached from behind him. Orium glanced back slightly, then Ryo Jaeon's voice rang out again, "If you let things go smoothly, then your sister will get home safely. But if you try any funny business," he warned, "I'll send you both off together." Orium glanced at him and asked coldly, "So this is what the Choose Guild has been doing all this time?" Ryo Jaeon pouted and replied nonchalantly, "It's not that surprising, is it? We're all players after all. It's just a way to eliminate rivals and raise our own rank. And that's why... No, we have to kill you. It's nothing personal, so don't take it to heart." Hearing these words, Orium fell silent for a long moment. Then he spoke, "All right, we'll do it your way." He would play by his rules. He would destroy Choose and climb to that #1 spot. Ryo Jaeon flashed a wicked smile. Immediately after, the masked man behind Orium suddenly appeared and lunged forward. "Enough jumping around." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his axe down, smashing the ground into a pile of rubble. It's just that Orium wasn't in it. He had already dodged backward. He quickly activated his skill, Revenge. It's best when your enemy is still alive. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red flash of sword light shot out, causing the masked man to curse loudly. "You bastard!" Orium was silently calculating on the side. They were a party of 2, and one of them was a high-level player. He didn't know his class yet, but fighting 2 at once was too difficult. He needed to move fast and break their formation. He couldn't let them overwhelm him. It's just that before he could do anything, his expression immediately soured. Because at that moment, suddenly a box appeared at his feet. His expression grew grim as he saw someone taking this opportunity to rush Ryo Jaeon. He slashed with his sword. Orium raised his own to block, biting his lip aggressively. This guy, he's a jester, a subclass of the attack type. Always using those weird skills, huh? But at that moment, Ryo Jaeon suddenly used his swap skill. In an instant, the masked man appeared in front of him. Orium frowned slightly. Did he just use a skill to switch places with that executioner? Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Bone Crusher skill and immediately swung his axe down. Orium was forced back by the immense power of his attack. It was difficult to block, but he didn't give up and started to counterattack. His sword slashed towards the man's face, startling him. Just then his figure suddenly blurred. Orium's eyes narrowed instinctively. He's vanished. That skill, it must be Vanish. Ryujin used it to make that guy disappear. Ryujin looked towards the masked man and said, "See, I told you. If you get too aggressive, you'll be the one getting hunted." The masked man snarled angrily, "Shut up! Just worry about your own damn skill, it's too slow." From a distance, Orium watched the two of them. He quietly calculated in his head. A jester and an executioner. Both are an attack-type pair, but the jester has too many movement skills. Taking them both down at the same time will be difficult. I'll have to take them on one by one. Now then, which one's the easier target? He thought for a moment, then decided to take out the masked man first. As soon as he made up his mind, he dashed forward at incredible speed. Seeing this, Ryuzeon shouted, "He's coming for you! Don't be reckless this time!" The masked man shot back in frustration. "Shut your damn mouth!" In the blink of an eye, Orium had slashed his way right in front of the masked man. The two immediately engaged in a one-on-one battle, the shockwaves from their skills erupting continuously. But at that moment, Ryuzeon, not content to just watch from the sidelines, quickly activated his skill, Card Rain. Sharp cards rained down from the sky onto Orium. They sliced across his body, drawing blood. Seizing the opportunity, the masked man lunged at him. Boom, dust, and debris filled the room. But through the dust cloud, a foot appeared right in front of his face. Orium viciously kicked him, sending him reeling backward. Using the momentum, he spun and charged straight for Ryuzeon. His eyes widened in shock. Orium was targeting him. The attack on the executioner was just a feint to mislead him. Realizing this, he let out a cold, contemptuous snort. "Not bad, but cheap tricks like that won't do a thing." Once again, he used his swap skill. The masked man appeared in front of Orium again, his axe raised, ready to strike. He had also activated the executioner's ultimate skill, Demon's Carnage. It deals triple-slash damage and has an 80% critical hit rate. Instantly, the blood-red axe swung down at Orium. Not daring to be careless, he raised his sword to block the attack. Boom! The area erupted with another explosion. Ryuzeon chuckled smugly. "You're a smart one. I'll give you that. But this is what happens to idiots who try to pull one over on me." However, just as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, because inside that cloud of smoke, Orium had blocked the masked man's attack and he had started absorbing the damage. He spoke coldly, "I've been watching you from the very beginning." As soon as he finished, a blade appeared in his hand. The other two were stunned. He had another weapon. With a soft scoff, he said coldly, "Skill, a debt of blood paid in blood." In a flash, the blood-colored blade manifested. This was Demon's Carnage. Without any hesitation, he stabbed it into the masked man. Caught completely off guard, he was struck, letting out a horrific scream of pain. His body was sent flying, slamming hard onto the ground. Orium watched him, his eyes narrowed. There wasn't a trace of pity on his face. The masked man was taken down just like that. "I wasn't even planning on using this weapons skill enhancement. Guess he got off easy." With that thought, he glanced over at Ryujin and said coldly, "Now, it's your turn, right? I have to go get my sister, so let's make this fast. And I don't have time for any of your half-baked schemes." His words made Ryujin grind his teeth in fury. He screamed, "You son of a bitch, you fucking high school punk!" However, Orium wasn't scared and stood there calmly. "You high school piece of shit!" Ryuzeon seethed, grinding his teeth. "Do you have any idea what line you just crossed? If you had just died quietly, everything would have been fine. And now you and your precious Labyrinth Master Party will all be trampled underfoot. Do you get it?" he asked. Letting out a soft scoff, Orium said coldly, "You're the one who crossed the line here? Daring to touch my sister? You're not even a player. You just waltz into other people's houses without a second thought. If you had played fair, then I might have let it slide, but this has gone too far. You guys are nothing but monsters, that's why. I'm going to slaughter every last one of you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly charged forward. The shockwaves from their skills erupted in the room. The two clashed with Orium, gradually forcing Ryuzeon back. This made him grind his teeth in anger. "You're not even a ranker, you arrogant little shit." With that, he activated his area of effect skill magic stage. Orium looked down at the magic circle at his feet. He couldn't help but frown. A wide area magic enhancement, huh? And that wasn't all. An item appeared in Ryuzeon's hand, the Wraith's ivory tusk. In a flash, he crushed the item and a blinding purple light burst forth. Orium's expression grew even more grim. An item to amplify a skill's effect by maxing out its power. He's planning to finish this in a single strike. As expected, not a word. He began to activate a skill. 3 large saw blades suddenly appeared above Orium's head. This was one of Ryujin's demonic slash skills, all in the blink of an eye. The 3 massive saw blades shot toward Orium. He didn't dare let his guard down. He dodged with his fastest speed. Unfortunately, they were too fast. He could only fall back on the defensive. He bit his lip fiercely, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I can't attack while dodging! The skill has been enhanced. There's no other way but to keep dodging until this skill ends. But how could Ryujin give him that chance? As he continuously retreated, a hand suddenly pierced through him from behind. Ryujin had used a magic door to appear suddenly behind him, to attack Orium. But it wasn't over yet. Ryujin activated another skill called Demonic Rose. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous blood-red rose appeared in his hand. Orium's body seemed to be corroded by it, making him scream in pain. But he still gritted his teeth, spun around, and slashed at him with his sword only for Ryujin to dodge it. Immediately after, his figure suddenly blurred away. Orium frowned slightly. He vanished again. Fine. During this time, he would use a potion to recover. But when he opened his inventory, he was shocked. His potions were gone. While he was confused, Ryujin's mocking voice rang out. Looking for this? Orium turned his head in shock and saw a potion appear in his hand. Only then did Orium realize that he had used the magic hand skill to take his item. Ryujin chuckled. Item consumed all cure potion. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light enveloped his body. Seeing this, Orium finally understood. Magic Hand was a skill that stole items from an opponent's inventory. The undead ivory tusk must increase its success rate. Ryujin raised an eyebrow and sneered. Thanks to you, I've fully recovered my energy, though it wasn't much since I hardly got hit at all. He then asked, how much strength do you have left? 50% or maybe 40%, but it doesn't matter anymore. It'll be at 0 in just a minute. Orium bit his lip fiercely. That bastard was right. There was no way to win now. His skills were being countered and his recovery items had all been stolen. At least he still had his attack and speed stats. In that case, there was only one way to end this. With pure gaming skill. Immediately after, Orium charged forward aggressively, but Ryujin calmly blocked the attack. Once again, shockwaves from their skills were continuously released, causing the room to show signs of collapse. Ryujin was being pushed back step by Orium. He gritted his teeth in anger. He's attacking relentlessly while being wary of my skills. This isn't something you can achieve just by playing a lot of games. He's definitely an offensive genius. Just as I predicted, he's a real threat to my boss, which means I have to kill him. And so I shall. He immediately activated the Mirror Room skill. A series of ice layers blocked Orium's path. Orium's eyes widened in surprise. Ryujin smirked smugly and said, Now then, just die quietly, will you? As soon as he finished speaking, his sword slashed down, and a wound appeared on Orium's body. Seeing this, Ryujin laughed even more smugly. Die! But at that moment, a blood-red sword aura suddenly struck out in front of him. Orium spoke coldly. I'm not going down that easy. Immediately after, numerous phantom blades appeared behind him. Ryujin could no longer remain calm. His eyes widened in fear. This is an ultimate skill. This is bad. At that moment, Orium charged forward like a moth to a flame. The series of blades also shot out at their fastest speed. Boom! A loud explosion erupted in front of them. Shockwaves scattered through the air. When it all cleared, all that could be seen were blades stuck around a magic box. Orium was furious. He used a teleportation skill again immediately after. A low voice sounded from behind him. That's enough! Orium flinched and turned his head to see Ryujin stepping out of another box. A few cards appeared in his hand. He spoke coldly, You have to pay attention to the magic show until the very end. Otherwise, you'll miss the most important part. As he finished speaking, a purple magical light shot from his hand. A rain of cards appeared in midair once again. Seeing this, Orium's expression grew grim. In the blink of an eye, another explosion occurred in the room. The cards, like darts, relentlessly pursued Orium, but he still managed to dodge them. A flash of surprise appeared on Ryujin's face. He dodged all of that without using a single skill. But there's no way for you to turn the tables. Just then, he suddenly realized something. His ultimate skill. It's still active. Those blades haven't disappeared yet. Ryujin immediately bit his lip. That's right. It's a long-range attack that can be controlled by the demon sword, and since you use 2 of them, you can split it in 2 by holding 1 in each hand, and all that's left is the final attack. If he doesn't go down with this attack, you'll have no other way to save your sister, so you absolutely cannot lose. Thinking this, he fiercely bit his lip. I will succeed at any cost. With that thought, he swung the blade viciously down at Ryujion. Elsewhere, at a claw machine, Syrian was happily trying to win a prize, but she couldn't seem to get a single one. Just then, So-young walked up and called to her, "Syrian, let's go to the movies." She could only sigh and walk away. Beside her, So-young asked as they walked, "Did you send that picture you just took to Orium?" Syrian nodded slightly and said in a small voice, "But I didn't get a response." Then she suddenly sighed. "I guess he's spending time with the girl he likes right now." Hearing this, So-young asked a little surprised, "He has a girlfriend?" Chuckling and shaking her head, Syrian said cheerfully, "No, it's his older sister." Orium has a huge sister complex. He cares about her a lot. There was one thing she didn't know. Orium was exhausted at that very moment, having just used his final move to take down Ryujion. But she was right, he was someone who loved his sister very much. And at that moment he was risking everything to save her. Of course, Syrian didn't know any of this. She was still happily chatting and watching a movie with So-young. Elsewhere in Ryujion's room, rubble and dust were falling from the wreckage. Orium stood and looked around the collapsing room. Will this space disappear when the room completely falls apart? Meanwhile, Ryujion was lying on the ground, furious. He had lost because of the difference in skill activation time. There was only one way left to end this. With that thought, he took a key out of his inventory. "I'll just leave and lock you in here." He was about to use the dimensional room key item, but just then a light suddenly flashed. Orium's blade had pierced his hand. The sudden pain made him scream loudly. Orium slowly walked over and said coldly, "I knew you'd try to run. You can't fight without taking a hostage because you're a coward." Hearing this, Ryujion's expression turned grim. He quickly sat up and said, "No, wait a minute. Are you going to use that key to get out of here?" He didn't want him to leave, because he would be trapped here until someone came for him. He asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Orium said nothing and pointed the tip of his sword at the center of his forehead. He said coldly, "If you don't want that, then give me your items and the ones you stole from me earlier. Otherwise, I'll destroy the key. I won't give you the chance to get out of here." "That's going too far," Ryujin said, gritting his teeth, but he still honestly returned the items to Orium. Only then did Orium nod in satisfaction. He also kept the spare key for guests, wondering if the guy had used up all his healing items in the fight with Jackson. "Still," he thought before slowly speaking. "All right, I've received the items." He then tried to use the dimensional room key item, but before he could even insert it, Ryujion stopped him. "Hey, wait, if you use that, you'll be the only one who can get out of here. Tell me what to do, I'll do anything." Orium was completely unfazed and said casually, "I already told you. I'm not giving you a chance unless someone manages to take the key from me and rescue you. You might get lucky. One of your teammates might kill me. That is, if they can kill me. So just wait patiently until then." He even added, "And let's rank up together in that game you were playing earlier, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Ryujion gritted his teeth in anger. He roared furiously, "You high school bastard!" At the same time, outside night had begun to fall. Ariel was now on her way home. She kept rubbing her hands together. "It's so cold, I thought summer was almost here. But it's suddenly gotten so cold when I get home. I'll have to get that thick blanket out and give it to Orium. He shouldn't catch a cold." Just then a voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Excuse me, Ariel." Startled, she turned around only to see a bright red multi-armed monster. It grinned with its wide mouth and spoke to her. "Can we talk for a bit? If not, how about at least giving me your number?" Ariel was so scared she squeezed her eyes shut. Then she took out a taser and fiercely jabbed it into the monster. It fell to the ground in pain. She quickly turned and ran ahead. As she fled, she thought, a monster. Has the world gone so crazy that monsters are just wandering the streets? I don't know, but I should just run, as fast as I can. If I get hurt here, who will take care of Orium? But she hadn't been running for long when her eyes suddenly widened, because in front of her were 2 familiar figures. They were the people she had longed to see for so long. There's no way they could be here. Those 2 were Ariel's deceased parents. But just as she got closer, they turned and walked away. Startled, she desperately tried to follow them, dropping the taser from her hand. She cried out relentlessly, "Don't go, Mom, Dad, please, don't leave me alone again. Don't." It's been so hard. I've struggled so much just to survive. She had to earn money and take care of Orium. She didn't know what to do, so she begged them, "Please don't go." But no matter how much she pleaded, they still left. Suddenly, a young voice called out from behind her. It was little Orium. He asked innocently, "Sis, what's wrong? Where are you going?" His voice pulled Orium back from the memory, and the past quickly faded. She hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes before turning around with a smile and speaking. "What are you doing here? I'm not going anywhere." As she spoke, she reached out to lift little Orium into her arms. She whispered softly, "Let's have grilled meat today, okay? You can sleep with a warm, thick blanket. Let's go home, together." When she groggily came to, she found herself in someone's arms. It turned out it had all been a dream. She slowly opened her eyes to see the person in front of her. It was Orium. He had saved her. A series of questions raced through her mind. Why is Orium bleeding? Is he carrying me? She clearly remembered going home after work. In the end, she concluded this must be another dream. With that thought, she immediately closed her eyes to rest. If this was real, she would protect Orium from that pain. Elsewhere at the movie theater, Syrian and So-young had just finished their movie. So-young cheerfully praised, "That movie was so good." Syrian pouted and said, "It was a little predictable, but still worth watching." The villain's expression was as ridiculous as an octopus. Just then, Syrian's phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Orium telling her to hurry to the projection room. She was a little suspicious, but still told So-young, "My stomach hurts a bit. I'm going to the restroom, okay?" So-young nodded slightly. "All right, I'll wait for you out front." But Syrian told her she would be a while, so So-young should just go on ahead. Right after that, she sprinted toward the restroom and quickly took out, BOOM! A key from her equipment inventory. This was the key for team members. She used it to enter the projection room, and very quickly her body began to fade away. When she appeared again, Orium was already sitting in front of her. Seeing his current condition, she exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God, what happened? Why are you covered in blood?" Before Orium could even answer, another terrified scream echoed out. The person who appeared was Yuzeon. He was trembling in fear, speechless. Syrian sounded a little helpless. "You messaged him too." She then asked Orium, "What happened? Did you run into the Grim Reaper again?" Orium didn't have time to answer. He urged in a low voice, "Please just heal me first. I'll tell you later." Syrian was startled for a moment, then began to heal him. A short while later, after hearing Orium's story, she exclaimed in astonishment, "So you fought 2 sand sharks, why didn't you tell me?" Orium shook his head and replied, "I wasn't in the mood to talk." Syrian sighed and said, "It's all right. The important thing is that you and your sister are safe now." Just then, Orium took something out of his equipment inventory. He said quickly, "By the way, I got a few strange items from them." A box appeared in his hands. Inside was a strange mask. Seeing it, Syrian frowned. "What is this?" "What's it for?" Orium shook his head. "I don't know. The clown had it. But if we show it to Resin, maybe they'll know." While the two were talking, Juzeon's expression grew serious. A moment later, he spoke up. "This might be a hacking tool. It's a tool that lets you monitor Argos online without having to go through VKL4. He said he'd read about it on an internet forum." Orium asked suspiciously, "How did you recognize it just by looking at it? Have you seen it before?" Juzeon scratched his head and slowly explained, "More than just seen it. I've used a similar one before, during the input test." Hearing this, Syrian gasped in shock. "The input test? You mean the CBT?" Orium also asked doubtfully, "You've used a few tools like this before." Juzeon nodded and explained, "Exactly. This tool is for developers to collect data. With it, developers can observe users without needing to connect to VKL4. But of course, theirs was much cuter than this. Is this some kind of special hacker aesthetic or something?" Orium stared at him intently for a moment before speaking. "By the way, Juzeon, a closed beta tester. I knew you'd been playing this game for a long time, but I had no idea it was for this long." Juzeon hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's not just that I've been playing for a long time. I participated in the alpha test during an earlier stage of the game's development, because I was the very first player of Egosphere Online." As soon as he said this, Orium and Syrian were completely stunned. After staring at him for a long moment, Orium exclaimed in amazement, "You were an alpha tester," Syrian said in a low voice. Aren't alpha tests normally conducted by the developers themselves? Yuzeon nodded slightly and explained, "That's right, but Egosphere Online was a little different. Because Egosphere Online was developed with the VKL-4 device, the test was conducted with various age groups and genders at the time. I was the player representing the 8 to 14-year-old group. I joined because I've been interested in game development since I was a kid, and I was attracted by the high pay." Hearing this, Orium asked suspiciously, "So that's why you have such a deep understanding of this game's story, right?"
Oh, not really.
But Juzion shook his head, denying it. He slowly explained, "The alpha version only showed certain parts to the testers to avoid leaks. As for the game's content, we were only testing the technical elements, so we couldn't get a full picture of the game in general. The reason I understand the story so much is because I really love this game." Hearing this, Orium pursed his lips in contempt. He could tell it was a lie, but he still thought about it for a moment before speaking. "Did you ever hear anything from the developers during the test? Not really like stories about players turning into game characters or something like that." Jujon thought for a moment before speaking. "I was too young back then. Even the testers. It didn't get many chances to speak directly with the developers." As he said this, his expression suddenly grew sad. He remembered moments he had experienced as a child. Then he shook his head and continued, "It's nothing. I can't remember it clearly because I was so young then." Orium narrowed his eyes at him. It was obvious there was something wrong with his words, but he didn't expose Syrian. Just then, Syrian spoke up. "By the way, why is Charles targeting you? You think they found out we're allies of Resident?" Orium nodded slightly. "Maybe they think Baekhyun Hyung wants revenge." Hearing this, Syrian let out a cold snort. "So loyal, huh?" Orium shrugged indifferently and said coolly, "We should be careful anyway." "I think our party is a juicy target for Joss." Juzion immediately grew frightened and asked in a trembling voice, "A target? What about me?" Syrian spoke up to reassure him, "Joss has never met you, so it'll be fine. They haven't seen us together. And the traveler class is no threat, so—" Hearing this, Juzion didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. After their conversation, the three of them quickly departed. Orium, of course, returned to his own building. Although it was late, there were still a few rooms with lights on. Orium teleported to the foot of the stairs. He checked his phone and saw that it was already 8 o'clock. He thought his sister might be waking up soon. He didn't know if she was okay. He hoped the items and skills didn't leave any side effects or that being kidnapped like that wouldn't leave a memory behind, one that could easily become a psychological trauma. The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. His hand trembled as he opened the door. "Please be okay." Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and called out loudly, "Sis, I'm home." Hearing the sound, Orium quickly answered. "Leorium," she asked, "where have you been? You said you'd be home early for dinner, didn't you?" She urged him to hurry up and wash his hands. Only then did Orium let out a sigh of relief. He then asked hesitantly, "By the way, sis, are you in any pain? You were sleeping like the dead just now." "In pain?" Orium was slightly startled by the question, but she quickly recovered. She answered in a low voice, "I guess I was just really tired from work. That's all I know. Or maybe I think it's because I've been working so hard these past few days." "I had a nightmare," she said, but told him not to worry too much because she had prepared some premium beef today. Seeing the beef in her hand, Orium's eyes lit up. "Oh my God, isn't this the kind that's crazy expensive? How could you afford it?" Orium smiled happily and said, "It's been a while since I felt this good." She told him to go wash his hands now and they would eat it. Orium watched his sister bustling around in the kitchen and silently sighed in relief. "Thank God my sister is okay." Meanwhile, in another residential area, a giant golem was on a rampage attacking a man. The man it was attacking was none other than Eun-hyung. He was currently aiming his handheld bow at it. An arrow imbued with magic was ready to be fired. This was his exclusive weapon. He activated the skill Pentagon Arrow, and arrows continuously pinned the golem. It left large holes in the golem's body, but it wasn't over. Eun-hyung activated another skill. A magic circle suddenly appeared at the golem's feet. A green light began to envelop it. In the blink of an eye, its body exploded, its head blown into many pieces. Eun-hyung stood there unfazed. At the same time, on the rooftop of a building not far away, two figures had appeared out of nowhere. It was the boss of the Choose Guild and the woman who was always with him. The woman spoke with admiration. "That enforcer is pretty impressive thanks to the special weapon and some support items. All that I gave him." The boss nodded in agreement. He's this strong because he has an iron will. His competitive spirit is his driving force. The new world he wants to create requires many people who fight for their desires no matter the cost. The woman frowned, looking at him suspiciously and asking, "Is what you want a world where everyone competes equally? Such a thing really exists." He nodded with a faint smile. The current world is enjoyed by too many who do nothing. They don't need people who only... I depend on the system. Even if I'm called a villain, the world needs people to stir the pot. A world where everyone fights on equal footing and receives rewards based on their skills. A classic game-like world like that would be much more interesting than the present. The woman frowned in thought after hearing this. He continued, "Mario Zion was supposed to call me today, but I haven't heard anything from him." Hearing this, the woman scoffed coldly. "You mean that weird clown?" "I'm not sure. I haven't been able to contact him." He was a bit worried that the man had gone silent. While he was lost in thought, the woman spoke up again. "He's not dead. His name is still on the party list." She said, "I just remembered. Earlier he said he was going to hunt alone. He said he was going to catch someone called the Avenger." The boss was startled and asked, "The Avenger?" The woman nodded slightly. "He's the one who was seen with Jason for a while. I heard he's an old friend of this enforcer." After hearing that, the boss fell silent for a moment, then he gave an order. "All right, send me the information on that Avenger." The woman asked, a little surprised, "Are you interested in him?" He chuckled and said, "That's right. I think our employee made a mistake. I'll deal with him personally. That's how the company maintains discipline." The next morning at a coffee shop in the city, Orium and Syrian were there apparently doing homework. After thinking for a long moment, Syrian spoke up. "Question 14, I don't know how to solve it." Hearing this, Orium went over to take a look. Then he said in a low voice, "Couldn't you just do it a different way?" He quickly solved their problem for her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, I didn't know you were so smart, I'm surprised." She said that because she's so into gaming, she always thought other things were kind of stupid. Orium was taken aback, thinking, "Isn't that a little too blunt?" Just then, Syrian's phone suddenly rang. Orium asked suspiciously, "Who is it?" She replied in a low voice, "It's Zuna." Then she picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm listening." The caller was Zuna. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Zuna said, "I have a proposal for you two. I've got a good quest." Hearing this, Syrian frowned. "A good quest?" Zuna quickly explained. "It's a monster subjugation quest that needs a party of 6. Any team with 6 members can join, so that's Jason's group of 8 and you two, and one of their supporters. She thinks that if your team sends one person, we can form 2 parties. Zuna asked Syrian what she thought if they should give it a try. Syrian didn't answer right away, asking doubtfully, "Who is this supporter you're talking about? Don't tell me you're just recruiting anyone to fill the spots." Sungha's loud laughter came from the other side of the line. "No way! You might be surprised when you find out who it is. The person we found is the Holy Knight Shin Yu-hyuk, the #1 player on the Asian server." Hearing this, Orium was shocked, and Syrian was no exception. She asked in disbelief, "The #1 Holy Knight Shin Yu-hyuk?" Orium asked doubtfully, "Who's that? I mean, I know he's good since he's #1, but is he really that famous?" Syrian shook her head slightly. "I'm not too sure either, but I've definitely heard that name before. Even though he doesn't belong to any guild, whenever there's a guild war, he often shows up and participates as a supporter. A Holy Knight player who says he'll help achieve victory by any means necessary." After hearing this, Orium asked, "Shin Yu-hyuk, huh?" She nodded slightly. "That's right. Because it's not easy for a Holy Knight to level up playing solo." Just then, Seonga asked again, "So what do you think the quest starts next week, so you can think it over until the end of this week?" Syrian hesitated and asked, "What about the quest rewards? If this is a competition, does the final payout depend on our ranking?" Zuna quickly replied, "No. The reward will be combined and split evenly among everyone. Each person will get 30 million won." 30 million won? Syrian exclaimed in shock. She glanced at Orium and whispered, "This is too good to pass up no matter what, right?" Orium gestured with his hand, signaling that they could do it. With his agreement, Syrian quickly replied, "All right then, we'll join that 6-person party quest." Shungha chuckled, satisfied. "I knew you guys would agree. In that case, choose the team member you want and send me their name. They will discuss it with the lead members and make a final decision by the end of this week."